here in just a moment. There we go. All right, so we are going to be popping into our existing save. That is the plan. You'll notice I got a big bunch of text on that side of the screen, which in hindsight maybe I should make smaller, but maybe we'll just see what people think, and if it needs to get shrunk, because it's always that juggle behind making it small enough so it's not invading the space, but making it big enough to still be legible. And it becomes a big issue when you're talking like mobile devices. But basically, we're doing what's known as Dare Drop. Dare Drop is a thing that basically for every one of these objectives I complete, I submit a clip to that to Dare Drop. A little while later, they come back and say, yep, you did the thing, and they give me a key to the game to give out to all of you. For those here on Twitch, this is where it's going to happen. For those here on over on YouTube, it is going to happen on Twitch, and that's just because of handling like bot stuff and all that stuff. I don't have a good bot that could split between both platforms, and Twitch is my main platform, so I'm not trying to exclude you, but just by the technical nature of what we're doing here, I kind of have to. But yeah, so we'll give those keys out when we get those. Those won't be today. Those will likely be like 2-3 days from now. But on that list, we have Harvest Rice. That's going to happen just from the maintaining of our farm right now. We need to sell spring onions, garlic, or chili, which means buying a greenhouse. We should be able to do that relatively easy. We have harvest spinach, peas, green beans, and rice. So that's an and, not an or. That one's probably going to take us a little bit to do. It doesn't have to be my own farm, by the way. If we see a contract for one of those, that counts. Have 1 million, and it doesn't specify the units. It just says 1 million in the account. So if you wanted to, like, cheese that, you could figure out what currency in the game has the, like, the lowest value per unit, and you could technically have it a little bit easier, and then build the temple, which is a very ambitious goal. So the big question comes in with all of that is, do we keep doing the 0 to hero? Like, we'll still do the hard economy and all that, but do we keep doing the 0 to hero, or do we divert with the focus on getting keys for the audience? I am fine either way. But realistically, those last two, there is 0 chance of those happening if we stay on the challenge. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the harvest. So that's our green beans. And we've got spinach. And we've got peas. Alright, so we're going to have... Interestingly enough, those all use the same tractor from the looks of it. That can't be right. Oh, no, they're not. They're not. They're probably the same brand. Okay. Alright. So, we're going to work on the third objective, because genuinely, that's 3 of the things I need. And if we just knock that out really fast, that's even better. So this will be for the peas. And before I accept any other ones for peas, let's get a feel for how bad this is. But for those who missed the last time, we did... Please have internal storage. Oh, thank God. I didn't see the bar from. I was like, you really need to have internal storage. So we've got peas. So peas are down by town. But yeah. So we did yesterday get our rice set up. And thank you for field trip. 1 vehicle for all your needs. Okay. Let's see. Try to get all the keys, or yeah. So we've got a poll going on Twitch. So if you want me to focus on just trying to get all the keys, which means we will take loans and leases and all that kind of stuff, choose the first one. If you want, I mean, either way, we're continuing this map, like what we're doing right now. It's just whether or not I ditch my rules around no loans and leases and all that. That's basically what's on the table. Because actually, I wasn't expecting to immediately get the opportunity to... one thing we are going to do... Let's slow down time. And we're going to focus on trying to get as many of these done. Like, regardless of it, either way, we are going to try and get these objectives done. But, like, those last 2... Unless I find some, like, really broken balance thing... I don't see us having $1 million in the account. For those who missed our wonderful, wonderful, amazing, amazing harvest of rice yesterday, we got everything set up. It only set us back like 200-something thousand to get everything hooked up and working for our rice. We had our first harvest of $2,400. No, I did not misquote the amount there. $2,400, not 100,000, $100. So it's only going to take us about 100 years to pay off our equipment. Needless to say, that's because I don't have enough fields yet. All right, so we're having pretty much a universal response of everyone saying the same thing. Yeah, it's like 2,415 or something like that. Okay, so turn the harvester on. We will lift that for just a moment to get over there. Alright, so steering assist on. Alright, so this is peas we're now harvesting. So we previously, the other day, we did harvest green beans. But we have not done that. Reap what you sow. So I'm getting a bunch of achievements just because we did switch over to the Steam version, and so all the achievements that we had previously earned are popping one by one as we do stuff. So if I can get someone to clip this, and do I have the name of the dares? So this is a well-balanced harvest. If someone could put the name well-balanced in the name somewhere and say peas for me, that would be really nice. Because I do have to, okay, it's universally everyone wants me to just keep doing the challenge. That's fair. Like all 10 votes went for it. But yeah, so I can get a clip. It doesn't need to be like at the end or anything, but just someone to clip that it's a well-balanced harvest and mention peas. That would be helpful, because this is part of the third objective there. Now, I am realizing that this is going to be a very slow one. How much is this contract worth? We are going to finish the contract, but okay, at least it's 15,000. You want a clip now? Yeah, just someone to do a clip now, because it's with these harvest ones, I don't need to finish a harvest. I just need to demonstrate saying, "Hey, I harvested it." Because, like, technically, even if I stopped right now, I still would have technically harvested 1,000 liters of peas. Let me switch this over to the odd driver. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's okay if I end up with more than one clip. I'll have to do cleanup anyways, but that's fine. I'm going to hand the keys over to the AI for this one, because I'm going to need to deal with that. How do you turn on the row guide? So if you look on the left, so one nice thing, my stuff here is covering it up right now, but on that top left, it'll always show you your controls. And if you look where it says Activate AI Worker, Mode AI Worker, it'll mention hold D to change mode. So if I hold D, it brings up the different modes, and then you have Steering Assist, which I don't have right now because there's nothing for it to Steering Assist here. But you get the idea. So it's under that. Thank you on the clip. I appreciate it. So that'll be one objective done. So yeah, so for the other objectives, doing the rice, you wish there was Steering Assist on the road. That'd be nice. I mean, there is the workers on the road, if you're not familiar with that. You can actually go and just hit the worker, like the thing for doing a job. And you can actually sit there and say, "Hey, worker, I would like you to drive down here." So you can grab the position, say, "Drive me here, worker. Facing that way, please. Start job." And it will drive you there. You're paying a worker to do it, as a heads up. But yeah, so they do have that, and it will follow the roads. Because, you know, look, mono hands. Sorry about that. Which you can also do that for them to deliver goods as good. Well. Why are you struggling? Oh, because I still have the worker in here. I was like, why can I not control it? Right, I've got a driver. So we're at 35. Alright, so we're gonna head row for a while. In the meantime, while that's going, we've got other stuff we want to harvest. Because I'm not doing a second field of that right now. So it's sorghum, parsnips, peas we're already doing. Carrots, spinach. And we have the green beans. So we will... So... Alright, let's check what harvesters are. And see if those two... It looks like two of those crops might use the same harvester. So that's a combine harvester. That's not what we're doing right now. So if we look at our harvesters, we have the spinach harvester, so it's the MKB 4TR. They are different harvesters. It's just they look almost the exact same. Okay. So what we're gonna go ahead and do then is we have the spinach harvester, so I'm gonna need to borrow those. And so the spinach is over where? Way down there at 16. And low key, now I see you got that giant trailer there. Well, actually, no, I'll probably have to still split the trailers because I'll be doing two at the same time. I don't want to have to do laps the whole way. Because more than likely, those trailers will carry way more than this. But yeah, so you get the idea. I'm going to have both these harvesters going. And we're going to just get those crops going as best we can to get those two knocked out. Because then I'll have just the green beans to go, and then when we do the rice, we'll have 2 for 1 get done. So it's fortunate timing that we just happen to be on the harvest day or whatever. Now, because I am using workers and making them do the work, we aren't getting as much money as we could. But I am trying to just, like, knock this one out real fast, because then we can, you know, do that. You are not a fast vehicle. Yeah, so get this in a position, we'll hand it off to a worker like we did the other one. Because more than likely with 2 of these harvesting at the same time, I'm going to be scrambling between the trailers to keep up. Which is fine. It really is a shame. Literally, we ended stream yesterday with harvesting the rice. Otherwise, it would have been perfect if I would have just ended before we harvested the rice. We would have been, like, literally within half hour to an hour of the start of this, like, start of actually playing the game, had 2 of those objectives knocked out. Which will be pretty good. I mean, ultimately what's probably going to happen, and for the record, I don't have to do all of these today. I don't have the date range. Oh, actually, I do have the date range. I'm lying. There are 30 days, inclusive of today, so 29 days of actual playing and all that. So I have basically this month in real life to complete as many of these objectives as we can. They don't all have to be done in the same save file or anything like that. Excuse you, truck. I said no. If I have to drive at 15, 16 miles per hour, you have to wait. No, I see you. If you don't want to get stuck in traffic, you need to take a different route. This is my route today. But yeah, for those who didn't check to see what mods got added already, so we did get, I think it was around a dozen mods were added on the store before. Not, I keep saying store. On the mod page before stream, a lot of them were giants that did it, which was putting in some of the vehicles and attachments that were in the previous version that were really liked, that aren't in the base game. So for people out there like, no, those giants, they took away our vehicles and rah, 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 rah. They're there. They're free. They're not even DLC. They're literally there. Yeah, third day we could do them all. Yes. Well, I see that you're at 80%, but I can already tell you from what I'm seeing on the map, you're facing the wrong way for me to get the trailer there. And goodness gracious, this is a slow vehicle. It's almost like harvesters aren't meant to be race cars. Move bunker up. Ah, it's one of these. So they just... No. No passing. But yeah, no, it's more of a question of do we stick to one map long enough to accomplish the goals. I can guarantee you're not the first person race. Oh, I doubt I'm the first person. Like, I'm not the first 10,000th person, I would imagine. Just beginning, I've never felt happier than here. Hey, don't tell me how to feel, game. Okay, so open the cover. It's peas. I'm not wasting anything right now. Actually, I don't really have a problem with peas. Peas are fine. They're not my favorite, but... like, I like stuff that has peas in it. Like, I like a good paella. And paella will quite often have peas as an ingredient in there for the texture. Just like something to go with the rice and everything else. That's fine. Stuff like pea soup. Where do you empty, by the way? There you empty. That is a really short conveyor belt. Okay, so that being full is about 20%. Okay, so we've got you. Let's get your trailer in the way. Yeah, that's the thing when I saw the other one, I was like, oh wait, I would love to use this for both, but as you can see, I put one trailer there. So we're gonna go ahead and get this trailer into position. And then I'm gonna find one doing the green beans and the same thing. We're gonna get workers on it. And the hope here is that I will get all three of the, well, at least one of these done before our money runs out from hiring all these workers. Because it's ticking down $1. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll probably only burn about $2,000-3,000 bucks by the time all these jobs are done. But yeah, so with these done, well, one, we'll get paid, and two, you're lucky I didn't see you, little Honda. I would have absolutely cut you off. But yeah, so like one, we're gonna get paid, and that'll be money, and that'll be good. Two, that'll be 3 of our 4 objectives for the 3rd of our current objectives, which means then when I have my next rice harvest, both 1 and 3 will be done. Number 2, we just gotta build a greenhouse and set it to sell, and that's fine. It may even be something that I go and I take the time to get the pallet lift just to make it look better for the clip and all that. Get the little pallet thing for our tractor since I know I'm going to need it anyways. And it's like 10,000. But we could go ahead and grab that and just take it to a sell point and drop it. Alright. So we're getting this into position, and then we get the one with the green bean started. So it does seem like all three of the new crops, so like this style, so the green beans, peas, and the spinach, are very similar. Their harvesters have a pretty set width. Am I playing multiplayer? I am not currently playing multiplayer, no. I have debated spinning up a server, but it's one of those things that, you know, last time I did, it didn't feel like we really got... Like, it didn't really have much engagement. We had, like, 2-3 people who played a little bit here and there, and that was about it. Like, we had like, 1 or 2 people who played a decent amount. We had 1 or 2 that popped in. Okay. So, with all that... Alright, Night Dweller. You take it easy, sleep well, and all that good stuff. That's the plan. Alright, so we've got the spinach going, and we've got the peas going, and I need green beans for the dare drop. Just taking a quick look at the fields. Okay. So we'll need to borrow stuff for the green beans. Oh, before I forget, so that's the peas. I'm gonna need a clip of this harvesting, the same thing of a well-balanced harvest, but this time spinach, if someone could help me out with that. And just let me know when you got it, because then I'll switch over to the other vehicle. So I have a couple clips right here at the beginning, and then it'll probably be a pretty long time to the next clip. And for the record, a lot of times they actually automatically detect your clips too, which is pretty impressive stuff. That's the reason I'm mentioning put the name inside of it, because I think it will pick up the name. Why are you wiggling so much? We're paying this worker too much. It doesn't have to be perfect, man. Thank you, Cookie. I appreciate it. So now I need to grab you and get you into position for the green beans. And the green beans are field 10 over here. Oh, that's fine. It's not my sunflowers. I don't care. All right. You're doing the RimWorlds? Yeah, we'll only have one clip here in the immediate future that needs to happen. Which I, again, really appreciate it. Like, because worst case, I can get the clip afterwards by, like, setting a marker and yada, yada, yada. It's just a lot more difficult for me to do that during stream than if someone just, you know, hits the button and sets a title and saves for me. But yeah, so we'll get this over here, and I'll be just a minute. And then you won't need to, like, no one will need to clip anything for a while, unless they see some funny thing, like physics breaking or whatever. Or something they find is just a humorous joke or whatever. So I deliberately chose a relatively small field for the green beans. Where harvest missions expect you to put grains from it to. So if you actually look at the missions, they'll actually blink where you're supposed to do stuff. So like these missions here are telling me that these are where I harvest, and those are 2 locations I drop off. So it'll actually put it on your map, and to find that, you hit escape and click on that upper left spot, and they'll give you the information. They will show you where to sell it, because some missions will have you put them in different places. Like, for example, when we pick up the logs to sell those, sometimes they'll tell me to drop them at the carpenter, and sometimes they'll tell me to drop them at the sawmill. Said you're doing the Save Your Ship mod for 1.5, and it seems to be running pretty smoothly. Does it seem at all balanced? Because it seemed to run not buggy for me when I did it in 1.3. The issue I had with Save Your Ship mod is you'd have your first raid to be the one person per usual, and then your second raid be like 15 people, and you have like 2 to fight back. You're going, there's only so much playing my butt off I can do, especially if they're gonna start siege raiding my wall with 2 people against like 5. Okay. Let me go ahead and get this started. And give it just a moment to start harvesting. And then it'll be time for the last clip. For now. Again, currently I haven't checked balance yet, but it is recommended to use Save Your Ship Storyteller as they calculate wealth differently, and by extension, raid difficulty. Yeah, no, that was the same thing with the other one, where they're like, no, you should use, I think they had 2 storytellers, and they're like, you should use our storyteller, which makes sense with how much of an overhaul it is. Okay, so that'd be the last clip. The same name of a well-balanced harvest, but this time we are doing green beans. And if we get that clip, then I'll be not needing another clip for any of the dare drops for a good while here. Because the next one's we do is harvesting rice, which is not handy right now. Then we'd probably sell the spring onions, garlic, and chili, and then the 1 million in build temple probably won't even happen today. Those will be stuff we work up to. But then once we got that, I've got to try and scramble between emptying 3 separate harvesters as I'm doing 3 separate harvester missions at the same time to knock out the dare drops as quick as we can. Because for those who didn't catch why I'm focusing so much on doing this list of things here in particular, cool. It has nothing to do with the just checking my harvesters. So you're at 75. You're at 32. But why I'm focusing on these 3 right now, it is because I'm so confused as what's going on right now. Oh, it's over there, right. It's because each one of these objectives I finish, I will, in a couple of days or hours or whatever, get a key for the game to give out to the viewers. So those games will not be going out today, but we will earn them today, and then sometime in the near-term future, we will be able to hand those out and get people access to the game. I do not know if it is the Steam version or if it is the version that is Giant Software's like store page thing. It doesn't matter. Either way, you'll get a copy of the game. But if we get all 5, that means I get 5 copies of the game I can give out to the audience, which would be pretty cool. And I believe all 5 of them, it's the base game plus the I think it's like, I'd call it DLC. The DLC for the extra tractor. So, not that it has a bad time with corners. This is actually, I mean, not how many turns it's doing here, but this is actually a strategy they use with making it so you don't have to drive off the field. So say you've got like a fence very close around your field or whatever, by having your corners shaped out like that, you can make sure that, one second, I'm just adjusting my speed. you can make it so you can turn a harvester around without leaving the field. Alright, it's gonna have to stop because there's that. Like, it's not necessary here. That's fine. Let's go to the next one of these. Give Cookie the key. I mean, whenever we have our thing, we'll just do the giveaways in the channel. And you're here most of the time, which means technically you do have slightly better odds of getting the key than those who aren't here as much. I will, for the record, for those who are like, oh man, but he gives away all the keys at the beginning, I won't get one. More than likely the way I'll handle the giveaway keys when I get them, assuming I have them all roughly the same time and none are delayed, most likely I will give out like one key right away towards the beginning of the stream, another key like, you know, 2 hours into the stream, and you get the idea that I'll give them out just a little bit, like one here, wait a while, one here. That way, you know, if we have people viewing from Europe, they have their chance. We have people viewing from the US, they have their chance. You know, that, I shouldn't even say based on location, but based on the hours that people are able to watch, everyone has their chance. But that does technically mean people who watch the entire stream do have slightly better odds, just by having the availability of getting into more of those giveaways than someone who can only catch the beginning or the end of stream or whatever. That's not a deliberate decision to give those people the advantage so much as by trying to be fair to people in different watching schedules. Yeah, the AI definitely does not seem to like the pivot harvester. It definitely, like, it does it fine, but it does a lot of adjustments. I say I have to be much closer than that. I didn't expect you to back up here. Okay. Spinach volume-wise, pretty rough. This is a real big trailer, and that thing filled up a third of my trailer with one pass. Like, it's still doing the headlands, and that's a third of a really, really big trailer full. Note to self. Spinach is a very high volume crop. Cobalt saying, careful when resetting your equipment. Not only did it empty the grass from your baler, which is what you wanted, but it also took your round bale, round bale net, and you had to restock. Gotcha. Let's see, can you ask you something? You're stuck in a contract to this map? Sure. By all means, ask away. If it is the stone picker contract, there's nowhere to sell your stone. That one you have to fail. Unless you buy the place to make cement, which is a big spend. So that's kind of a known issue at the moment. But yeah, otherwise, by all means. The only contract I've seen get stuck is the stone picker contract you can get stuck on. You can also get stuck on harvest contracts if you harvest during the rain. Because you take a penalty on harvesting when you harvest during the rain, so you can come up short. Oh, sorry. I even got good sleep last night and everything. Okay. And I know this one wasn't nearly as full, but I'm just kind of going that I do a rotation. Where do you empty at? It's fine, we'll just wait. But you gotta contract to harvest parsnips to sell it to the farmer's market, though it seems like you can't deliver it due to the delivery place accepting only box stuff. Are you missing something? Oh, yeah, opening the top does help, doesn't it? You said the farmer's market. Which one was the farmer's market? That implies it's a drop point. We're going to take a look at that here in a minute. Yeah, no, you're probably right about the I didn't open it. I usually don't get the ones with the open, like, openable tops when I get these trailer or closable tops, or at least never close them. We could run over there and take a quick peek for you real fast and see if I can't figure it out. Because it looks like one of those grates you're going to dump stuff in. But, obviously trying to look at the mini-map, I could be wrong. So there's the farmer's market. So I could visit here. Where's your actual drop point, though? Oh, no, that does look like... Huh. That does look like it's expecting that. I'm guessing this spot here is it. Usually they do a good job about putting like an outline, like you'll have an area that's blocked off. And you're definitely not driving a big trailer back here. And I'm assuming you've already tried, like, backing the vehicle up or, like, pulling the trailer in here and just clicking the button here. Like pulling the vehicle just next to it and then hitting, would it be P for most people? I don't remember. I don't, or R or whatever. I don't know. It's, I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so I won't have the buttons correct. Because, yeah, that's new to me. I don't think I've seen that style before. Because I do know you can box parsnip and all that, but that's usually the harvester that does it. You get the little tiny one. And so if they gave you a harvester with it, no interactivity whatsoever? Gotcha. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer, and I would grab one of those contracts right now to help figure it out, but I already have 3 contracts in progress, so I can't take a 4th right now. But once I finish one of these contracts, we can grab one of those and figure it out. We'll figure out one going here. Even though I do tend to avoid the parsnip and all that because they're really slow. Okay. Meanwhile, real fast, I'm gonna go get some more water. You know what? I'm not. I don't really need that water. What we could do is we can plow our field, because we just did a harvest of rice. Because I know I could be cheeky about it and take a screenshot of us sitting over the harvested field, but that's not honest. Alright, so set you steering assist. But yeah, I'll try here in a minute to see if I can't figure it out. You think I cancel contract? Yeah, no, I did find for me personally, I took a stone picker contract, and then the issue is you pick up the stone and then realize there's nowhere to get rid of the stone. So that is one that's an issue. And then you can get yourself in trouble if you're harvesting during the rain and then you just end up short on what they want you to bring in. And so you fail the contract that way. So I have seen those two as ways you can get yourself in a contract you can't finish. But I will try that contract out because if you ask me that question, there's a real good chance I'm going to hear it again. Because, like, if one person asks, it's very likely it'll be more than one person that asks. Which does tell me that's something that, even if it is, the answer is, yeah, it's broke, ditch it. At least I'll be able to answer that honestly. And then plus, I am a giant software partner. I can reach out to the devs and be like, hey, here's where, like, there's an official place. Yeah, stones go to the cement factory, correct, but there is no cement factory on this map. Hence the problem. Not unless they did an update when I wasn't looking and added one, but I don't think that's the case. But yeah, so you could take those stone picker contracts if you build your own cement factory, but, you know. Yeah, we're definitely going to want a much bigger plow for this field. Or just, not even this field, just in general. Thank you for the follow. Over to stream. Let's see, you did the harvest here for some simple barley at field 4. That wasn't covering the harvest part, so the contract wasn't progressing. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we had one contract I had failed. I think it was the first day. And I had finished the field and came up short. And my assumption was I just hadn't paid attention and harvested in the rain. Because I think that was one we had turned over to the AI, which I've been doing most of them since then. So my assumption had been, while I was sitting here focusing on dealing with picking up logs or whatever I was doing, it had rained and I just completely ignored it because it wasn't affecting what I was working on. And meanwhile, I had someone harvesting in the rain and coming up short. Because that is the thing that you've been able to do in this one and the previous title, is if you harvest in such a way that you're taking heavy losses on your thing, like if you're using own equipment but it's really badly damaged, when your equipment's damaged, it will reduce the yield of what you're harvesting. And so that was a way you could fail contracts in the last one, was using really damaged equipment and then trying to harvest. But that's usually not applicable to the contracts a lot of time. Note to self, the little spigot for the thing for filling up your field is not solid. You can drive through it. So it leans over the field and would make it an absolute nightmare for plowing otherwise. It's make-believe. Let's see, you'll be trying to get the full sheep farm wool, cotton, and clothes. See if they changed it. It looked mostly the same. Hey, Purple, I'm doing good. And pretty soon I should expect those harvesters to start filling up. All right. Yeah, let's go empty the harvesters out again. Yeah, the farming is going well. We're doing dare drops today, and so like the first two I was like, yeah, no problem, we can get those knocked out pretty easy. And I was like, oh yeah, the third one's probably gonna take me more than one stream. Literally we're down to the very last objective of the third dare drop, where I just got to get the rice, which is what we are actively growing on our farm right now as our only crop, because they've been doing like the zero to hero kind of thing where we start with no money and all that. The last two I want to do, but those are gonna take a hot minute. I'm expecting you to stop doing the turnaround circle thing Usually you just do that in the outside corner so you can have enough room to turn around your harvester without trashing your crop and all that. Can you run multiple harvesters on a field to make it faster, or does that get wonky? You can. If we actually go to, I probably won't be able to do it on this. If you actually go to your workers, you'll notice this skip lines. That'll let you have it skip lines, and then the only thing you got to worry about with that is to make sure you set up your workers correctly. Because if I have one that skips one line and I have the other one that skips a line, but I put them on like the same set of lines but different rows so they end up in the same place, you can run yourself into problems. But you get the idea. As long as I like line up my vehicles and go, okay, go skip a line, okay, go skip a line, okay, go skip a line, I could send 3 of them doing it. So it's a little bit of setup, but it works. Generally speaking, I haven't bothered doing it, because usually I'll do like I'm doing now, where I'd have one harvester say, hey, go work on that field, and then I'll just have like the other field I'll go work on. Yeah. I am already working on it. And so you'd love to play a server sometime. If you host one, you'll come and play. If you do a community play. So we have messed with community servers in the past, which we did do Farm Sim in the past. That one didn't end up having too many people. So I'm not against it, but it would be one of those things I'd have to see enough interest in me taking the time, you know, because the servers aren't free and all that. So it'd be one of the things, taking the time to set it up, configure it, figure out what mods we need, what rules we need, what we have to do to keep it to be relatively troll safe and all that. Farm Sim 25 has dropped now? If so, have you seen any interesting mods yet? It has dropped. It only dropped single-digit hours ago. No, double-digit hours ago? How long ago was it? Just about 12 hours ago. We have seen Giants dropped a bunch of mods to add in vehicles and stuff that were in the past, like in the last game and not this one. Not all of them, but a bunch of them.
Thank you MRNICE Gamer 88 for subscribing for 37 months.
Hey, Mr. Nice.
Damn perfect time.
Hey, Mr. Nice Gamer. You did time that perfectly. That yesterday I marked it for 36, and then today it's 37. But thank you so much for that. That's a tier 1 sub, and that's 37 months you've been subbed to channel. That's just over 3 years. 3 years, 1 month. It means a whole heck of a lot that, you know, you can still support the channel after all this time. I really, really do appreciate it. But yeah, for those who don't know, Mr. Nice Gamer, also another content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Has played stuff like Project Zomboid and all that in the past, among other games. So definitely good times to be had over there. So highly, highly, highly recommend. Yeah, it's good to see as well. This looks like a lot of weeds. Yeah, I noticed that in our last time around. I was like, glad this isn't my farm, because that's a non-insignificant amount of weeds going on there. That is a lot of lost revenue. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am nowhere near in the correct position. I appreciate your confidence that I was going to be able to pick that up where I was pulling in there. But we are nowhere near where we need to be. That, on the other hand, is better. Will Farm Sim ever have an actual weed farm? No, just like they'll never have alcohol or anything like that as the base game. And mods, they do all that. But as far as like the base game, no, because if they do, they have to change the age rating on the game, and then suddenly they're no longer allowed to sell their product in different locations, which means the game makes way less money. So that isn't some moral stance by the devs. I mean, they might also not agree with it. I have no idea. But it's not a moral stance by the devs to exclude that. That is simply business. The moment you have to do that, you have to go on and ESRB rate you worse for having, like, you go, what is it, teen? Like, is it teen as the tag you get when you have it's the one where you, like, you don't have, like, full-on nudity or whatever, but, like, the tier below that for the ESRB for stuff like certain level of violence or drug consumption or that, it puts you in that rating. But then also, like I said, there are countries like, for example, Australia has rules around, I can't remember the exact verbiage, but like, it's something like glorifying or promoting drug use or something like that is a thing there. And so I could see the argument being made that by having you produce said drugs, that you're promoting drug use, and then suddenly you can't even legally sell the game there in Australia. I don't know if that's still the law, but I know that was for a while. Because that's why RimWorld for a little while was not allowed to be sold in Australia. Was they ruled that it was promoting drug use, which of course, then the developers turned around and went to the politicians and were like, you don't understand, it's really not promoting drug use. The side effects of drug use in this game are pretty awful. And they went, nope, you're right, and it was allowed to be sold in Australia again. It's like, no, if anything, this is a cautionary tale about drug use. You can use it to win a fight, but they go rough in this game. But yeah, but there was a brief window that RimWorld was pulled from the shelves, and the proverbial shelves, it was Steam, but it was pulled from sale in Australia because of that. But yeah, for the record though, they almost always have mods that show up that allow for all that. Hell yeah, Luciferum. Well yeah, that's the thing. Luciferum was the extreme example where it's like, hey, you take this drug and it does a lot of good stuff for your character, but it's forever. It is the forever drug. Once your character takes a hit, that's it. They will literally die and probably murder other people on the way down if they don't get their fix. Yeah, no, literally Luciferum, it's called Luciferum for a name. So where most of the drugs in RimWorld are loosely based off of real drugs, Luciferum's the exception. It's like some sci-fi super drug. That takes the best and worst of drugs and says, hey, what if we just dialed these all up to 11? There, you can literally heal from stuff that you shouldn't be able to heal from. By the way, you will, rage out and murder people around you and all sorts of stuff if you don't get your hit. And if you don't get it for long enough, you literally die. And there is no recovery. Once you're on it, it's that way forever. Honestly, knowing nowadays, there probably is a way to, like, glitch your way around it, but I've never tried. It used to be kind of, you'd get a character who get something really bad, like they get a scar on their brain or something, and Luciferum was, like, the one of only, like, 2-3 ways to fix it. Because it was healing mech serum would fix it. And you could also kill the person in a way that removes their head and then resurrect them to fix it. RimWorld's a weird game. It's a great game. We play it a lot on the channel, but there are definitely things you sit down and you go, what exactly are you doing? I need you to stop and objectively think about what you just said outside the context of RimWorld. And just take a minute to process that. Did you get the equipment you're after? Yeah. So we actually did harvest our rice and made some money. I say some in a very relative context. Being that for us to pay off the equipment we purchased to be able to handle the rice field, as well as the field itself, It'll take us about 100 years to pay off. Needless to say, that's a problem of volume, though. I've got the equipment, I don't need to buy more equipment, but I have this one microscopic rice field. So, to be able to pay it in a more reasonable time frame, what I need to do is buy more fields. Internet died, nice. That's no fun. But see, one of the things you think Giant did best was the steering assist setup. It's so intuitive, easy, much improved over 22. Yeah, so like, I didn't use Courseplay for the longest time on 22, and then, you know, eventually as the farm just got too big to be reasonable, I finally went and somewhat reluctantly picked up Courseplay, and I don't regret it. I think it was great. But like, for all the nice things that Courseplay had, this just feels like a much smoother experience. Like, it's not quite as powerful as Courseplay. Well, that's the same row we just did. It's not quite as powerful as Courseplay. But, like, the fact that it's literally you line up, you hit a button, and you go. It's just way easier to work with. And there's definitely something to be said about that. Okay, let's check on our stuff again. Yep, I thought so. You're getting to be about 70%. They've been super busy, but wasn't catch. But GG on at least getting some of it. Well, yeah, no, we got what we want. It's just now I need to. It's the whole economics of scale thing. Like, I've got the basics to do the job. Now I need to scale up. And so I don't need new equipment to scale up. But it'll be very likely I will want to get some equipment to scale up. So like, realistically, plows are relatively inexpensive. We will almost certainly want to get a better plow. Okay. Economics suck no matter what it is. Yeah. So it should be like literally the only thing I need to make more money is to just buy more fields. If we just buy more fields, I take my existing equipment and we can make, you know, more money per year doing so. Man, the amount, like, just the volume you get from the spinach is blowing my mind, because this is not a lot of field to be filling this thing up all this amount. Do you have an issue with the AI GPS system? With the machine that constantly unloads to the right, the AI keeps going clockwise, making it you have to go around all the crops? Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely some of that. Alright, so I do need to deliver the spinach, and the spinach is going to the canning. Alright. So let's drop this off of the canning because I do not have enough room for another empty. I believe the canning's literally down that way, right? Yes. We can drop this off and sell. Yeah, no, the AI is definitely better than it was in 22. It's not amazing or anything. But at least in this one I can hand him a task and be like, do this, and it gets done, even if not efficiently. Versus in 22, you'd hand him a sprayer and say, go do this, and the AI would immediately clip a tree and go, I can't do it. He'd be like, thanks, man. Or they'd inch forward like 3 inches and be like, job's done. And you're like, you missed 95% of the field, friend. You like a clockwise, counterclockwise setting? You know what? That's honestly fair. Hey, Preox, how's it going? Big old trailer of spinach. Does it tell me what way this one? Okay, so it's back tip. Gotcha. Ah, so this one, instead of tipping, it just got a hydraulic, like, wedge. It just shoves back to push it all out the back. That's fair. Alright, so let's get you back into position, and then get onto our other harvester, then we'll get back onto plowing our rice field. We're gonna need one of these to finish soon, though, because that money is going down real fast. Like, it's only ticking down $1 a second or so because of all the workers. But it's still dropping quick. Gotta leave a sleepy lurk? Hey, no, I totally get it. You sleep well and all that, and thank you again for hanging out. Alright, so we can go ahead and park this over here. Now park it right on the corner, so they'll probably have problems with that. We're gonna actually just ignore the green beans for a minute. That green beans is getting close to done. Yeah, so probably be okay. Those green beans will probably finish up first. And then with that, we'll get an influx of money. And then with that influx of money, we'll be able to use that for... Yeah, we spent $4,103 on wages already in this in-game day. The price of our workers is just too dang high. How dare they want a livable wage? Don't they know when I harvest my field, I only get like 2,100 and something bucks, or 2,400 bucks or something like that? Okay. Alright, so we've got all our basic tools here. So, what we'll probably make as our next objective to align with the dare drops and to give me consistent, reliable money is we probably will go and get one of the other greenhouses. So not the one that gives us the rice saplings, but one of the old style ones where we get, you know, strawberries, lettuce, tomatoes, yada yada. Because that'll get us lined up for the dare drop. Plus, for the challenge side of it, greenhouses are one of the easiest ways to have just consistent money. We'll also want to check to see how much the prices fluctuate on those items, though. Because for the rice saplings, those are relatively low-value items. So I'm not too worried about, oh, hey, I'm selling it off-peak. It's just a trickle income anyways. Versus with, like, the strawberries and those kind of things. Isn't solar farm the best? Yeah, but I have kind of a rule to not use the solar farm for myself because it's to me, it's a cheesy thing. Like, no judgment for anyone who does it, but for a purpose of a challenge run, it feels against the spirit of the challenge to be like, okay, I've saved up $10,000. I'm going to buy this, like, wind generator. Okay, this wind generator just means every single month I make more money. That literally then the most efficient way for me to make money is to just sleep as fast as possible and not play anything else in the game, to then buy the next, you know, whatever power generation there is, and then fast forward the game. Like, at that point, it's just be like, just give yourself the money, it's fine. No, I'm not saying it's not cheating the game, it's cheating the challenge. There's a difference. It is included in the game, it's not cheating in that base. But to me, it goes against the spirit of the challenge. It would be like if in Project Zomboid we're doing one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, we're doing a 0 to hero run, but we figured out there was a way to, like, glitch it to make it so our characters maxes out nimble in a matter of minutes. Sure, it wouldn't be cheating, you'd be using in-game mechanics, but at the same time, for the spirit of the challenge, you're just bypassing the challenge part. So it's not anything wrong with, like, how people play the game or cheating in general. It's for the spirit challenge. It's the same reason why I don't let myself take loans and leases for the challenge. For the challenge, that does bypass one of the main difficulties of the challenge to... I would say bypassing the leases. Normally I don't let myself lease at all, but because we're doing the contracting and all that, I kind of have to. Alright, so I'm going to need to drop off the peas on this pass. But yeah, now for me a thing, like, the way to look at it is, what is the gameplay loop if I'm doing that for, like, watching and everything? Well, the gameplay loop, if I'm going to be leaning in on the solar and all that, is to start a day, push P, hit construction, go here, go to my production, where are you at? Go to generation, buy the most expensive I can afford, and plop it down. And then go back to the farmhouse and go and hit the next day, and repeat that until I have enough for another one. And then put it down. And then go to the farmhouse and repeat the next day until I can put down another one. And that's the gameplay loop. Is it a meta strategy? Oh, absolutely. But to me, it would be a very not fun strategy for me to play or to watch. So P's are going... down there, okay. Now, if that's how you want to play, by all means, if money ticker bigger is your goal, do it. Like, don't let me yuck your yum. But I am doing a challenge right now, where we start with $0 in a dream, and we're going from there. Like, normally when I do my Survivor Man challenge, I don't even allow contracts. I'm just giving myself the leeway of contracts because it just came out, and I can't make it a true Survivor Man challenge just because that requires you to have a map that doesn't already have a built city on it, and those aren't available quite yet. That money's counting to 0 real fast? Yes, it is. I believe it will go into the negatives, and my workers won't stop, but I honestly don't remember. The good news, though, is we should still turn a profit when this is done. The bad news is it is cutting into our profits by literally thousands. Oh, I can't cut through there. So we're going to find out when what happens when we can't pay our workers. Okay, our workers automatically stopped at 0. Challenge, have 1 million. Rual, does absolute values count? Well, they didn't say dollars either. So it's like, okay, like if you want to try and be cheesy and meta on it, you would look at whatever currency has the lowest, lowest value per dollar kind of thing. Because then what you could turn around is, and so like I might sell my rice, for example, and it sells for the 2,400, whatever it ended up being. But then if I went and I made it and I sold in like pesos, You know, that's probably like 100,000 pesos or whatever when you get into the conversion rates. I don't know what the actual conversion rate for pesos, but I do know pesos have a reputation for being particularly low value per item relative to the stuff. So, like, it's different scales. But it'd be one of those things that you could deliberately get a currency that has a lower value per unit and make it easier. I don't think it's that big a deal, though. Like, honestly, if her only goal was to get it, I think, if I remember correctly, I believe you can, I think it would take, what is it, $500,000 out in a loan? So I very genuinely, like, could sell everything, get myself up to, like, $500,000, and then just take a loan for the full amount, and that would qualify. Bonk. Oh, yeah. Because this one's which field? Okay. Which field do I not have a trailer at? Gotcha. Will you steal leftover from contracted field? I don't even know what you mean by steal. Like, we harvest the field, and then when we're done harvesting the field, the moment it says it's at 100%, it does, like, immediately and abruptly end. But, you can sell the extra. That's always been a thing. That's not even stealing. If I've contracted with someone, they said, hey, harvest this field, we expect you to get 10,000 liters of it, and I show up with 12,000 liters of it, that's not how they contract, to my knowledge. My understanding is you get contracted to finish the job. So let's go sit there for a moment. Yeah, that's the one I want, because that one's basically done. You don't think the game itself changes the amount based on the currency you select? You select the euro, 1 million euro display as $1 million. You're saying unless they have update. I honestly don't know one way. I thought it was I thought there was a different rate. I mean, we could find out. I mean, no, I can't because I have $0. I was going to say we can find out, and then came the realization, no, I can't. It doesn't matter what currency you're in. 0 is still 0. Anything multiplied by 0 still equals 0. But yeah, so we'll finish this job real quick. You think that, that it just broken things like the Japanese yen? Yeah, but this is for, like, dare drops. So, like, it's just a thing. And like I said, you could cheese it, but that kind of goes against the spirit of the challenge. But that's the thing about technically succeeding at a challenge versus the spirit of a challenge. Turns out hopes and dreams are the same as our currency. Are the same in any currency. We have no hopes and dreams, so it all estimates down to the same thing. Harsh. I'm not doing the best job with this because I'm being quick about it. Alright. Because once I turn this one in, I'll have enough money to hire the workers back for the other jobs. Yeah, it stays the same no matter what currency you pick? Interesting. I wonder if that results in some people, like, really complaining about the prices of stuff. Like, that you would get some good, you'd be like, oh my god, like, this is so unrealistic. No one's paying this amount of money for tomatoes. I mean, at least to the euro and the dollar, they're close enough in value. You could probably just assume, oh, maybe in that particular place the tomatoes are a little bit pricier or a little bit cheaper. But if we start considering stuff like, you know, yen and pesos and all these other ones, where it's just the value per unit is just so much different, you would look at it and be like, oh my god, that is a terrible price. Why would anyone pay that? Then on the contract thing, in-laws or farming contractors, harvesting contracts, they do. They aren't actively selling. And of the produce, everything is harvested, stored where the owner wants it. Even then, they're delivering produce at the sale point. The contract is for X amount of produce, and they're only given the amount to deliver. You'd expect most places the farmer, the crop even, will want all the crop even if it's more space. Right. Well, that's what I was kind of saying, was that in reality, no one's gonna sit there and go, okay, like, I'm expecting 10 bushels of this. And then, you know, if I happen to be efficient enough to get 12 bushels out of the same area, you know, I get to keep the difference. They just don't contract it in that manner. Likely because of that thing of where, you know, they put the work in to make the crop and everything, and now you don't even get it all. But it'd be like if I showed up with this, you know, nice log of wood, and they said, hey, you know, this tree was one planted by my grandfather. I would like you to make, you know, a set of 5 bowls out of this thing. And if you used it efficiently and you had some left over, it's not going to be like you're going to get in trouble for using the difference. Like, because of how you had your agreement to start with, it doesn't matter what the rest was. Like let's pretend you had a contract with someone harvesting your field, and you said, hey, I expect you to harvest, you know, 8,000 liters out of this field. And that's what you wrote on the contract, is 8,000 liters. And then it's like, just, you know, harvest the whole field, I'm expecting 8,000. Technically, you would be allowed to sell it or whatever after that. But that's just not how people contract. Like, the way they contracted this game is not super realistic to the way it works in real life. Like, paying someone to harvest your field, sure, that makes sense. That is actually a thing. But the idea that you have, like, some big percentage thing based on volume, like, you like, in theory, you could contract that way. It's just people don't because of the obvious thing of what we're talking about, that you give a fair estimate what the field is, and if I happen to do better than that because, like, I'm just more efficient in harvesting by magic, that I can, you know, pocket a little extra change. And granted, in the game, it's sometimes not a little extra change. Sometimes it's a whole lot of change. Sometimes it's just downright a lot of money. Let's make sure I'm dropping this in the right place. The green beans. Where are the green beans going? That's one of my smaller ones. You are going to the harbor elevator, so I was going to go the wrong place if I hadn't checked that. Yep, in reality, the contract would be along the lines of, I will pay you to harvest this field. It is X hectares. Deliver the crop to Y location. Yep. And they may have a stipulation. Yeah, 0 monies. Yeah. We lost all our monies because we hired workers until we had no more monies. But, like, you could have a stipulation that, you know, with a harvesting, you know, do field X to deliver Y. And I could see them being like, this should be at least a certain volume of whatever, you know, as the thing. But I don't know that they actually do that. But in other things outside agriculture, that is something that happens where it's like, hey, you're going to use this thing to make this thing, and we are expecting it to get this many units or more. Just to, like, in case someone does, like, a really awful job. But I don't know that's the thing they do in agriculture at all. Okay, so this will get us this contract done so I can hire people to get back to work. This is our little contract, so we expect this to look like I lose money, but that's because I still have 2 other contracts outstanding. All right. What? So you gave me money that I sold more than the total volume. Oh, okay, there we go, there we go. There we go. Alright, we're fine. I was about to be like, wait a second, will you be returning to Factorio at some point? Probably. We've talked about that, like, on the channel. What we'll likely do is we'll be playing some of this for a little while. We'll play I Am Future when it drops. We'll play the Astroneer DLC for a little bit. And then once that's done, there's a pretty good chance Factorio might be on the agenda. Dredge will also be on the agenda around there. So we'll be dealing with all that. Because keep in mind, I don't main any one specific genre or any one specific game. I never really want to be in that position either. To me, that is how you burn out real fast, because you get tired of that game, and people expect you to play that game, and if that's the only game you play, congratulations, you done played yourself. And then you're like in that weird, I can switch games, but then my audience goes away because I've built up an audience around that one singular game. So yeah, I do bounce around. It keeps it fresh for me. For people who are into variety, it keeps it fresh for them. So yeah, not 100% sure how farmers predict their fields. You know your grandparents during shearing season, they'd be frustrated when the wool would be below the grade they expected or wanted? Yeah. Well, it's not uncommon for any type of contracting. Like, I can't speak for agriculture, but any type of contracting to have some type of quantifier that is basically, we're expecting, you know, at least this. And that could be a whole bunch of different things like delivery times or whatever. Like, I don't know how they'll quantify it job to job or whatever. But that's not an unusual thing in the contract. And then sometimes in the contract they will even have stipulation that's like, hey, if you fail to meet this expectation, you know, you'll get a prorated rate. Alright. So contract finished. I'm gonna go ahead and just end this contract. Hey, so Everdream, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had more fun with Farm Sim after I dipped. Because we were hanging out over there before, like, I say we. I was hanging out over there before stream. I don't know what the rest of you were doing. But, sorry, I'm just trying to reset all these things I had AI working on for a moment. Okay. Look at those beautiful lines. The farm hands are here and not to help. But yeah, so for those who, we carried on and you figured out many things, we got better. Still so much to learn. Yep. Yes. Yes, there is. The good news is when you look at your crops, like, 90% of the crops at least mostly follow the same ideas. Like, you'll have, like, the process between, like, plowing and seeding and fertilizing and all that. But then at the same time, you'll have a lot of the crops will have, like, the one nuanced thing that's just different about them. Yeah, no, the game's, like, with the contracts in this version, when you finish a contract, it straight up says, no, you're done. Stop working. And you stare at the field, and you're like, you've only got, like, 90% of it plowed. Like, are you sure you want me to be done? Are you sure you want me to be done right now? Because that's still... Okay, I'll go on. Yeah, but that's only the contracts, by the way. When you start doing your own fields and all that, you can take your time to be as meticulous as you want. And where everyone is saying those straight lines... Don't look at the end of the field. It's fine. They're really straight lines in the middle, but don't worry about that. Straighter than yours. But yeah, no, today was literally your first day playing a farm sim game, so I mean, very, very genuinely, this is one of those games that the vast majority of people the first time they play is very tragic looking. One of my workers is blocked by an object. Alright, I'll go deal with that. We're also doing Dare Drop today, because Dare Drops for this did come out today. I noticed that before stream. So we are working on that. So it seems like I'm bouncing between a lot of things. Okay, I'm getting the truck out of the way. I'm sure you could have figured out how to get around that, but it's fine. You forgot about Dare Drops? Yeah, they're going all month, though. So if you end up playing, like, another stream or two, you'll be able to knock out a bunch of them. Like, to give you an idea, doing the contracts, I've got 3 of the 4 crops harvested for the 3rd objective. And when I do the rice again, which I actually already have a rice field, that'll be the 1st and 3rd Dare Drop I've signed up for done. The 2nd one, I just got to buy a greenhouse, which is relatively easy. Those bottom 2 are going to be a little bit rough just because I'm doing a challenge here where I started with $0 in a dream and just making it work. So hitting a million unspecified units of monies is gonna be a pretty big ask on the challenge run. On a not challenge run, you can make it happen relatively easy. As long as you're not in the hard economy settings, just do contracts. And then when you get to like 500,000, just take out a loan for 500,000 and be like 1 million, and then pay off your loan. Let's see, are you on a dedicated server? Nope. I am running locally on my machine, no multiplayer. Did you manage to start the farm in admin mode? Nah, so I'm not playing multiplayer at the moment. I don't often play very many multiplayer games, like, as multiplayer on the stream. Like, sometimes I'll do it for, like, special event kind of things or collab kind of things. But, that's not too common. I enjoy doing them, but it's a pretty rare one. So last time, I ended up with a gap in my field where that plow didn't quite cover. Because that's the reason why we're using a woefully inadequate plow, is because we have started with $0 that we just gotta manage. Alright. So I think I want to be down this road to double check that. Because last time we had these two big grooves in our rice field because it hadn't been considered plowed. Alright, so this is our field that we own. This is my land. Versus the other 2 harvesters are stuff I'm doing contracts for to try and make money to fill in stuff I'm missing. So yeah, like, all this equipment over here is mine. It's not a lot, but it's mine. So you're at 80%. Let's go pick that up. Oh, and also, for those who don't know Silverdream, because I totally forgot, fantastic content creator, also playing Farm Sim today. Definitely someone worth checking out. Plays a lot of fun stuff. Was like doing, what was the game with it's Storge Hunters, I think was the name of the game. Storge Hunters. Been doing a bit of simulation and all that stuff, but lots of good times to be had over there. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Good times over there. Yeah. Always, by all means, go hang out, have fun. You know, spend time with the fams, all that stuff. Do appreciate the raid, but welcome in again, raiders. Alright, and so we've got our peas that they're giving us. So yeah, so it looks like peas are pretty slow to harvest. No idea what their payout is, but relatively slow to harvest. And we did learn that spinach is an extremely high amount of volume. Like, the amount of spinach we're getting out of this harvester is way more than I was anticipating. Because, like, it'll do a couple of rows, and it'll, like, fill up a third of this thing in one go. All right. Yeah, so seriously, literally half of this thing got filled in one harvest, and it wasn't even full yet. Spinach is huge. Just like real life, cook up a huge pan of spinach and you're left with a tablespoon. Yep. Alright, so while we're waiting on that, let's take a look at, for the next objective we would be looking at, is we would need one of the greenhouses that does the peppers. So the cheapest one is $9,000. If we're to place it, it is very small. It would be nice to get a larger one. That's not in my budget though, unfortunately. We'll try to make that happen, because that is one of our objectives. I am going to try and scooch this as far over this way as I'm allowed. Yeah, so I can scooch it all the way over here. That way I have enough room later to drive vehicles in between those. Because that is one mistake I've made plenty of times, is I put my production buildings way too close and I'm trying to pick up pallets and I've got no room to maneuver. Yeah, so that's a tarp one versus a glass one. And the glass one costs way more. And those are mushroom ones. Can you move the old one for free? I don't think so. Yeah, no, I have to sell and rebuild. Alright, well, in the meantime, let's see what we could do for some contracts to give us some extra money while we wait. Yeah, it'd be good to do some of these, but the only issue I'm running into is I've already got 2 pieces of equipment booked. I also definitely don't want to do the parsnips and carrots. Oh, right, I said we would try doing one of the parsnips or carrots if it was taking it to the market. I want to find one that's a small volume, though. Yeah, so 2.8. Because I had someone mention that they had problems interacting with it, I wanna test. Okay, so we got 2.8 acres. So that's gonna be about the smallest we can get. So we have to borrow the items here. So I think this is the littler tractor. So I'll put you on the trailer. Yep. Now I'll figure it out. So I do know there is a different vegetable one of these that does allow you to put, you know, to box it. This is not the one, but that's fine. So let's go see where we've got these carrots to pull up, or parsnips, or whatever the heck we're pulling up. So it's 25, so it's just down the road here. So we'll tinker with this. So luckily this is one that does have some built-in storage. It seems like in this one there isn't one that boxes the harvest. Honestly, that's probably a good thing. I used that one extensively, and it got super obnoxious. I did it for a challenge run because getting the vegetables up and running was one of the cheapest crops in 22 that actually paid relatively well. But the catch is, they were extremely laborious. Cut across the field because it's not mine, so it's not my problem. Okay. Let's get down there so we can start collecting. That is a really big trailer. I'm guessing the tractors are actually meant to be the other way around, that they expect this to be the one that's going to have to be the workhorse versus the other one. If we have to switch them, we have to switch them. That'll be fine. Yeah, so our goal is to get into like 30,000s so we can get the greenhouse built. Because we get that greenhouse built, we should be able to get another one of the dare drops knocked out. Because that one's an ore, so it doesn't really matter. And then we'll go for like the 10,000 for the pallet forks for the tractor. And go from there. Okay. I was expected to drive along next to you, but alright. I have a feeling that's going to be what we're going to cancel out of. We'll tinker with it. We'll figure it out. No cancel out of it. Yeah, so you're almost full again. That's going to be a reoccurring issue. Because the big problem you run into with like the carrots, the parsnips, and those is you probably notice that the harvesting part, like the header on it, is so incredibly narrow that it only literally does like 1 meter to 2 meters per pass, or like half a meter or something. Versus most of them are like 6 to 8 meters, even for one that, you know, we complain about being a little bit narrow like this one. All right. They've emptied it out. Go ahead and get back out of the way. And you just finished your job, which is perfect timing, because then that'll be this one done. Alright. But yeah, so try taking whatever little bit of the carrots we have and just see what we can do. Okay. And then we'll get back into just contracts for money for a little while. Okay, so for you, I literally just gotta follow this into town. Yeah, so that carrot harvester, for as long as it's been going, is only at 2%. Sorry about that. So the root crops are pretty rough. I probably should turn left back there, it's fine. What are the major version differences in this one? We now have steering assistance, which is kind of like, it's very courseplay-esque without going quite into fully automating your stuff. So you can like have your car or you have your stuff where you say, get on this line, stay straight, follow the edge of this, and it can just do it. The AI for the workers has been massively improved. We do have a bunch of graphical improvements, like there's like volumetric lighting and volumetric fog. Water physics actually exist now. We've got, like as far as new crops, we've got, you know, spinach, green beans, peas, rice, long rice, chili peppers. We have, which those are greenhouse. We have 2 types of mushrooms for greenhouses. We have spring onions in greenhouses. We have garlic in the greenhouses now. There are now more involved weather stuff, so like you can have tornadoes now. If you remember the Silver Run map where they have the that roller coaster you can rebuild, there's more of that kind of thing in the game. So like this map, we have a temple we can build. And I don't remember what the River Bend has, but you get the idea. There's more of that. Okay. There's also a massive amount of graphical improvements. The one thing I will say is a lot of people have been watching streams and going, it doesn't look any better. You're looking at the version that's been downscaled to 1080p and is going through video encoding and video compression. So you are effectively taking a lens, you're covering it with molasses and going, yeah, I don't know, it doesn't look any better. I can't do justice. Like, you have to look at like the screenshots and then like the really high-end like 4K rendered videos and that kind of thing to see the actual difference. Because like I'm only running on high settings versus there are ultra settings. So it is one of those things. I will say, looking at the game under ultra settings, there is no comparison to 22. That said, my computer doesn't run the ultra settings smoothly, so take that for what you will. Alright, so what I am going to do is we are going to empty that out. And then we'll see what I can do about trying to sell this, or complete contract stuff with this. Because, this is what we were having problems with earlier, that we got asked about being like, I couldn't figure out how to drop it. And it was a different icon at the drop point that I'm used to seeing. There wasn't just the grade or anything like that. So, I am curious. And the 2 ways I can see it working is when there's a grate, you take the, you take it and you just drop it in the grate, easy enough. My guess is we might be able to pull this over and then interact with the point. Or it could be just something that's not working quite the way we expect. And then maybe needs to be adjusted. Yeah, so that's the farmer's market there. Let's tag that so I know I go to the right place. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was supposed to use this tractor on that thing and the other tractor on this thing. That the idea is the dragging the full volume of carrots is actually the... What? Why would you continue driving as you see me turning around, Jeep? It's like a real Jeep driver. Almost as bad as people who drive BMWs. Alright. Okay, so just gotta go into town real fast. And that. The carrots look weird. I mean, it's a texture. Why would you turn around when you could see me driving? That's the thing. I started to turn around before they were even remotely nearby to see to drive. I know that's the excuse they're giving, but also, I'm bigger than them, so when we collide, I'm the one who survives, so, you know, that's certainly something they should probably consider as well. That's not actually the philosophy I use on the road. I actually tend to prefer small cars for driving personally. So yeah, so this is where the icon is. So I'm going to try doing first is I'm going to try just pulling this up here, seeing if any options appear. So I'm not seeing anything. So I've got the trailer parked relatively on that spot. Nothing there. Oh, double pivot, I'm not going to fight with that. We'll just turn it around. I'm going to try and pull into the alley and see if I can't make that work. And I'm mostly trying to watch that upper left where my controls are. Okay, let's check the sell point thing again. My other... That vehicle, that's full, one moment. Try dumping on the floor. That's going to be my next attempt, which, if we dump it on the floor and that's not it, then obviously we've just failed. But that would be the point that'd be like, well, never mind. I'm actually anticipating trying to dump it on the floor and having it tell me no. But that'd be my next guess. Now, it could be there's something in between that we need to do. Like, I think you might be able to buy crates. I was trying to use the trick where you could shimmy stuff over by detaching and reattaching. There we go. Meanwhile, while that's emptying out, so if I remember correctly, so vegetables. So we do have the vegetable pallets. Okay, no, they still got the little one that takes the box. It's not the one we've got, though. Yeah, I don't think we have one that, takes that. Oh, was it I? You gotta remember what the heck the force it to drop. No, usually when you buy the crates and then sell them, they give you your money back on the crate. So I need to go to controls. What was the force dump? Not player, vehicle. C. So C, control C. You don't have access to this land. Yeah, so it might just be an oversight that you were expected to get the pallet one and bring it here. And this one's not compatible with it. So what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to fire my worker. And we're going to cancel that. Because, yeah, no, it looks like that might be another one that is either borked or whatever. We cancel that. We're going to lose a bit of money. Oh, we lost a decent bit of money. That's fine. I kind of, like, when we looked at that, I figured I was going to lose money on it, but it was worth testing. But yeah, no, I think that's one that because like I said, they had the one with the stone picker on this map that you really couldn't do anyways. I'm taking it as that's the same problem. That there was some oversight with that specific mission type that needed to be gone through better. Because that shouldn't be a thing that you have to figure out going, okay, I need to do this just to be able to have access to it. Because I'll check here real fast in the help. Well, I mean, there's not even a section for quests as I recall. Yeah. That teaches you about stuff. Shop icons. Yeah, so they don't even have the icon showing here at all. Yep. Oh, wait, there is a section for contracts. That's not useful. Yeah, so I don't know the answer to that one. The thing is that that delivery place says you can sell them. You don't know what it's doing? Small harvester, it's kind of broken. Yeah. No, there's definitely something with that where it's like, okay, I think maybe it's the random equipment it's giving you might be the problem, or like they just need to change the type of point it is or something. We already acknowledged that they give you stone picker quests and there's nowhere to sell the stone, so you physically cannot complete the quests unless you build your own cement factory on the map. So they do have at least one contract type other than that one that we know for a fact has an issue. So it wouldn't super surprise me if it ends up being two different types. And this one we're going to do ourselves. Oh, it is lowered. Okay. I was like, why is it not lowering? Oh, no, you're good. Well, oh, I see. I keep doing that where I keep accidentally switching over to the weight. Because I grab the weight second. When you do that, it remains active. You gotta switch it back. Yeah, no, it's all good. Like, that amount of money is not a big deal. And it's good to test that because what's going to happen is someone else is going to ask about it. And now I know the answer to be like, hey, yeah, no, that contract, I think it's broken. Like, just skip it in the future. And if that's wrong, then maybe, one of the devs pops in here and says, no, actually, you can complete in this manner here. And we can deal with it that way. But right now, like I said, it does appear that you cannot finish it. And that's just something to be aware of. That the vegetable sales to the marketplace seem to be an issue. What's going to happen here in just a second, chat, is I am going to have to take a little bit of a break. For those who are new to the channel here, it's around 9 o'clock my time, a little bit after. Then I do take myself about a 5-minute break. That's when my wife gets home, so I welcome her home. Grab a quick bite to eat, that kind of thing. Because I do stream for 9 hours, and all that stuff. Maybe you need a previous processing. I don't know what you mean by that. It's a contract. They give you equipment. If it needs more equipment than the equipment they give you in the contract, then the contract needs to provide that equipment. Because literally the way I look at it is I see the contracts as the way people learn the game, or as a additional income as well. And if you are doing a contract that is giving you incomplete information, you are setting up your players to fail, and therefore is a bad contract. I'm going to do this outside ring, and then I'm going to go ahead and take a quick like 5-ish minutes to, like I said, welcome my wife home real fast, find some food, that kind of thing. Which will probably just be me popping something in the oven, and then her popping it back out and bringing it up when it's done. Hey, worker, take a break. Okay, so I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, that's another zombie bomb. Destroy it all. Why are you rummaging through my trash? That person will die this day. Get out of my way, man. What was that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks joined. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. We're gonna take our chances with left. So 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you. I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. I'm not gonna call it any specific group because again, it's not about individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gone with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. I was really hoping there'd be more rotors in there. How are we doing on our rotors not? So I'm up to 60 rotors. So we'll put us up to 125 rotors towards the 150 I need towards steel. Where do you up here again? You're our modular frames. Those are coming along nicely. I've got a upper throughput on that. The rotors are nowhere near adequate, which means I gotta go through the whole thing of. Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but if you have a colony where you've got 12 kids that you've raised there, definitely MVP parent, cause that is a lot of kids. Yeah, so we gotta find a lung, an eye, and a kidney to, like, tone it down a bit. Alright, so we should... Oh, that's a river. I was too focused on trying to, like, watch, like, okay, where's the gap in the tree is gonna be? Of course, I'd wedge it. And they would do so addictively, and they were really proud of it, that they could extract all this money from people, to a point that they were almost joking about putting people into poverty. And this was a talk they were giving, like, and it was one of those things that went, oh god. Alright, so we got a baby on the way, and it was... And I am back. Sorry about that. Alright, so I need to get you back to work. And empty out the tank, and we're back to what we were doing. Cool, cool, cool. And we're actually unmuted because sometimes that button doesn't work. Thank you. But yeah, that's the one, you know, quote unquote big break of the stream. Just because timing wise with where I stream, I could eat my dinner before stream. But then the wife gets no dinner unless she makes her own. So that kind of sucks. So this way, like, I just take a little bit of break during the stream. One, it gets me to take a break, and I'm bad at that. Like, as in not doing it when I really should. So that's one way to get that kind of happening. And plus, you know, it's just a thing that feels good that, like, you get welcomed home when... you get home from a long day at work and yada yada. Alright, so we got that basically full. I think I can do one more load and I'll have this good. Okay, so we did the outside perimeter here. But yeah, so right now we're just trying to get money going. Because the next thing I need to do is we want to get the greenhouse. Okay, that is actually down. Yep. Definitely your favorite Farm Sim 25 streamer? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. What I am going to do also is I'm going to go check if I can access my AC. Come on. I know the other day because... ah, boo. It's fine. Actually, let me check the other way. Cool. I'll just have to get a thermostat. It's fine. Just dealing with technological stuff going on, making things more difficult than they need to be. Because I had a really good setup here at the house, and then the company I did my AC through sold themselves over to Google. It's been nothing but bad news since. You disabled the AI worker? I did, and then I re-enabled them. There we go. But turned down the AC because it's getting stuffy. Yeah, both fields... the field does seem to be advancing. Double check, but I should see it go to 62% soon. If not, I can double check here as soon as we finish, because that's the reasons why I like grabbing the missions that are the hoeing missions. They're very fast, because you get to go 15 miles per hour. They've got a pretty wide coverage. But yeah, I'll double check on that AI worker, but I'm pretty sure we kicked them back up after I got back. Like, it did disable them before I stepped away, but then I turned them back on afterwards. Okay. Just the unfortunate reality I'm finding is that peas are slow. If you remember correctly, it was almost full. Yep, and we emptied it out immediately after I got back. I literally said, driver go, pulled up my thing, emptied it out. And now granted, the trailer we're sitting at like 78% full or something like that, so it's probably going to get filled with the next one. But I'll still double check to verify. Yep, nope, it's still working away. Not full. We're good. But thank you for making sure, like, you know, double checking to make sure. Okay, so 3 is down by my farm. Like, I'd rather someone be like, hey, did you remember to? And I'd be like, yes, I did. Then, you know, me running around here working on other stuff for an hour going, man, those peas are going real slow, and then realize it's not been working the whole time. Because I definitely have never done that as a regular problem on the channel. Certainly I would not be guilty of such things. And any of the regulars here with video evidence, it's definitely slander, and I do not appreciate it. Okay. So yes, it'll be our next actual road to the right. Yeah, so definitely when you're looking at these, the peas are going to pay us well. It's going to be 15,000 when we turn that in. But it is a slow process. So the person working that peas, I would guess, has probably cost us $2,000 to maybe $3,000. That worker working it. And so by the time that's done, we're probably talking of that 15,000, about 5,000 is going to get eaten up by that worker. That still is 10,000 for me just having to pop by and empty a trailer from time to time. Is this the way I wanted? Not really. You don't like playing Farm Sim, but it's okay to watch? Yeah. Well, there's definitely lots of games that fall into that category. Like, I know a very large number of people do not like playing Project Zomboid, but they do really enjoy watching it. They're just not into, like, how punishing the game can be, and then you take those punishments away from the game, and it can feel pretty empty without that, you know, without that constraint, without that limitation. Because you max out stuff that you care about way too fast, and then you kind of go, now what? And death's supposed to be that big reset button to give you the now what. And before we actually properly start that, yeah, let's go ahead and empty that. And go from there. Okay. That's also true of any game. No game is for no game is gonna be everyone's jam. You're not the biggest fan of the peas so far as the how narrow that is and how short this little ramp is. It does make it a little bit difficult to be efficient with it. Now, where is it dropping off the peas? Okay, at the canning place. But it is also those ones that as you get late game, I can just see handing that off to the hired worker and then just emptying stuff periodically. And because it also depends on the pay. Because if a crop pays you particularly well, it could be worth putting up with a little bit of, hey, this is like a little inefficient, not necessarily the favorite for dealing with, but hey, you know, it pays me 1.5 of the next over crop, so sure, I can take a little rough edges or a little inconvenience for the extra cash. Versus if you have a crop that feels inconvenient to deal with and then pays poorly. No problem, Venturix. You know, shame I wasn't able to find more, but I'll, after stream, there's channels I have, well, I mean, channels everyone can have to, like, report bugs and all that. And I'll, shoot a message over there and be like, hey, here's something we found. The good news is most of the bugs we found have been pretty minor stuff, like this one specific contract you can't turn in. And so at least that's not like a game-breaking thing, like a game-breaking thing in the sense of, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you're unloading. Yeah. I was asking how to report? Yeah, so, I gotta look it up. I know on the partner Discord we had, like, hey, if you run into stuff, go drop it here. I don't have it handy right now in front of me, or I would share it, if I, like, depending on what it is, obviously. But I believe it was just, like, an email or a forum kind of thing, being like, hey, just drop it here. I just gotta look up what it was. But yeah, because I know the lack of anywhere to sell stuff on with a stone picker here is a problem. So either they need to not offer stone picker contracts, or they need to, you know, sneak a cement factory in here, or if they want to take like the really easy route that I would personally be okay with, just take like one of the general markets and just say, okay, you accept stone now. Like as like the stopgap, at least not to have it break. And then that one, it may be they just change the type of sell point it is from having the pallets. Like either we're broke? Oh, we were broker earlier. It's fine. Seems like you need an account to post to the forums. Yeah, no, it's pretty typical. Like, not even for Giants. That's pretty standard if you're using the forum style. I mean, even if you're not using a forum style, most of the times you'll have to have some type of account to associate with it. It's just because, unfortunately, while it's not happened in a while that I've seen, you will have people try and, you know, for whatever reason, they'll have a chip on their shoulder about a game or whatever, or they just want to be a troll, and so start making a bunch of false reports of stuff. And so if you're someone who makes a couple false reports, eventually they'll be like, alright, well, either we're just going to suspend this account on the forum, or we're going to deliberately make an intention to ignore them. Whatever procedure. And I haven't seen anything like that with Giants, but that's part of why it's pretty standard to require that. And then sometimes, depending on it, they might give you email updates about it, or reach out to you and be like, hey, we see you reported this, we're unable to create it, can you give some more information? Because that is a very common problem in support, is you'll have an issue reported, you'll have a screenshot that demonstrates that the issue is legitimate, and you'll be like, okay, clearly this happened, but we're just not sure, like, we're doing what the person said causes it, and just not getting the same result. So we need more information. Like, they might ask for, yeah, you just maybe you gotta say like, hey, what hardware you do. Like, I remember company I worked for, we actually had to buy a computer. Thank you.
Enjoy.
You enjoy yours as well. Love. But we actually had an issue that we were testing in all the computers we had in our office, and we had a pretty wide range of computers and could not create this issue again. I don't even remember what the issue was. We weren't a game company, so it wasn't anything like that. But we ultimately sat there and finally were like, okay, this problem is happening, and we're getting a decent number of reports of this problem from different people. So it's big enough that we need to get this fixed. But we, for the life of us, cannot get it to happen. And so it got to the point, we got the specs from from a couple of people being affected, and we went out and like special ordered a custom computer to match it as close as possible before we could finally replicate it. And it didn't end up being an issue in our software itself. but it was something like, it was a combination of, I think it was the video card and the chipset. So not the processor, but the chipset on the motherboard, that there was a specific combination that our software would have problems with it. And it was again, I think it was a problem with the chipset, if I remember correctly from that one. That it was just like a bug that hadn't gotten known yet. And we were able to work around it. They were like, okay, this is the instruction that's causing the problem. We don't need that instruction. We'll use this other one instead. You know, technically it's not quite as performant, but, you know, slightly less performant but functional beats performant. Hey, Twib, what's up? Okay, so that's done. That'll be those 2 fields. So I can go here and collect that money to keep that last one going. Oh good, you're gonna roll right past me. I was wondering how far back I could go before it finally caught and started swinging one way or the other. Made it way farther than I thought it would. Alright. And if you ever watch, like, right below me, over there, you'll notice how it went from going super fast to slow. That's when you know you've kind of, like, gotten all the stuff it had in its reserve already emptied, so it's all what you're getting actively. And that's a good time to just get out of the way. Okay, so while you're doing your thing, let me get out of your way. Hey. I hired you. Don't try to murder me. We can go here and see what our contracts we've got. So we've got 2 weeding contracts. Those are relatively fast, and they're next to each other. They're using the same one, so it doesn't matter. But I figure since we're stuck waiting on that one anyways, we're just gonna keep knocking out contracts to try and get money. Yeah, so you are... Same thing. Down the road, bring it back around. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're knocking out some contracts to try and get ourselves money to get the greenhouse. Once we get the greenhouse, that should help us out a lot of just having another like trickle income. That'll satisfy one of the dare drops, and that'll be one that we can actually remove from the list. And then once we get the rice, we'll have 2 more we'll have knocked out. The $1 million, there's like 0 chance it's getting done today. We'll make progress towards that end, but at least for the beginning of this run, we are going to be getting money and then immediately turning around and using it anytime we get like 100,000 or so. And that's just because that's what's going to be necessary to start spinning things up and getting them going. I'm trying to get $1 million when we're only getting 2,400 bucks per harvest of our rice right now, which you can get way higher with like more fertilizer and all that. It's just gonna take time. All right. I'm gonna try and do this where I don't even have to stop my cruise control. We'll see how this goes. If I can get to the point I can do it that quick for the contracts, that'll help a lot for these faster moving ones. Okay. Yeah, because both these fields are pretty small, so we should fly right through them. That's part of the reason they were only paying like 2,000 each. It's gonna take me only like a hot minute to get through this. I'm glad they slowed down time though for the peas. Goodness, that was a big field, and the speed at which the peas harvest is not particularly fast. There's so much sloppiness. Like, because it's a contract, I'm not that worried about it. If this is my own field, I would be pretty upset, actually. Alright, that's what I can't make that turn. Yeah, no, if this is your own field and you're doing, like, this absolute hack job, you'd not be pleased. Okay. It does make me wonder what the largest weeder is. Like, would it make sense for us running these contracts? Like, once I get the money, just buy the largest weeder, and then anytime we see the weeding contract, just hop over and we can knock them out super fast. Yeah, do that with the cultivator and all that as we expand. Because it's also another juggle you have with the Zero to Hero, Survivor Man, whatever you want to call them, challenges, is because you never have enough resources to do what you want to do. Like, you're just always scraping by with what you've got. It is kind of one of those things that you have to do the juggle. Does it make more sense for me to upgrade this equipment so I could do all my current work faster, or just buy more land? Which is going to mean however slow my current process is, I've just extended it. But, you know, on the other side, I'm getting more yield because I've got more land to get that yield from. There's always a juggle on which is the correct choice. Alright, so it's getting close to done, though. That's the good news. But yeah, we slowed down time to, like, real time here. And this thing's taking its time. We will be unlikely to grow peas anytime in our near future. Unless it's something that, like, I get one extra trailer of this, and I suddenly get, like, 30,000 or something ridiculous, at which point... Home button is beacon lights. I've never used the beacon lights. Like, I get the idea. They make your vehicle far more visible. There's probably legal requirements about having them under certain, like, weather conditions or whatever. But in game purposes, it's just a tiny little blinking light. If there was a tax system, buying equipment would be much more beneficial. Oh, like property tax or something like that? You know, property, income, whatever tax. So it'd be better to build up your setup first, then worry about, like, the efficiency. Well, sorry, get it so you can work it efficiently, then scale up the actual product. I can see that. Don't mind me, it's just weeding the road a little bit. Definitely wasn't be damaging to my equipment. Okay. Maybe we get on that straightaway on the other side. Yeah, then you'll keep deducting your expenses from your profit. Yep. Luckily, the game doesn't get into all of that. Because the last thing I want to do when I'm playing the game is sit here and have to worry about what tax deductions I'll be able to do. Or write-offs, or, you know, additional sales tax I might have to pay on this versus that, or property tax, or all that kind of stuff. I'm perfectly content with some things not being simulated. Alright, so if we look at the weeders, those are going to be way up here. Yeah, so they do go all the way up to 24 wide, and we will actually be able to use those. Wait, how much was that again? Was that 75,000 I saw? Give me this back. 67. Okay. We could definitely do that at some point. Because, like, the last time I played, I ended up using for my tackling of weeds was the herbicide. Because the sprayers were just so much so much faster. But, you know, herbicide had a decent cost to it that, sure, it wasn't a ton of money, but I imagine over time does add up. Rice doesn't need a weeder, right? I don't know. So, like, in real life, the idea, and I've heard the multiple sources now, the real life, the reason you flood a rice field isn't because the rice needs it, but rather the rice can tolerate it without it hurting the crop too badly. Whereas a bunch of, like, the pests like bugs and weeds and all that can't. And so the idea is you flood it as a means of preventing weeds and pests. That said, when we looked at our crop, there were dead crop among it that I tend to agree with people who are like, I think that's, you know, dead rice plants. Because it does kind of look like it, but that might have just been fertilizer was the problem. Because we were only at 50% fertilizer. But I'm referring to getting, like, the giant weeder for doing contracts and as we do other stuff. Like, I don't think we'll get that right now. But for contracts like this, if I did get that, I would no longer need to lease equipment. And then I could just take the giant weeder, and versus need to, like, 6 or 7 passes to do this field, I'd be able to knock it out in, like, 4. But yeah, no, I think short term when it comes to our purchases, first I'm going to get the large tarp greenhouse, and we'll use that to complete the dare drop as well as give us a reliable low effort income. And then the next thing after that I think would probably be to purchase the next over rice paddy area. So just buy that outright. Which would immediately give me basically a little bit over triple the amount of field I have for my rice. And that might need some little adjustments and all that to make me happy with it. And then once I've got that, I think my next purchase would probably be a better plow. Because we have the smallest plow right now. I'd probably want to get a much larger plow just to make that easier. Because then, after I get the much larger plow, we'll basically... Well, actually, we'll probably get a fertilizer thing in there somewhere. But once we get the fertilizer and the larger plow, we'll basically have several of the main things I need for doing other crops. Because right now, all these machines we've got are for... Like, other than the plow and that, are for rice and rice exclusively. so they don't really open me up to other options. But once I get like a really good plow and a fertilizer thing, then I just need a seeder and a harvester for other crops. Well, and something to deal with weeds. But you get the idea. I can take those two pieces of equipment and I could use them for a lot of different purposes, as opposed to the rice harvester and the rice seeder can only seed and harvest rice. So he kind of bottlenecks you in. Depending on all that, we could also potentially pick up a production line for rice. Now, just because we're on a map that already has a bunch of that stuff in it, most likely what I will do is I will find one of the existing production line buildings and just buy whatever building, probably like, you know, the rice oil or the rice granary or whatever. Just buy the building outright and put it to use. Somewhere in all of that, I'm going to need to, alright, 1 second. So somewhere in all of that, I am going to need to go through and, get our wood stuff going for building the temple. Because there is, like, a project on this map where there's a temple that's under construction that you provide materials to help get it done. Exactly like the roller coaster in Silver Run, for those who remember that from the last game. But the things we've noticed it requires so far is it requires lumber and it requires cement. The lumber is straightforward. We just build a lumber mill and we start chucking stuff in it. Or buy the lumber mill and start chucking stuff in it. And we'll get the materials we need for that. What I don't know is, do we get paid for dropping it off the temple, or is that just a donation? It's fine either way, but it's one of the things I don't know the answer to. Regardless, I'm gonna do it, but if I don't get paid, that kind of sucks. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to done to weeding. It won't be too much longer. Well, genuinely, considering when it comes to the harvest and the trailer part of it, that usually the selling point of it is about 20% or so, there's a very real chance that we could get a pretty good additional amount of money out of those peas from just having a bunch of extra yield that isn't necessary to complete it. Okay. But after we get the rice stuff and all that set up, since we're doing contracts in this one, it actually makes it worth a lot more for me to go and get, like, the really big plow and then take up some of the plow contracts and just use the really giant plow to be able to make money off of those faster. So kind of contract out to fund the tools we need. And then once we have the bare minimum to do, like, the next thing, we can, you know, use that bare minimum for the next thing and start producing the next thing. So, like, if we got... And also, I'm suddenly reminding to check my sales, because you never know when you'll get something good here. Like, that would be good later on, because that's a pretty big trailer, but none of that's in my budget right now. Okay, now that'll be it for weeding, and that'll be another contract done. Yeah, and this is partially the nature of doing the hardest difficulty setting so far as the economy. Is it does mean where you'd normally play at some of these contracts would be paying out, you know, like the contract like this might be paying $5,000, $6,000 or whatever. And so you just get money together much faster doing the contracts, and then, you know, your maintenance and your employees cost way less. You just gotta kind of deal with what you got. I know for a fact you didn't do this corner, so let's just hit that real quick, and that might be our 2%. Yep, and that one over there. But yeah, so you have, where normally in the game, you'd get your 100,000 to, I think you can get up to $1 million as your starting amount of money. And you get through a bunch of stuff real quick. This one, it is like a slow trickle of doing the one thing, then the next thing. Yeah, so it's like $1,600. Go ahead and empty it again. It's only half full, but I'm here. Okay. So let's look at our contracts again while that continues doing its thing. The stone picking we can't do. The wood transport has the really crappy one, so I'm not going to do it. We haven't done the spraying so far. I'm going to probably skip that for right now. We got a ton of these ones for harvesting, which there's good and bad there. The fertilizing is good stuff. Deadwood can be decent money sometimes. We haven't done the baling. So let's try that one. We haven't done a baling contract yet this run. But they're willing to pay pretty well, so... Okay, and you are located just to the left and down the road. Alright. Just lower and turn it on. And reset the ball and unfold. Okay. It is interesting that you accept the quest and then you like, or the contract, then you get back to the area and the field's just different because they're like, okay, you took this field, now it's like someone needs to do it. Like the state of the field will change to accommodate your ability to do it, which is fine. Alright, we're not going to use the steering because apparently whoever put these down here wasn't following the steering either. So this is a me job. Alright. Soon we're gonna see that yeah, I was gonna say. I was expecting to see the bale pop out, but yeah, it makes sense. It's happening. It's at Squareable Twine that we have 20 or 32 out of 32. Which is interesting that's listing it there, but it didn't seem to go down with that last one. Alright. Yeah, Sun's basically driving through the field, following the rows as fast as it'll let you go, which it seems to be about 10, 11 miles per hour. I wonder how well the AI would do with this. Like, if it would just follow the pattern and do it like 90, 80%-ish effective, or if it would follow the actual piles of straw and, you know, be like 95-ish% effective. Like, it'd still probably like clip and miss stuff and all that stuff. Kind of like I'm doing the exact same there because I'm not being particular, I'm just rushing through it since it's a contract. But same idea. Alright. Yeah, but this is a pretty decent paying contract. I think this was like 6,000 or 7,000. So probably nowhere near as fast as the spray or fertilizer contracts, because they're seriously knock out like 3-4 laps and you're done. But not bad. For the amount of money you're getting, this seems like it'll be a relatively quick one. It's also one that's nice just because, like, some of the harvesters can only go like 6 miles an hour while they're harvesting, and some of those can get a little tedious when you're like crawling along at 6 miles an hour and you have like the front harvester bit is super small. I'm looking at you very specifically, vegetables. Some of those can be like, oh my god, please just get me through this. Whereas when you have ones that you can keep like a pretty good pace, even if it takes a little while, it's not too bad. It also depends on like how actively you're playing in the moment too, because there's definitely those times when you're playing that you are like really focused on the game and you want something like very active happening, and there's other times that you're kind of just, you know, line something up, put the worker to work, and you kind of just watch the farm. And so where some crops are very slow to get through. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and switch vehicles real fast to empty that out. So you're having one of those things that just takes a long while. It can be just, you know, perfectly fine to go with the other vehicle and all that. What I'm hoping here is that when we fill up this trailer, I'm going to try to avoid... Well, no, I'm going to have to sell, aren't I? I was going to try and delay selling it so we can get as much as possible of these peas up in this harvester before it's considered done, just so I could sell as much to make as much money as possible out of this contract, since it's one that's taken us so long.
Thank you DR Grip Respect for subscribing for 3 months.
Thank you, Dr. Grip Respect, for the Prime Gaming sub. It's 3 months been sub to channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement reviewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you again for that support. Alright, so I'm going to hope that we sell this trailer real fast, and that after we sell this trailer of goods, that's not enough to push the percent far enough that we can't finish harvesting this. I would like to finish harvesting this field because that that's easily a couple $1,000s more worth of peas. And we could get that plus the payout of this. We could potentially push ourselves pretty close to $20,000 for that contract. I don't think we'll get to 20,000, but in that general area. And that'd be really good for like, okay, that contract took a long time, but $20,000 or so would be pretty swell. But my hope with this, though, is we'll sell this, and that I would need to sell one more load to make it count. You'd stop mid-dumping? Right, but I wouldn't know exactly where to draw the line with it kind of thing. Because unfortunately I have to empty that thing out quite a bit, and I don't want to have to do extra laps. I'm going to try dropping this one off. If it does look like it's going to start rolling over to like 95% or so, we'll cancel it out and try and keep it for as long as possible, but we'll see. Because either way, this is almost full, and I've got more than one more harvester load still there. That's fine, we'll just do it through. 91% transported. Okay, that would imply I still need to transport 9%, so I should need to... Like, I shouldn't be able to finish the contract without taking another trailer load. Let's see, can you start a contract and have the NPC take over? Or do you always have to set them up on the field? You have to start them, but you can start them remotely. So I can go here, and I could grab a vehicle, and I could say, hey, vehicle here. I'd have to select the vehicle, but it's actively doing some, so it's being weird about me selecting it. But you'd select the vehicle, and I can go here and say, go harvest that field, this one, and you can actually have it drive over there and do it. But you do have to manually pop in and say, hey, go do the job. But you can do it via the map as opposed to having to physically drive the vehicle there. And even in Farm Sim 22, it was relatively good about getting the vehicles to the location, unless it was a map that you were customizing a lot. But like it was a map with pre-existing roads, and then modded maps were always a gamble on that one, because I think it's how they implement the roads, whether it was like the way the game expected or not, whether the pathing would work right or not. Okay. Let's actually make sure that got out of the way. It did not. But yeah, so you can sit there and say, go to the field. Alright, now that you're at the field, you know, start harvesting or baling or whatever needs doing in that moment. I didn't end up using that much though, even when my farms got big, because usually I'd had enough that I'd just drive the vehicle over to the field and say, okay, do it. But I know you could definitely, even if you still want to hop in the tractor and get things started manually, you can sit there and go, hey, harvester, go over to that field, and since the harvester's really slow, you can just take time. I think there may be undone part of land behind you. Undone part of land behind you. Oh, do you mean the harvester? The harvester did have, because it's following the terrain, all that, it does have 2 spots it was working on. And in this one, I'm not being careful, so like I am missing little bits of this. But because these are contracts, I don't have to 100% them. I don't get paid extra for doing so either. It's literally doing it until I've hit a satisfactory percent that they're like, yeah, that's fine. So cutting corners and being sloppy and all that in the contracts, like literally the moment you hit 100%, your stuff will shut off. So you physically can't make it perfectly clean with the contracts. Missing things? Listen, that's the last straw. I mean, in this case, it's the middle straw, but it will be the last straw when I stop picking up the straw. Solid pun. You get a gold star. It's one of those like really cheap gold stars. Like the sticky part really doesn't work well, so it's probably gonna just like, you know, you get it. It's gonna pop right back off the moment you like sweat or something. But it's the thought that counts, right? The highly discounted thought. It's a Party City gold star. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They're like, yes, I liked the P joke. It was good. That cracked up the follow, like the calling out being followed after the joke. It seems that you've been harvesting peas for ages. Yes, the peas are definitely, we are finding one of the crops that are not the fastest to harvest. There are some crops that you can harvest a lot very quickly, and there are some crops that don't work so well when it comes to speed things. The new rapper, P Money. Not available on all platforms. Very, very selective platforms that that particular artist is available on. Advertisers hate him. Alright, so you got to empty this thing out again. Moving on from all of that. But yeah. But no, like, for example, when you're playing the game, so all the stuff like wheat and barley and canola, those harvest very, very quickly. Corn and sunflowers are also very quick harvesting ones. You can get very large volumes in a very small amount of time. Whereas then you have the crops like the parsnips and carrots and all that are on the other end of the spectrum, where you get very low volumes with a lot of effort. And it does seem like the peas are... They're not as bad as the carrots and parsnips for volume. Because we really think about it, I filled up this trailer like full, probably 4 times now, if not more. So like, it's not a terrible volume, but it's like you're getting a decent volume out of the area, and it's just very slow on finishing the area. But that's where like you'll have some people who love certain crops in the game and some people who cannot stand certain crops in the game. Like very, very genuinely, the carrots and the parsnips were very polarizing in 22, where there were people who thought it was a wonderful thing, it was a nice relaxing thing to engage in, and then there was people who were ripping out their hair going, oh my god, please stop. A big part of that is if you got the smallest of the vegetable harvesters, that one, it was cool in the sense that it was the only one we've had where you actually, like, you get a crate, you start harvesting, and you just ditch the crate off the back, and then you get another crate. But you did have to buy the crate manually every time, which is just like, there was a shortcut key, so you'd hit, like, this button and that button, a new crate would appear. But it just was one of those ones that in practice you would drive a little ways, and then you'd stop, you kick the crate off, and then you drive a little ways, and you kick the crate off, and you drive a little ways, and you kick the crate off. And the thing that really hurt it, though, was the width of your harvesting head on that. Was it like 0.6 meters? Like, it was like these 2 little tangs, just enough that could go over like the top of 1 or 2 rows of carrots. And you had to do the whole field that way. So that was easily the slowest crop in the entire game. And it could get pretty rough. If you did a field like this size, all the other parts of the process went nice and smoothly, and then you'd go to harvest and you go, what have I done to myself? Yeah, you can't stand those implements that are like 3 feet wide is the biggest one. Yep. Yes, the one that had the crates on it wasn't bad, but it was horrible getting the correct line. And then the line didn't match up visually. You'd have heaps of missed crops, everything that looked clear. Yeah. And you could get like the really, really big one for doing the carrots, like the giant harvester there, which is still, I think, only like 6 or 8 meters wide. Which is still relatively small for a harvester, so far as width. The problem with it was, it had no internal storage, which means you either had to have a worker working on it and try to manage keeping your trailer next to them, which, depending on the field, would sometimes go very smoothly and sometimes it'd be begging to just scream into the sky. Like, it really depended. Also, like, it also depended on the height of your trailer. The shorter the height of your trailer, the far more forgiving it was. But then you have like these irregular shaped fields, and that was just rough. Especially in 22, the AI was a bit dodgy. And so that one was pretty rough. That one was a decent amount of fun with friends, because you'd be trying to get everything into position. But with the AI, that got pretty rough at times. Like, that's the ones I'm curious to test, like, not on a field that's, like, right against the highway, because we tried that and it didn't work well, and the contract gave me a really tall trailer, which was, like, the worst combination. But getting a squattier, wider trailer, and trying to do that again with the AI with, like, a field with a bit more room around it, I think it might actually go relatively well. The only place it'd be difficult is just in the corners where it tries to do like the little round thing. I think you would want to go through and manually be like, hey man, don't do that. Like do just the rows, don't do the header fields or whatever. You'd want to change the configuration on the AI to deliberately avoid that. But it's definitely going to be better than the last one. It's just whether or not it's going to feel good. But that's very specifically the vegetables and parsnips, because the equipment's designed to be realistic. Yeah, for me, honestly, the worst part of the one of the crates wasn't even the harvesting part. It was the cleanup. If you weren't using the autoloader mod, the amount of time you'd spend with a forklift was rough. And they were also extremely heavy. Like, was just like extremely heavy when you got like a full load of carrots. So you'd be riding around with the tractor, you'd have a counterweight on it, and you could pick up maybe 2 crates before you do the whole thing where the tractor just wants to flip forward onto its front when you go to pick it up. Which that's a matter of, you can buy a proper forklift that's got the extra weight, or, you know, a skid loader or whatever, and that'll fare much better. But it was just one of those things that you had to watch out for. So the contract gave you a tall trailer with a low loader. I guess you really can't beat that. Well, that's the thing. The contracts do have an RNG around what equipment they give, and I like that, for the record. I think that's a good thing, that they do that, because it's a good way to get you to try a bunch of different equipment. So you don't make the mistake like I did when I was really new to the game, that in Farm Sim 22, I had done the Silver Run map, and we were just cutting down all the trees to like clear farmland and making just absolutely ridiculous amounts of money. And so I just bought the highest horsepower tractor there was in the game, but it was one of those tractors that has like the pivot point in the middle, and came to find I do not like the tractors that pivot in the middle. Like, it's just the way they drive, I am just not a fan of. So it's good to get some of those things in the contract, so you get like this tractor, like, what is this tractor? I never want to touch it again. Because it's not a bad tractor, it's just the driving preference is counter to what you enjoy. And just the same, you might get a tractor like, what is this tractor? I really like it. Like, this is a heckin' nice tractor. Or I think more realistically, like, oh, plows. Maybe I don't like plows. I'd rather use a cultivator or a harrower or whatever. So, you know, going, hey, this one thing I don't like, let me use the alternative to that thing. But as a new player to Farm Sim, the controls and just overall amount of information to absorb is overwhelming. It is. And generally speaking, it is one of those things that is a particular difficulty. It's a difficulty in the genre to begin with, just the simulation genre. Is the whole lots of information, lots of controls, and you just got to kind of figure it out. As well as difficulty getting into the game with the first part. Because it is worthwhile. Like, there's a certain argument in learning and discovery in the game is good and fun, and you want that. And then there's a certain amount of, yes, but also basic game mechanics you shouldn't have to, like, pull up a YouTube guide to learn. And it is not... It's a thing that happens in the genre at large, and Farm Sim is no exception to that. The articulated tractors are the key factor that encourages you to get a wheel for Farm Sim. They are horrible to drive with the keyboard. Yeah, no, the articulated tractors are in my opinion, like, they're not bad, but they don't feel good to drive for me. And again, keyboard and mouse, which might be why they don't feel good to drive for me. But I also know people who do really like them. But yeah, so far as, for me personally, it's like, nah, this is not a good time. They aren't best of the steering wheel either. Yeah. Oh, I might actually have to do the cleanup. We'll see. I'm at like 1% from done. Alright, so we gotta touch up a couple of these spots I missed. There we go. Alright, so with that, we can go to our baling contract. And you're doing that last little bit. That'll be good. Imagine not, but you'd think it should be able to drive smoother. Rather than the jerky tappa tappa tappa. Yeah. Well, I mean, even the other tractors like the keyboard and mouse, you do have to make lots of corrections. That's kind of what I think the steering assist does the most, is you'll get to the point of trying to drive straight. And if you look like down in that corner over there, let me kind of give you a show. So right now, once we hit exactly 90 degrees. So right now, I am facing exactly west. I'm at 90 degrees facing exactly west. And it becomes a thing of being like, nope, gotta adjust. So we're at exactly west. Nope, slightly off. Slightly off. So you get the idea. There's lots of adjusting. When you get like the keyboard and all where you have like a little bit of a joystick, there's a little bit more mercy because when you're talking analog, sorry, I mean it's not analog, it's all digital these days. But when you're talking like a controller thumbstick kind of thing versus a button, it's either on or off. So this will complete the harvest spinach, peas, green beans, and rice. It's completed all but the rice. I do have a rice field, but it's completed all of the others. I mean, technically it completed the moment I was starting harvesting, but I wanted to get my money from my contracts because money. Was there no NPC rice field? Not that's been available for me to harvest. The last year it just withered. But I haven't seen the option to harvest it. So we can drop this off, and it should give me 15,000 for the actual contract. And then I am hoping I'll get a little bit extra, because we only have 1% more to drop off to complete it, and I got 32% inside here. So I'm imagining it'll probably be like 5, 6, 7% or something like that. Should be what I need to finish the contract. And then the rest should be, you know, my own pocket money. So I am expecting to actually get a pretty good payday out of that. So for as slow as those peas were, it does seem like we should get decent pay. You love how you keep ignoring the one-way roads? Hey man, I'm a farmer, we don't have laws. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. The moment you get involved with the commercial license, all of the rules get much stricter. But, hear me out, I'm bigger than they are. And also, this is the lease, and I don't have to pay for damages on it, so, you know, it's not my problem. So how much will I make in the harvest as the extra? Oh, that's looking promising. We got about 6,000 extra money on top of the payout for the harvest. So actually, all things considered, that did pay us relatively well on the other side of it. So we've got a small field of sorghum. That said, I don't think I want to engage with another one of peas right now. The money's not wrong, but that was a pretty heckin' long one. So we've got a field to plow. We got 2 fields you could spray. We could wood transport, but the wood transport's with like the trailer I don't like as much. What is 329 S play? I don't know where you saw that. And so we needed how much for 36? Oh, spray mission? Yeah. So you get you'll spray like fertilizer or herbicide or whatever. But you usually have to buy the sprays, so you do get that money, but you also cut in there a little bit. Okay, so let's do just a couple more contracts, and the reason I'm thinking about that, yeah, so that's a pretty big sprayer.
Thank you, ABD Prayer, for gifting the sub to Fizzip.
And thank you, AVD Player, for gifting a tier 1 sub for Fizzip. Fizzip, you now have some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not, so thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Like, how tiny is that lot? Oh, it's microscopic.
Thank you, ABD Prayer, for subscribing for 2 months. Appreciate your answering my questions earlier, Rual.
No problem, ABD. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's 2 months you've been subbed to channel. I do appreciate that. But yeah, no, it's no problem. Even when I'm not in my own channel, like, if people are asking questions and I can answer them, I'm more than happy to do so. If I'm, like, actively there and able to. There's definitely a lot of times I'm lurking.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So let's see here. I don't really want to do a giant field with those. What field are you? You're not a huge field there. And there's 2 fields right next to each other. I'll do it. You gave me literally the same equipment too, so I'll borrow it for this one. You'll accept that one. So we are doing a bit more peas. Because if I get the money, we could set up the greenhouse today. In-game day. If we set up the greenhouse this in-game day, then that means we can start getting money from it. Were you aware the Sidekick audio doesn't come through in your VODs? Yes. Yeah, so it is a thing when it comes to the VODs. Anything that's involving a web browser or anything like that, I do have it not go through on the VOD. And that's just because of running into stuff like DMCA unsafe music, and then some of the stuff that can be disruptive, like what's all, you know, it's not so much a thing. I almost never click on links, but you know, I'll go to pull up something on YouTube to show something or whatever, and I don't want triggering any type of copyright issue or whatever. Or sometimes, you know, we get blasted ads from the YouTube side of things, and I want to make sure none of that gets through onto the VOD, because then the VOD can get muted and a whole bunch of stuff. I want to say even some of my alerts and all that don't come through on the VOD either. And Rual in the 5 stream streak. Catch the last 5 streams without missing any, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright, so the plan here is just to get this thing starting to pull the P's and all that. We've got 2 fields we got in the contract. I might even need to slow down time even more. That way we're not doing all this into the middle of the night. But with this contract done...
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
Do I have my dinner? Yes. And I will eat some of it during the next ad break. That way it's not disruptive to the stream. But thank you for the reminder. You thought some machines too? No. So when you change the time up here, the only thing it changes is the progression of the day, which does mean like daytime to sunset and how long the day goes, that gets slowed down. It actually does affect the rate you pay your employees. So it's actually one of those things that you can kind of manipulate to pay your employees less by just making time last longer, so you're paying them like the same per hour. You don't remember the exact details, but there were ways you could adjust time to save yourself a lot of money. Alright, so let's get this over there. And that's gonna start eating some money from us. That's okay. But then the plan for this is what we'll do is while that contract's going, we'll run down other contracts. We want to get the big greenhouse, like the regular style greenhouse, to go next to our rice greenhouse. Because with that, the moment I sell basically almost anything out of it, then we will have achieved the second of our objectives for Dare Drop on there. Which will be the... what is the name of that one? Which would be Hard Work Literally Pays Off. Is the name of that Dare Drop. And that one I don't have to do all of them, it's like any of them. So we'll do the sell and whatnot, and it'll be good. Okay. But yeah, and then what'll end up happening is like 2-3 days after each objective we complete, 2-3 days later, real life days, not in-game days, I'll have another key to give out. What's a Dare Drop? So Dare Drop is a website that basically what happens is content creators can sign up, and they'll be like, okay, here's a handful of objectives. And, you know, like, so where we have this objectives here, so I go, okay, if you harvest rice, then we will give you a key for the game and its DLC or whatever to give out. And sometimes the rewards are like DLC keys, and sometimes they're less interesting things like just a background image or whatever. But sometimes I'll go and do those to get keys for the audience. And the thing is, it's not, I don't get the key instantly, and that's the one thing I usually try to go on my way to specify. When the dare drop happens, it's not instantaneously. I'm like, all right, here's the key. I gotta wait till it gets verified, and that can sometimes be really quick, to like a half hour, a couple hours like that. The longest I've seen is about 2 days, and then we can turn those in. It also does pay creators to do all that, which for those who don't know why it's doing any of that, okay, it's literally the field next to the other two. But, it's, what'll happen is a company like, Giants, who's the creators of Farm Sim, will go and say, hey, Dare Drop, here is whatever their budget is, just get some people to play our game kind of thing, on stream to promote it. But what they'll also do is also have a points budget to it, and that equates to a thing where I can earn points just based on how many people tune in and watch for, like, whatever my, like, peak viewership is during the time for, over the course of 2 hours, that I can actually get compensated for it. So it's kind of like a sponsorship in that I can get paid, but the rates tend to be nowhere near as good as, like, when I actually have a dedicated sponsorship. But if I'm going to be playing Farm Sim anyways, and someone's willing to pay me to do it, I'm not going to say no. Content creation, not exactly the most lucrative thing on earth. So when you get yourself an extra little bit of lunch money tossed at you, not going to say no to that, if I'm going to be doing that thing anyways. Plus, it's kind of a fun way to give you objectives to be worth doing. Because I only grabbed the ones that I can get CD keys for you all for. But there were a whole bunch of other ones that, some of them are as simple as like, hey, finish the tutorial or, whatever. But I tried to grab ones a little bit more interesting, and we could go with that. So let's try and change this. Let's say, forget the head rows entirely. So it seems like eliminating the head rows doesn't seem to actually get rid of their gap that they have there. Like, I don't seem to be able to take that to the left, which is interesting to me. That's fine. Are you going to give me my lines? Oh, AI worker. Ah, there we go. There we go. Work direction. So we can change it. So you want to try to be a little bit more efficient. You could probably turn it, one of these ways or whatever. You could do the side offset. Yep. Because we're set to like 3 head rows. Honestly, for this, let's just do the 1. Doesn't work if you try to lower your weight instead of your plow. Okay. Why did you cancel out of that? Okay, it's one of these fields. I had this before, where with the plow specifically, because it's kind of offset in such a narrow diameter, on the outside, it kept kicking me out of being considered on the line because it kept detecting me as having left the field. It was just the head row that did that, though. It just basically means right on the edge here. Okay. Yeah, so this time I told it to just do one very small head row. And then we're going to go ahead and do the rest pretty easy. Then meanwhile, for our P field, we're already 20% done. Okay. But yeah, with how narrow the plow is, that's generally why people prefer using stuff like the cultivators that, and only plowing when they actually have to. Because it's one, the angle makes it so, like, when you turn, so because I'm turning left, it actually kind of, like, swings it out of the field, so it makes for a narrower profile on it. Which kind of sucks. It's off-centered, so like you have to deal with the off-centeredness of it, which isn't that big a deal. They're usually very narrow compared to the alternative options of tools for like similar tasks. So generally speaking, a lot of times people will prefer the other options over the plow. And you can get bigger than that, it's just the biggest plow is still usually quite a bit smaller than like the biggest cultivator and that kind of stuff. And then, you know, again, with it being an angle, the larger and larger it gets, the more extreme those, the stuff where, like I mentioned, the lineup and all that being a whole thing becomes. Alright, so now it shouldn't cancel out constantly. Okay. Yeah, so this field's gonna be a bit on the painful side. Because this is a pretty small plow for the field we're doing. But that's okay. Between this and the peas, you should have more than enough money for a greenhouse. And that'll give us yet another source of income. And so that'll all be good news. And they gave you a pretty weak tractor? Yep. This is definitely the guy who's like contracting out and being like, what is the cheapest we can pay to get the job done? Can I get away with a $5? No? Alright, well, what do I have to pay? It's about the only time you plow every season is in the early game, where I may not have all the weed management equipment. Sure, it takes long to plow, but it gets you a higher yield having no weeds. Yep. So gotta pick up the peas real fast. Would we be better if we use a tractor from the other one? I actually have no idea the horsepower on these tractors. And I have to actually look up which tractor was which and do all that. It'll be fine. I need you to finish whatever you're doing real fast so that you'll straighten out so I can pick up the peas. Okay. So gave themselves the full turnaround point. Because once you have a weeder, 100% cultivator over plow, other than when plowing is needed. Ideally a seeder that has a power harrower attachment, so you can cultivate and seed all at once. Maybe you can fertilize too. Yeah. Well, that's where we talked about earlier the discoverability of good and bad discoverability. To me, it's good discoverability that you're like, oh man, like I gotta do this step, and I gotta do this step, and I gotta do this step. Wait a second. This piece of equipment does 3 of these steps at the same time. That's good discoverability there. Versus knowing just when or how to do the general concept at any capacity. If you have to try and discover that, unless there's like an intuitive way to learn it in the game, versus, you know, having someone tell you or looking up a guide or whatever, or just happening to already be very knowledgeable on that particular industry. You know, that to me is bad game design if I have to go and figure that out. The classic, knowing in-game how to buy land, if I have to look that up, that's bad. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think that other tractor is way stronger than this one. Is it going to be interesting playing without precision farming again? Back to having to fertilize twice rather than a single application? Yeah. I do wonder if precision farming is coming back or not. Because, like, it was like a mod, but it was a mod that was, like, made by giants and all that. And it could just be that, you know, it's going to be coming kind of thing. It's just not here yet. And if I really wanted to push to try and make this way faster, what I could have done as well is instead of having these go up and down the hill, I could have had it go horizontally across the hill. So instead of going up the elevation with every single pass, it would be one of those things that you just have to go with that. Alright, okay, so nothing to worry about right now. Make sure all the YouTube stuff is going well. Cool, cool. Because keeping track of the dare drops, I'm running out of screen real estate for all of that. So I've got, like, YouTube chat up over here, but, like, the YouTube feed to make sure the stream's even still working is kind of buried under a bunch of other stuff. I only got so many screens to work with. So something had to give. Alright. Okay. So do you expect it will return to the Giants mod? Honestly, it's something that could be added to the game difficulty options, thus be stock. Yeah. I can see something like that. Just have it like realism or whatever difficulty settings where you have to like manage a lot more stuff and all that. Okay. Oh, and for those who didn't catch what that link pinned on the top of chat on Twitch is, that is just, it's a thing that will take you to the Steam page for the game. I do not get a kickback if you buy the game through that link, but if you click that link to like check out the game and all that, it is something that, you know, they are aware of that does, you know, make me look good kind of thing. So it does support the channel in that regard that, you know, in the future, if they're considering, oh, should we get a sponsorship or something like that? Oh, hey, this person is someone that, you know, going and having our game on their channel resulted in people clicking through and maybe or maybe not buying the game. Like they did their step of the equation to help get the eyeballs on the game. It basically does help with stuff like getting future sponsorships and that kind of thing. So on and so forth. All right. I wonder with the guidelines with the vegetables how hard that's got to be. Because like the really narrow one, your working area is such a narrow spot. I imagine it'd be very difficult to get it to lock in on the right one. It'd still be better than not having it. But I'm definitely noticing with this guidance thing, the narrower and narrow these routes get, the harder and harder it is to go and lock onto the one you actually want. And these really small plows are the ones I am finding are the narrowest ones I've dealt with so far. But I do know that I think as far as working width, the smallest harvester for the root crops, I believe, is the smallest width for any tool in the vanilla game. Like I know when you start getting into mods and all that, you get to like the little hand plow and all that. That is you know, like 1/3 of a meter wide or whatever. But that's mods, and I don't take those into consideration when I look at all that kind of stuff. Because mods will do all sorts of weird stuff, good, bad, and otherwise. What is going to happen here in about 7 minutes is we will get stuck with an ad break. During that, we'll still keep stuff running here, but I'm going to mute the mic and I'm going to eat a little bit of my food while things are going up. Let's see, do you know the purpose of hedgerow and real-life farming? So hedgerow and real-life farming, if I'm not mistaken, is so, say for example, like say like I have a fence or some other things on the outside of my field, it means I can basically keep my tractor on, well, or whatever equipment, on the field without having to like go off the side, across the street, and back out, and doing that kind of stuff. So it gives me a way to do a lot of stuff while maintaining on the field and all that. Because in this case, like I got flat ground around here, but otherwise I might have a fence, I might have like pumps or whatever, like irrigation equipment or whatever around the field that you do not want the tractors going like way off the side of the field and have to dodge all that stuff. That's my understanding of its purpose. And you saw where we were like, you're sniping with the harvester, you make like the little side circle areas. That's the same thing, so the harvester can go over there and turn around in that harvest, like in that spot to go up the next row. Again, without leaving the field. It also lets you square off the field as well. It also lets you drive vehicles that are not street legal. Yeah, that makes sense as well. But yeah, I could also see where I had made the comment when I was playing this way back and like I was fairly new to it, that I made the comment about like I could only imagine how difficult it would be to square off a field and all that. And it was one of those things that the person's like, well, for one, like, genuinely the end of fields are actually not really square off. They could be all sorts of weird shapes because you're just going to do what you do with whatever tool, and you're not going to worry about, like, having a crisp line across the edge of your field. You're just going to go with all that. Yeah, and head fields is also for being able to drive, harvest the entire crop without destroying the crop by driving through the crop. Yep, that too. But yeah, so it's a way of not having to drive over your own crop or leave the field and all that kind of stuff. You know, for a variety of reasons. You know, street legalness, having your various tools that maybe you don't have to, like, pick up and drop down all the time. Like, this one you need to pick up and drop down doing every turn and all that. But if you're on dirt, certain tools, it wouldn't matter. Avoid making too much a mess outside of your field. Avoid dragging dirt out of your field and everywhere around your field, so now you're losing lots of good, rich soil. This is why you do all your farming with only drones. You don't have to worry about most of that stuff. Has drone technology gotten to the point that you could legitimately farm with drones? I mean, I can see individual tasks. Like, I could see, for example, spraying pesticide being drone controlled. But I can't imagine you could harvest with drones at any reasonable capacity. Just because of weight. You sincerely doubt it? That's what I was like. It's like I could see individual specific operations that could result in being used by drones, but it wouldn't be many. Just because the weight capacity of a drone is very low. And it would just probably be cheaper and more efficient to, you know, have a glorified truck with a big wedge on the front of it or something, versus trying to have a drone. Generally, the number of headlands lamps you do will be based on the turning radius of the vehicle and your towed equipment. The longer your equipment, the more headlands you do. Yep. Which is why a lot of the things when we're doing our big harvester, it's like, how many head rows do you want? 3. Because that thing is like, you know, probably 40, 50, 60 feet long by 20-ish feet wide. You know, and then we get like a, like the harvester that's, you know, the wheat harvester with like the super large head to them. You know, those things in the game are like, what is it, like 36 meters wide? So you're starting to get into like over 100 feet wide. You know, basically the width of multiple like homes wide. All right. I think the machinery that's impressed me most, like agricultural machinery, is absolutely ridiculous in its own right. I think the actual machine I've seen in person that impressed me the most is like the big like strip mining style of like big dump truck. It's like someone just took like a dump truck you'd see driving around on city roads and just grabbed it by the corners and like a program just went, and bigger. Where you stand up next to it and like the bottom part of the rubber for the wheel. So just like you have your wheel, it's got, you know, a little bit of rubber below the rim and a little bit of rubber above it. By a little, I mean it's like 6 feet. And so me standing at height, just the rubber that is below the rim was taller than I am. And I'm over 6 feet tall. I am not a ridiculously tall person, but I am a tall person. And like looking at just the bottom part of the tire and just being like, you up there. It's just a weird frame of reference. Unit spraying, you need drones, the equivalent of military drones to deliver payloads. It's likely you'll be able to spray more than 1 acre, if that. Well, yeah, no, the idea would be the drone would have to, like, go out, spray, come back, refill, go out, spray, come back, refill, go out, spray, come back, refill, that kind of thing. Kind of like when they would spray the fields with planes. Think of the follow. Welcome to the stream. When you'd have, like, fields get sprayed by single prop planes. They do the thing where they like sweep over the field and then they spray behind it. And then, you know, have to go back and get another load and they'll do like the next couple rows worth. We apparently got off the line. Yeah, so that this released today. Did you need to do, let's see. Oh yeah, this released today, right? Did you... You don't know what autocorrect did there. Yeah, no, I was a little confused. It actually looks more like, instead of an autocorrect problem, it looks more like sometimes you'll type and it'll like move the cursor into a wrong place. So like the words are right, but they're in the wrong order. Do you have to need save or anything? For me, like, it just moved forward, like, and for the record, yeah, no, I didn't need to do a new save, like, and for the record, what I actually ended up doing is I was given a key as a Giant Software partner for the Giant Software Store version. I genuinely very much prefer Steam, and it's, for the record, their store version does not have a launcher or anything like that. You just open the game and it opens. So it's not like Origin or Escape from Tarkov or any of those other ones where you've got that stupid launcher or anything like that. You just double-click, you're in the game. But even with that, I much prefer the Steam version, so I actually did buy the Steam version. So this, well, the last 3 days I've been playing on one that the devs gave me a key for. Today I'm playing on a version that I bought the key for. I didn't have to move my saves. I didn't even have to change configurations. I literally just opened the game with Steam. It's just like, and everything was just there. Which is what I expected, but you never know when it's like you have to go and grab like a config file and, you know, move it from one spot to the other kind of thing or whatever. That does happen. So you're still cruising along. But yeah, but we are doing dare drops today, and we're doing pretty good. We've got the third objective. I've got everything but the rice done. And when we finish these 2 contracts, I'll have everything I need to do the second objective. And then the first objective and the third objective, getting the last thing on there is just, we've already got a rice field. I've just got to wait for it to be time to seed and then harvest it. Because unfortunately, I did harvest it right at the end of yesterday's stream. Which means I have to wait for, like, it to get the whole way around to being grown again. Build the temple. Yeah, so with the new maps in the game, they do have, if people played the DLC that had Silver Run in it, the Silver Run, the map from Farm Sim 22, did have a whole thing where there's this broken up, like, is this, you know, this roller coaster that fell into disrepair and all that kind of stuff. And you could bring a bunch of materials and they would rebuild the roller coaster, and once you rebuilt it, you could go to town and you could see this roller coaster doing roller coaster things in the middle of town. And so it's kind of this cool project to expand the town kind of deal. They have added that to at least 2 of the 3 maps we've got going on this one. And so this one, we are in a non-specific Eastern Asia location that a lot of people be like, oh, it's Japan. But then when you look at its name is actually Indonesian. So it's like, exactly where is it? Eastern Asian. But they do have a temple similar to like those you'd see in Japan. But like right now it's just a foundation. But you can get the temple built on there. Like, I want to say the city's name is Indonesian for, I want to say, was it Coastal Forest, I think was what the name meant? I totally missed the ad break. Playing Farm Sim while watching your stream is amazing. Well, thank you. How's the game so far? I've been having a very good time with it. If you enjoyed the past Farm Sim titles, you know what to expect. It's that. But that said, they have added a lot. Like, you can see, like, the terrain deformation where I'm leaving these big grooves while I'm plowing from the last, like, row. You can also leave those in your wheels when you're just driving in the mud and all that kind of stuff. We've got our steering assistance here, which this is not a mod. This is based in the game. So, hands-off, driving straight. It's not full-on autopilot. I do have to, like, take it to the other side of the field, get it vaguely lined up, and they'll straighten it up to where it needs to be if I turn it on. The AI is better in this version than it was in 22, so how much better? We haven't tested everything yet, but so far, I have yet to have the AI just drive up to the edge of the field and go, I don't know what to do, and then cancel out of the job. I have had one case where, for some reason, it couldn't detect a specific field. That's probably just an issue on the map they'll likely fix. But otherwise, I've had mostly good experience with the AI in this one, which 22's AI was pretty rough at times. The graphics are way better, which the thing I have been suggesting to a whole lot of people is, we've had people being like, oh, the graphics look the exact same. It's like, yeah, you're watching a stream with video compression in 1080p from a person who is streaming it on less than the highest settings, because it's really hard to stream at the highest settings and have the stream run at all well. But if you're running on like very high and ultra graphics on your local machine, there's no comparison. Twitch won't even show 1080p anyways? You can get 1080p on... I'm pretty sure we're running on 1080p. I was gonna say, 1080p it does. If you want better than 1080p, then you start getting into where you gotta have some silly bit rates. You are not wrong about the bitrate support. That it does support like 6K bitrate. But is here 6 or 8K? But yeah, no, it's 1080p. That's supported. It's when you go over 1080p that it no longer supports it. Yet. Like, we actually do have a thing that's coming that there are limited numbers of content creators right now. And the limited number of content creators can go up to 4K video, but they have to do all the encoding on their local machine and all that. I would not expect to see a lot of people running the 4K or even the high, like even the ones up to 4K that are over it. One, because for as much of a system load as encoding can already be on your machine, that's going to be way, way more rough on your computer and all that. But if you look at the 1080p video without compression versus Twitch 1080p, well, yeah, but that's streaming video. Streaming video is always going to have compression. YouTube has compression. Twitch has compression. Yeah, of course. That's just the nature of how it is. Has he been in the let's see. You've been in the 4K test stream, and it crashed the browser, not the player, not the Twitch tab. The entire browser was wild. Yeah. But yeah, no, there's almost no platforms that will allow you to stream video at those higher rates and everything. And if you do, you're probably going to be paying out the nose for that one to offset the big cost. Yeah, because Twitch cuts it off, it's expensive as heck for them. Oh yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying is literally almost every content platform does the exact same thing. Because one, you usually can't notice that big of a difference on stream, because it also gets into a whole lot of other tech that you have to worry about. And then you have video compression and all that you gotta worry about. And so there's just not really a big reason to support the higher ones. Like, even when you look at stuff like Netflix and all that, which lets you go way higher and all that, resolutions and all that, even they really limit stuff. Would be good for esports? Yeah, but no one cares about esports. I'm teasing. You really wish they would be, close the 1080p 10K bitrate? Yeah, I don't particularly have a big issue, but I do understand there are games that are graphically very involved. Like, I know Path of Exile, for example, can get pretty chunky at times. On the current settings, it's just way too much visual noise that the bitrate just eventually screams. And that's not even necessarily, and that's like the video compression side of it. That when there's just so many different colors and all that flying across the screen at all times, eventually the encoding just kind of throws its hand in the air and goes, I don't know what to do with this. Let's see, a streaming service who offers like 480p and 720p is not worth it to you. Well, yeah, but I'm pretty sure Netflix handles more than 1080p as well. I don't think it's much more. I mean, these days, if you're talking video, how do you drive in a straight line? The base sub for Netflix is 720p. But yeah, if you hold D, there's this thing called steering assist. So you have AI worker and you have steering assist. You can turn on steering assist. And the way this works is, let me get to the end of the row before we start a new one. Is you see how we have all those stripes on the ground? That's the steering assist telling me where we could like lock on. Oh yeah, sorry, H on QWERTY. I'm not using QWERTY keyboard. Yes, my apology. H on QWERTY. And so you see that orange line there? That's telling where it's going to line up for. So now I would hit H. And that's the same button that'll turn on your AI worker if you don't set it to the steering assist. And so now it's going to try and follow that line. I still have to tell it to go. So I turn on cruise control and it will correct itself there. The only issue I have found with it, if you're using a really, really, really narrow tool, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes. It'll like skip out of it and all that. You have checked the bunch streams? Yeah, no, I'm running on literally the maximum bitrate that Twitch supports. But that's also a thing you run into as a content creator, that sometimes your local internet just isn't going to support you uploading that high. Unfortunately, like for example, if you're using cable internet, which is the only option available for a lot of people, the upload speeds are just kind of garbage. And most of the time, those cable upload speeds will not let you run it at like a 6K bitrate. But I also full-time do this for a living, so, you know, there's a lot of work that goes in. Green and blue are hard to code as well. Yeah. Well, that's what I was making the comment about all the colors, is when you have a very color-rich game, the more variation of colors and the green and blue all add. Because you're from the Netherlands, you had to go to 1 gig up and down, €40 a month, fiber. Yeah, so here in the US, quite often you'll get, like, what would you think? Like 100, like if you're in the more rural areas, you can probably get like 120 megabyte up and down, or sorry, up with like 15 down, and you're gonna be spending somewhere in the area of like 100, like 80 to 120 USD for the more rural areas, because there's no competition, so they absolutely gouge you through the nose. And then if you get to the more developed parts of the country, like you're by like a tech hub or whatever, then usually you can get fiber 1 gig up and down. But yeah, that'll be probably be closer to like 80 to 100 or something like that. You know, give or take a lot of wiggle room there. In Australia, you pay $100, 50 down, 1 up. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that the less options you have, usually the worse the experience is. That's Australian dollars. Yeah, but that'd still be like $70, $80 USD. And getting 50 down, 10 up for $80 is still get on the phone and start using a bunch of four-letter words that aren't used in polite company kind of situation. 65 USD? Alright, well, it's not as bad. Still, getting that type of connection for $65, I'm still would be pretty upset about it. You're using your phone USB tether, 28 a month? Yeah. I'm always jealous of places that have like very, very competitive internet companies and all that. Because then you hear about, it's like, oh yeah, it cost me $40 a month to get like 10 times your speed, and you're like, you know what? I'm happy for you, but I'm also pretty upset. Mostly because I know I'm getting screwed. I actually have relatively good internet these days. One get down, 500 up for 112 New Zealand dollars. I have no idea what the conversion rate between New Zealand dollars is to US to have any scope of what we're talking. But yeah, no, it's usually the closer you are. 1.6 times? Okay, so you're probably talking $70, $80? I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Google is your friend? Yeah, we didn't get Google where we're at. It's just not available. But one of the other telcos, because the area I'm in started getting very competitive, that there was like 5 or 6 different telcos fighting, and then I think 3 of them were doing fiber. Or sorry, 3 of, like, there was 5 of them showed up in the area. There's like the 2 really big established players, who were raking everyone over the coals money-wise. And we had 3 others show up in the area trying to, like, make a move. And one of them introduced fiber. And so 2 of the others introduced fiber. And then they started competing. And we actually got relatively good prices here. Now, compared to a lot of places in Europe and everything, the prices are still horrendously bad. But compared to prices here in the US, they're actually pretty solid. For the conversation, Google says it's $66.4 USD. That'd be better than what I'm paying. But sadly, Google is not an option. Like, originally, for a while, they said Google was going to move into the area, and then they just didn't. Which is probably Google is talking about it. 5 different competition, like 5 different competitors showed up, and they went, never mind. Let's see, you also heard that the US had caps and data uses before? Yeah, so different ISPs will have data caps. And different companies do them differently. Nowadays, most of the data caps, it isn't you hit, you know, whatever, like 100 gigabytes or whatever, and then just shuts off entirely. Nowadays, usually what happens is you hit your data cap and you get throttled, so they slow down your internet speed. I do not have a data cap. But that's very hit and miss depending on where you're at, and usually, again, the more out in the boonies you are, usually the more you're going to get price gouged on it. It's one of the reasons that even if I liked rural living, which isn't really for me, you know, no judgment for those who do live in those situations, everyone has their own preferences, rural communities really do get screwed on the utility end of things. Like, you hear about, it's like, oh man, you live in the city, you must pay so much for power or whatever. Like, I don't live city, but you must pay so much for power. And then you go out there, it's like, no, actually, living way out in the woods, you end up paying more for power a lot of times because they put so much of a surcharge on you for getting it all the way out there. And then there's even times with, like, water, it's like, what are your options? Well, you're going to be on well because you don't have the other option. And so, yeah, you have a lower monthly water bill, but then all of the infrastructure is yours to keep, and you have to keep your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your field, your sewage field, what's it called? I'm blanking on it. I used to have one. Like, when different house, I used to have one. I'm blanking on entirely. Septic field, that's the word. So you'd have your septic tank and your septic field. And then every couple of years, you'd have to have your septic field aerated or it all starts to back up and your plumbing stops working. And so it's still cheaper, but now you have all these different things you got to worry about and manage, and you got to make sure be extra careful about what you're putting into your sewage so you don't kill the bacteria in your septic field, thereby making it stop processing your goods. Your goods. Stop processing your leavings, your manure, and all the other stuff. But, and so it's like a whole thing. Yeah, poop. So you gotta be careful about what you put in there to not screw up your septic field. Because then they gotta shovel the whole thing up, go into the tank, purge the tank, get it all restabilized and all that. A lot of times you'll have to run your own water, which means your own water pump from a well, which means you have a whole thing, so when your power goes off, you have no water at all. And that's a whole thing. And I've been there in hurricanes. That's just not a good time. Really, it's really upsetting when you're on well water and you have no power because of a hurricane for, like, weeks. And, like, 1 or 2 streets over, you have people on city water, and they've had water the whole time. And that was definitely a case where phoned up the best friend and was like, hey, I'm coming over to your place and I'm taking a shower. This is not up for debate. I cannot go on without this. Like, I need this. Which they just laughed, it was fine. But it was like, this is not a negotiation here. This is happening. Because I can't take it anymore. Hey, CS, how's it going? But, Been playing for 16 hours straight. I did that in Factorio just a couple days ago to finish the game off. A 16 and a half hour stream. It was an experience. Very much enjoyed it, but also it was like, game's done, what am I doing? Bed. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, it's a bummer how much rural communities, and sometimes they get screwed because companies being awful. Like, genuinely, it is companies price gouging. And other times they get screwed just by the nature of you're away from everything, and giving you that infrastructure is very cost prohibitive, both on a maintenance and initial installation setup. And because of that, you end up getting less economical everything with a lot of that. And then sure, your housing is usually cheaper in rural situations and all that. Even stuff like gas ends up being a lot more expensive. That you go out some of the gas stations in the middle of nowhere and they charge a whole bunch more because, one, they know you don't have anywhere else to go. It's like, you want a different gas station? Too bad. This is the only one for 10, 20 miles. You don't like our rates? Too bad. See 10, 20 miles. Now, as a counter-argument, then you got, like, the gas station next to the airport, which charges usually 1.5 to almost double the rate of, like, the gas station 2 miles away. But if you're new to the area and you don't know any better, you go there and go, my god, the gas here is like $5. Well, yeah, that's because you're being price gouged at the airport. That's not the normal local rate. And that's pretty much universal everywhere where they don't have laws around how much you can charge for those things. Let's see here, though. It's though an experiment for you. In Australia, you have some very rural towns. Should taxpayers have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for infrastructure for 500 people who choose to live out there? Well, I mean, that's always a catch. Because, like, I was talking about private companies for the most part. Because when you're outside of municipal areas where you're no longer inside the city, there's no city to put the infrastructure in for you. That's something that some people who live in those situations like. I have no idea for how the structure works for Australia, one way or the other. But usually for that, we have stuff like your water's typically run by the city. And then power's usually localized monopolies and yada yada yada. Where it's not technically the local government or city, it's a private company. But, you know, because having 4 or 5 different companies trying to run overlapping infrastructure has its own nightmares, they get to enjoy having a certain amount of control, which has some pretty big negatives and, you know, also some positives. Because there is a lot of issues with overlapping infrastructure. That's the way it was before those. And there are places in the world where you can see like a bajillion wires flying across the telephone poles because there's 8 different companies trying to run overlapping power and internet and all that. So there's pros and cons. The big con is when they're not allowed to compete in any regard. That's when you get the real bad ones come out. Because that's when they will be as bad as the law allows them to be, and often perhaps a little past what the law technically allows, but they don't get caught. But yeah, so I can't speak for Australia. At least here, we would pay as taxpayers to run roads and all that out to those areas. That usually your local roads will be your city. Once you're outside the cities, now it's the responsibility of the county. And then, once you're outside of, like, if you're dealing with roads that are crossing a number of counties, usually that then falls on state. And then if you have, like, highways that go through the entire country or, like, big parts of the country, often that still does fall on the state, but often with some support from federal. Which, to all of those, makes sense. And we can be like, oh, well, we don't want to run that road out to the boonies. But usually that's not that big of your cost to begin with. and usually you still benefit economically from having those roads there. So it is an expense, but there's plenty worse things to deal with. It's kind of the same thought of people who don't want to put money into education because they don't have children in school kind of thing. It's like, well, you still benefit from it. Maybe not directly, but the entire economy benefits from having more educated people, that you end up having a more lucrative and balanced economy that's capable of more things and more quality doctors and everything else. So the argument of I don't benefit from it is like, but you do. You know, you could argue some people benefit from it more than others. Sure. There's some merit there. But you do benefit from it. Which is one thing that makes me really proud from some of the areas I've lived, that they'll be like, hey, we want to do more for our schools. Would people be okay if we increase the school budget by this amount? And it would require like a half-cent tax or whatever. And every one of the places I have lived have been like, yes, we would like to do that. And it has benefited our local economies tremendously. And it's not just once, that they will renew it like every other year. Or like, not every year, they'll continue to renew it every year. And it's like, yes. Sweet. But yeah, so generally speaking, the infrastructure thing mostly is worth doing it. There is some weird outliers where like someone has chosen to build their mansion on top of a mountain or whatever. And for that one, I'm like, yeah, no, that dude can pay for it themselves. But being out there a bit farther, either because there is a need for whatever is out there, you're a farmland or whatever, and that's where the agriculture happens because that's where the soil is. Yeah, obviously you benefit from the agriculture and all that, so yes, we should provide infrastructure for people doing those important jobs. We have situations here in the US where we basically told indigenous people to get the hell off the land and go into the middle of the desert. I have a certain amount of sympathy that, yes, I feel we should run the infrastructure if they want it. We are the ones who kind of told them they had to stay out there, if they wanted to continue being who they are. So, to me, I feel we kind of caused that problem. We have an obligation to, you know, deal with it. But, you know, people of incredible wealth who want to live out in the middle of nowhere and all that, they could pay their own. If it's like a resort area, you could pay your own. You've got the money. Just add a tax on that resort thing and have that pay for your infrastructure. That's my thought. It's totally fine if people disagree. We're all allowed to have our own opinions. But why pay for their own when they can get you to pay for it? Yep. I understand. And even then, for basic infrastructure, that's not something that would upset me that much. Like, it's not my preference. But it's also those things, like, I'm not going to lose sleep over that. Because as far as, like, large costs in the world, it's not that big compared to so many other things. And then, even then, arguably, there is some larger benefit. Again, barring the one individual singular person building a mansion in the mountain. That one I have a little bit more difficulty, but that's still a pill I'm willing to swallow so long as other things are getting funded. As long as infrastructure at large is getting funded and this one person isn't getting it at the expense of other infrastructure that needs doing. Like, prioritize. Alright, so we're gonna drop this off. I need to check where this is actually going before we start rolling out. Well, all of our goods are going to the canning place, so we're going to the canning place. Which is where I was heading, but I was like, you know, I didn't verify that. I probably should do that. I need to be going just here. It's not my field, not my problem. You're saying your platform for president for 2028 is infrastructure for all? I have zero interest in holding any form of political office. The closest I've done is got suckered into doing the HOA, like supporting that for a while. Which maps have floodable fields? Well, I know I would imagine I'd imagine all the new maps probably do, but I don't know that for a fact. I do know the East Asian one, you know, the East Asian map 100% has them. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Someone who doesn't want the office is usually the best candidate for it. But yeah, no, I got suckered into helping with the HOA. Like, we didn't have people running the HOA and all that. And they're like, hey, we're looking for more people. It's like, I want to help out my local community. That was a truly thankless job. And for the record, I wasn't the kind of person who went to your front lawn with the rulers like, how dare you? We mostly only went after people who, like, parked a car in their yard and, like, left it on blocks or something like that. We'd be like, look, man, I get you gotta do your car maintenance. You got a garage, you got a driveway, you got all this stuff. I don't think it's too much to ask for you to not leave your car in your front yard, you know, with parts strewn around the ground. So, like, we didn't really, like, we only had a handful of people we had to go in sight because, again, usually it was someone with that, and we'd usually still even warn you first, being like, hey, man, you got your car parked, like, not, oh, your tire is sitting slightly on the grass. No, your car is physically parked in the middle of your yard. Your driveway's empty, but you got your car parked in your yard, and it'd be like, hey, man, you gotta move your car. And the person would tell us to go F ourselves. I'm like, all right, well, there's your fine. We were being nice. The best one is we did that. They paid their fine, and then like a week later, they put their car right back in the middle of the yard and left it there. Like, they weren't like carrying groceries in or anything either. They would literally pull their car up to their door, get out of their car, and then walk in their door and leave it there. I'm like, I don't understand. Your driveway's closer. I'm like, do you hate your yard? Like, I don't get it. I'm so glad you don't have any form of HOA in New Zealand. I wish HOAs weren't a thing. Here in Florida, with the way our laws are, you basically, if your house is built since like the 70s, you have an HOA or you live in the middle of the swamp. There's really very little in between. But yeah, and it was just one of those things that people were always getting angry and uppity about literally everything. Not even like the people getting penalized for stuff. People be like, why don't we have a basketball court? Well, we are physically have property on everything that we own as the HOA. Well, why can't we build it by the power lines? That doesn't belong to our neighborhood. That belongs to the power company. We should put a basketball court there. We can't put a basketball court there. That's not our land. Well, we pay dues, so we should have a basketball court. I'm like, what do you want me to tell you? If we put it there, they're just going to bulldoze it, and then they're going to send us a bill for it. You need to do something about the fact that there's snakes in the neighborhood. You live in effing Florida. There's going to be snakes. What do you want me to do? You live next to a green belt that's a water, like a wetlands area. There's going to be snakes. There's physically no way for me to get rid of snakes. Like, I would bankrupt this entire community and we would still have snakes. You're saying that being a homer in New Zealand is only reserved for, like, the rich boomers? Yeah, I mean, we have, it's not quite that bad here, but we do have an issue where, it's actually been a thing that's been improving lately, like, that it was very much a generational issue where it's very difficult for younger people to get homes at all, but since there's been more and more and more pushback against things like, what the heck is the rental service? Oh man, I'm blanking on it. Where you could buy a property and rent it out to people. I am blanking on the name of it all of a sudden. I've even used it before, way back in the past. Airbnb, thank you. Because of like everyone buying up houses to rent them out in Airbnb, it was a real big issue for a while. And fortunately, well, not locally where I'm at, a lot of different areas have started making rules saying, as part of the deed, you are not allowed to Airbnb. Or as part of this neighborhood, you're not allowed to Airbnb. Or as part of this like county, only certain types of properties can be Airbnb. So they put like extreme restrictions on Airbnb and equivalents. And that has gone through and taken where houses have been just astronomically overinflated. And they're still pretty dang expensive. But it has taken a lot of the edge off of it. Because now people aren't just buying up property and then renting it out, and you just can't find it. Or you'll have like a lot of neighborhoods that say you can't do rental property here. Which does have negative side effects. But it's stopped everything becoming landlords and having people actually own stuff. Because you bought your house in 2018, your value has doubled? Yeah, mine is not unlike that. When did we buy our house? Would have been 2015, 2016 maybe? And they are all saying they are earning 2 or 3 times what they would be earning in New Zealand. Let's see. You know, I have no idea about the situation going to, in New Zealand or Australia's economies. But yeah, no, it's been a whole thing about pushing back against rental property and all that. So even though, again, like, where I'm at, most of those policies aren't in place, it's been good in that it's been having this really big chilling effect on those behaviors. And as a result, has been improving things even where those rules aren't. Like, I look forward to something like Airbnb going bankrupt and that whole industry just collapsing. Which I say as having stayed at an Airbnb and it being a completely lovely experience, but that's been a long time ago now, like 8 years. But like nowadays you look at the cost of Airbnb and you're like, man, that hotel is cheaper. And they don't expect me to, you know, sweep my own floors and all that afterwards. Okay, so contract-wise, we've got those two going. It's the same kind of thing with, like, Uber, though, and all that. A lot of places, nowadays, it's gone back to just taking a taxi as the more cost-effective thing than Uber was. Like, Uber used to be the cheap one. But, you know, as they started actually requiring them to obey basic labor laws, funny that, Uber is no longer cheaper. And even in places that don't do that, like, it's a premium thing, Uber is becoming absurdly expensive. Well, I don't want to deal with that. I should still have some solid fertilizer to do these two. So I can do that. I think it's literally the same equipment between both of them. Oh, right. Alright, well, we'll do this one. I forgot I have 2 contracts going right now. Yeah, no, it's a thing that, the reason they were able to outcompete taxis was, one, taxis were doing some pretty crappy stuff, if we're being honest. But outside of that, what was ending up happening was it was just allowing them to circumvent a lot of the rules that taxis had to obey. You know, and some of that was taxis' own doing, and some of that was, you know, other stuff. But as time has gone on, they've had to start obeying the same rules that taxis and all that do, which has increased their prices and all that. And then as they went public, they've also been trying to be more and more and more profitable as well, so they've been raising their prices independent of any pressures from taxis and all that. That, you know, nowadays you get an Uber in like Vegas or something, and you're going to be out $120 or something for a short ride. You're like, oh my god. Not that the taxis are a whole lot cheaper. Okay. Oh, it's literally like right here in front of me. Let's see, for the last 30 years or so, you've had tax breaks on certain investment properties in Australia. And that has made out the property market to be the second most expensive in the world. Yeah, there are places here in the US that we've had all sorts of special incentives for people to buy property that didn't take into consideration, is this like your first, second, third property or anything like that. But luckily, we are seeing a lot of places doing away with those here, which is creating some level of volatility. But also, that volatility has made room for younger people to actually be able to buy a house. And is like the lowest land to population ratio. You're saying it has the lowest number of people per land? Is that what you're saying? I would assume, because it would definitely be incorrect the other way around. Yeah. Just the way it read, it sounded like it meant it the other way. I'm like, there's no way that's right. But yeah, no, I believe that. I mean, to be fair, one thing going with Australia, though, is like the entire middle of the country is a desert. So living there is extremely difficult. And then New Zealand is very protective of its environment, so I know they deliberately keep their population density in the area it is as best they can, which I respect that. It does have lots of side effects, but actually being like, hey, let's not screw this up. Especially with that being one of its primary tourist draws, which is its primary economy last I checked. You know, I respect them actually having the forethought to be like, hey, if we ruin this, it's gonna be a real big problem. Yeah, or being an island country already makes it worse. Yeah, already has a lot of limitations you face that you gotta import way more than a lot of other people. And that the cost of exporting your goods is higher than, like, you know, for example, exporting something from here in the US to Canada is relatively cheap because you can just send a train up. Versus having to, like, take a train over to the coast, to drop it on a boat, to take the boat up there, to load it back up onto a train, to go up to the next coast, yada yada. You're saying, did they take your feedback about the ad fertilizer? Well, the fertilizer texture has always existed. The thing that was the issue was when you have crops that are grown that you cannot see the ground because, you know, these big bushy crops on it. It's in that particular scenario, then you run into the problems where you're like, I don't know if I fertilize it or not. But we did come to the discovery that the lines I've already followed using this, they turn gray after you followed them, which does solve that problem. Not in the way I had stated it, but, you know, that was already resolved. That I was unaware of that. But yeah, no, the fertilizer issue is only, like, when you fertilizer after you've gotten a stage or two in, so you've got some fairly green plants, that sometimes the ground's hard to make out through the plants. Same policy as everywhere else? Yeah, you're not wrong. Alright. Just gotta do that one last area over here. And then the thing is, we do want to make sure not to, not to just immediately finish this contract. Because what I want to do... I missed a spot over here. What I want to do is drop back off the fertilizer so I don't have to buy it again. Alright, so where did I miss? So I missed somewhere here. Let's bring up the map and actually look at it on the map, because we can use that to see it. Okay, so you're right here. We could change you to... Alright, so I'm missing the very corner over here and the very corner on the opposite end. I probably don't need to do both. I probably just need to go like that. Alright, I guess I do need to both. And we're missing the very corner way over here on the other end. This one I actually want me to be better about, really for realsies, you know, getting it all done. Okay, so contract finished. I need to grab the peas. Alright, you're gonna be a difficult spot for a moment. It'll be good when you get these paid up, because both of the contracts that this worker's been doing have been about 6,000 each. And my hope is if it goes as well as the last one did, we should be able to make a couple thousand extra on top of it for the surplus crop. Alright, meanwhile, I just need to go right over here. I'm going to drop off our surplus fertilizer so I don't waste that money. Finish that contract, it will take on the next one. I actually very genuinely like this really little fertilizer spreader as opposed to like the really big ones. The downside is I don't think this one does lime, which is a cost. Yep, so we got you. That's a bit more money. All right. Yes, that one would be good if it wasn't that one machine that's really not my favorite. We've got more harvesting stuff, but I think it's all root crops. Well, it's root crops and sorghum. The sorghum's the one that doesn't pay hardly at all. It is right here, though. I'll go and knock out the sorghum. It's not a lot of money, but it's low effort money. So yeah. Because yeah, I'm trying to get the greenhouse this in-game day. So yeah, one of the new things in the game, you'll notice my harvester is kind of leaning one way and the header is kind of leaning a different way. It didn't do that in the last one. You would have hit the header on that, and your header would have just gotten stuck. Oh, I didn't unfold it first. I was like, why didn't it activate? I hit the button. There we go. So this should harvest relatively quickly. May not even need the trailer with how much we're gonna get out of this. Yeah, no, I got you, Sai Omega. It's probably good to drop the politics talk, but yeah, no, there's a lot of things that you hear, see, and all that that really upset you. Like, and I don't mean you, like I mean the collective everybody. It is one of those things that there is a lot of difficulty that young people have nowadays. That it's not unique, but it's kind of gotten worse. And it can be very difficult for people outside that situation to necessarily really understand. It's also not exclusively a young person thing, it's just demographically speaking, more young people are impacted because of where they're at in their lives compared to other ones. And it can sometimes be hard to express or explain those things. Which it doesn't even need to be on the young versus old versus anything like that either. You know, it's kind of the same thing of there are things, and sometimes they're done well-intentioned, that do impact stuff. I mean, you didn't need to express that far, Luxray. I wasn't trying to be like, how dare you? But yeah, we're moving on the topic. But yeah. I don't think like anyone got out of line or anything like that. It's just one thing it can also be is even if everything's on the up and up, it can be just kind of a bummer of a topic. And it's not that you shouldn't have those discussions either. They're good discussions to have, and we usually do allow for them. Yeah. It's just without being able to pick up tone from text. It was like, the mod has spoken. The sword is ready. You're good, though. But yeah. So, legitimately, I didn't even know what sorghum was until I played Farm Sim. Because I'd never heard of it before. You know, people are like, oh, it's a grain. I'm like, cool. What's it used for? And I want to say, if I remember correctly, the two primary uses people mentioned were, is one, like, a lot of grains. Animal feed is one thing they do with it. But the other one, was it gluten-free bread kind of stuff was one of its main products? Like, it was used for bread historically, it just happens to be bread that lacks gluten. And so for modern use cases, that's part of why sorghum is used more now, is that if you want bread and you happen to need it for a gluten allergy, it just happens to be a combination that works for that. Sorghum, you hardly even know him. It's a little bit of a stretch, but I'll allow it. But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things. And now that I've heard people talk about it before, I start noticing different things. I'll be like, oh, this is sorghum. And you're like, huh? What? Oh, what was it? Was it graham crackers that, like, because I can't remember. There was something like graham crackers that you could get wheat graham crackers, whereas wheat and honey is what it was made out of. But it was something like the normal one was like sorghum and honey, was that something like that? I can't remember. It was something like that, though. And it was something that, like, I'd eaten a lot in the past and be like, really? Sorghum? Okay. And it wasn't that for the purpose of being gluten-free. It was just what it was, and it happened to be gluten-free because of that. Which I don't have a gluten allergy. It's just because people mentioned that that was a use case for sorghum. Which I'm going to mute my microphone for a moment, and I'm going to eat a little bit of my food, because I'm getting heckin' hungry. What time is it? Gotcha, it's coming up on midnight my time. So we still actually have a decent amount of stream left. My perception of time has been utterly destroyed since Factorio came out. It's fine. I'm sure running the front of a combine harvester, I'm sure putting those blades against literal, like, it's definitely a sedimentary rock. I just don't know what kind it's supposed to be representing. It's probably fine. Let's see. Where's the canola oil stored? From the little inn you can place in a field. I'm going to try to guess what you meant by that. It's a little... I can usually parse it, but not really what you're asking. If you're asking what canola oil can be stored in the game, when you have canola oil and it comes out of the canola place, it will be on pallets, so you can put them in a warehouse. If you're talking about where can you store canola to put into making the canola oil or whatever, that gets put in a silo. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm still muted. My apologies. Where is it stored? That is a question that I may or may not be able to answer because I haven't built one, but I might be able to figure it out for you real fast. I just need to look at it. So let's see here. Let's get to the factories, and we got the little tiny one for 36,000. Because we look at it, you can usually see the spot that it comes from. Bakery, spinnery, preserved food, carpentry, dairy, grain mill, oil mill. Okay. So if you look at the way this is oriented right here, the side pointing down, the side pointing this way is where it should come out. The side pointing this way is where you put it in. It should only pop out when you have enough for a full pallet. So you have less than a full pallet, it will not come out of the building. That's my guess. I am curious about the wrench symbol there, but I also haven't built this building yet, so I can't say for certain. But yeah, I can definitely say the one that's if I put it over here, the one where I am on it, like right here, that's definitely the intake, and I believe the outtake is that one up there. But it should be in that box. Yeah, it might be at 1,000 that it spits one out. You might be correct with that. That's more than likely what it is. You just don't have whatever a full pallet. It is also, it could be 2,000. I don't know what a pallet of oil is off the top of my head. In Farm Sim 22, I could have told you because I could have pulled up my farm and be like, there's some right there. This is how big the pallet is. But I don't know how much a pallet of canola oil is off the top of my head. It'll either be 1,000 or 2,000 liters. All right. So you're getting full, so I'll deal with you in a moment. I think there might even be a way to kick out a partial pallet. I don't know what it was. I don't say that with any level of confidence. Eat. Yeah, no, I've been eating a little bit here. I'm just trying to get these in position because I've got stuff, but I am working on eating it. Some of it has been consumed in the last 5 minutes. I just need to go and quickly empty these two out, and then we'll be ready to eat a little bit more. Does he sound good? Thanks for the help. You having fun farming? Played for like 6 hours a day? Time for bed? And ad, gross. Have a good night. Yeah, I know how the ads can be. I mean, that doesn't mean you've heard me at all, but... There's a thumbs up, that's what you're gonna get, because that's what I can communicate without sound. Ads are just the nature of the platform these days. There is no off button, there's just a this ad or that ad button. Alright. Yeah, so let's get to the edge. Yeah, so we got a lot to harvest on this one. That's the one I believe at 57%. Okay. I believe we're down to like the last row here. And then I'll be able to drop that off. It'll be a matter of what the next task we get going is. We're pretty close to getting our greenhouse, which is what we're saving up for right now. It's just a frozen pizza. Nice, easy, simple. Chuck it in the oven. Wait 15-20 minutes. Pull it back out. All said and done. Is it amazing? Nope. Is it good? Yeah, it's fine. Not unhappy with it. Tastes good. Low effort. Works for me. Really need to get the grocery store. The options are getting a little low. Probably do taquitos tomorrow. And then after that, it'll be my day off and I'll be able to get by the grocery store to get some new stuff in here. Alright, so we got the sorghum to drop off. And the sorghum is going where? So sorghum is going to the elevator, which is on the east side of town. Or west side of town, whatever the side of town I'm on. West side of town. So yeah, so if we follow... Yeah, we follow that road down. That should take us over there. Yeah, so the greenhouse, what should happen is I should be able to just go over there, build a new greenhouse where my equipment is. I'll have to move all my equipment out of the way, but build a new greenhouse over there. It wouldn't be bad to take the like little concrete area on the bottom and expand it, Hey Lola, how's it going? But the only hesitation I have with expanding that is it's not super cheap. Unless they changed it, that's actually something I could see them changing. But like laying down concrete and a whole bunch of stuff does have a cost to it in the game. And since we are living kind of like on the edge money-wise, like that's a cosmetic thing, not an important thing. So what I'll most likely do is I'll put down the other greenhouse, get that in position. We'll get it its water. And then with all of that, we should be able to turn around and... I do feel like for the clip for the dare drop, I'm going to get the forklift front, because we're going to need that anyways down the road regardless. That way, you know, it's not just, hey, it says like I got $60 because something sold. That we can actually be like, no, I am carrying physically a thing of green onions or whatever and selling that. Not that I expect Dare not to be like, you didn't do the thing. It's just easier to be like, yep, nope, can 100% see it got done. Alright, so let's drop off this sorghum. We'll get a little bit extra on top of what they offered. Because I think they're paying us something like $1,500, not counting the lease. But we'll likely get a, you know, 100, 200 more. What? Oh, that's... Just because the nature of the sign, it looked like it was a hollowed out icon, like an interaction point. I was about to be like, wait, what can I do to the bridge? What's here? Alright, so let's drop off our sorghum. That'll be a little bit more money for us and all that, which is good news. All right. So we only got an extra couple $100, but still. That was a low effort contract. All right, that's some BS right there. So if we hadn't gotten that extra crop, we would have lost money because the lease of the equipment was so much. We did make money, but we made like $300. Way to troll me. If we would have used an AI worker, we would have lost money on that one. And you're all vegetable stock, so yeah, we're not doing any of the harvesting there. We've got you for fertilizing. We can go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna hope we have enough that I don't have to buy more fertilizer right now to finish this. If I do, I do. Because I have to buy more fertilizer. That's a bunch of money that we just toss in here and it'll take a moment. Yeah, we're probably fine. Yeah, getting over 50%, unless it's a really big field, we should be good. Okay, and we are doing what field now? Those two are together, so it's 14 over there on the right. Yeah, so I'm gonna not turn this one, turn the next intersection, and that should take us to 14. Did you steal the guy's harvest and sell for yourself? No. So the way the harvest missions work in this game, it'll say, hey, harvest this stuff and sell it over here. But unlike real life, they'll expect, say, like 8,000 liters of harvest. But when you harvest their field, because the game doesn't want to make you have to be like precise to get every single little bit, you could in theory harvest maybe 9,000 liters of stuff. So you sell the 8,000 for the thing, which you don't get that money, you get the contract's money. But that extra 1,000, you get to cash that in as your own. And that's just the nature of how the contracts work. No, it does not align with real life, but you're also not stealing it just because For whatever reason, when they make their contracts, the contract is for 8,000 liters or whatever. And any extra you get, you just get. Like, it does not align with real-life use case, but... eh. But yeah, so we dropped off all of their harvest, which was probably somewhere in the area of like $2,000-3,000 or whatever. But then there was about 300 extra that we got to have. Right, so if we go over here, I'm not going to worry about the hedgerows. We can just go and fertilize this. This will give us another 3,000 or 4,000 bucks, which should give us the amount of money we need for the greenhouse. Because the other ones, we would also have the money from finishing those. They're just taking their sweet time because peas are slow. Alright, that's warning me that the harvester's almost full again. So finish this row. But yeah, so I mentioned the texture thing before. That's the issue here, is like, you cannot see the difference between what is and isn't fertilized visually from the texture on the ground. Can you use the fertilizer that you contract for your own? No, so when you do a contract, the equipment for the contract, if you try and use them on a field that is not a what are you doing? That is not a contracted field, it will just have like a thing where it's like, you have to use this for contracts. So you can use contracted equipment on multiple different contracts, but you cannot use it for your own stuff. Otherwise, there's ways you can kind of abuse that mechanic and not need to buy stuff and all that. Huh. It's interesting that you skipped a stripe to do that. Okay. Man, that's just the thing, because it'd be really easy to get past bunch stuff. Alright, so that's where our second row starts. Back up. But first, fertilizer contracts, you use your own fertilizer. Same with seeding contracts. Yeah, and fertilizer is really expensive in this game, like really, really expensive. The good news, though, is usually they're priced high enough so that any fertilizer you use doesn't really... like, it cuts into that profit margin, but it's not like you're going to lose money on them, typically. You can get weird edge cases, but those are pretty rare. Yep, any contract that requires a consumable, you have to purchase your own. Yep, which does cut into it. So we're like, this one's going to pay me $6,000. Most likely, by the time it's all said and done with the fertilizer or everything, I'm probably only getting paid like $4,500 or something like that. I wanted to make sure I finished it. Yeah, so there's overlap here that I could potentially avoid by adjusting the width and all that, but because I can't see it, it was... I'm guessing fertilizer contracts are fast. They're some of the fastest in the game. You can usually knock these out when you get, like, the really good setups on your own tractors. You can usually knock out one of these, like, in a minute or two each. Only 965,359 to go, and closing in. Technically going the wrong direction, but that's because we haven't been paid yet. But yeah, I know it's gonna be a little while before we... Like, the 1 million's not gonna happen anytime soon. That's gonna be continuing to play the save, you know, quite a bit throughout the month. Okay. So I've got that all set up. So now what I need to do is circle back to drop off everything. Let's cut across here. It'll be better this way. Yeah, so we cut across here to that road and then go over. Then we should be good. But yeah, so we should be getting our greenhouse after this one. Like I said, I'll have to move all my vehicles before I'll be able to build it. But we'll move all our vehicles, we'll build the greenhouse. I suspect the greenhouse is going to take more than one lap of water. Stop, stop, stop. That's a much bigger ledge than I thought it was. But we'll have to fill it up with some water and all that. And then with the greenhouse, we'll be able to get the spring onions, garlic, and all that being produced. Which I'm curious on how that's going to work. Will it be just like the old one that, like, literally you can have it producing all of them at a certain rate, or you could turn off all but one of them? We'll have to see. I'm going to probably just produce all of them just because. Yeah, so we take this turn to the left, we just follow it over, it'll take us right by, and we can drop off the fertilizer. Okay. And we're getting really, really close to being done with the pea harvesting. And then we can sell all those peas and get that sorted out. So not only will we get this, we'll get like another 10,000 shortly after. If you weren't doing the challenge, would a greenhouse have been the next purchase or something else? It's a coin flip. I very well still might have gotten the greenhouse because we had actually talked about doing that yesterday, just because it's low effort income, so it's not a lot of money it gives you, but you put very little into it after the initial purchase to get that reoccurring income. So it's not a bad move for like these types of challenges. Like, genuinely, I've started a lot of these challenges using the greenhouse just because it's something that you only need the very tiniest bit of equipment to manage. But it's also not one of those things that I'm like, absolutely the greenhouse, no questions asked either. It is a 50-50. So you're at about 60%. And I don't think it's low enough, or I don't think it's close enough to done, that I can get away with filling this up and just letting that fill up. So we might end up accidentally finishing this one early, which isn't the worst. It means it takes less time. It just means I get a little bit less money than I could potentially get out of it. Stop trying to move forward. Stop trying to move forward. You're making this worse. See if this truck will work for us. Come on, you're almost in position enough that'll count. There we go. Fighting with the AI. But yeah, no, the things I'd consider for like the challenge, my next purchase, the greenhouse is a very strong contestant. So that's one possibility. The other possibility is buying that second set of fields just down the hill to give myself a little bit more crop we can do for our rice production. That would be another possibility. So that way I get about triple the rice harvest per year. The next possibility after that might be whatever the cheapest fertilizer attachment is, because then I can increase the yield from my existing field. I probably wouldn't do that one right away, though. I would more likely get the extra field and then get the fertilizer thing. I think realistically, though, the greenhouse is probably what I would do anyways. Just because, like I said, it just needs water, and it makes you money. It's not even bad money either. Oh, come on, car. I was paying attention to the road. You have no evidence. I definitely was not on my phone.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Yeah, so drop this off, and it shouldn't be very much longer until we finish the, harvesting that last little bit. Out comes the dash cam footage. It's doctored. You can tell there's artifacting. I'm doing pretty good. Just working on getting our greenhouse here. Like, we have the money for it. I'm just trying to drop this off before I start trying to take the time to move everything. Because the moving everything's going to take me a minute to do. And I don't want the other process to get stuck in the meantime. We definitely want to build that greenhouse before it gets dark, though. Because otherwise it gets harder to see what we're doing. Oh, that's actually a curiosity. So it mentions selling the stuff to the farmer's market, which is the one we had problems selling stuff to earlier. So it actually does mean I do have to use the forklift thing. Because if I just sell it through the UI in the game, like the UI on the building, it just sells it generically out to the world. But it does specifically say I have to sell it to the farmer's market. So it does mean we'll need to load up a pallet or two and run it over. That's still fine. And if it doesn't work, then we'll figure it out. My assumption is because it shows the icon of the pallet, like the pallets will be fine. I am taking the entirely wrong way to do all of this. And see, right now, does this have any good maps for logging? Like Silver Run, there is not a logging, specifically made for logging style map. There is places on the map you can log, but it's not like Silver Run where it is a strong focus on logging. Does he want to wait till left Stalker 2? Probably not. I never played Stalker 1, and as you mentioned, it really doesn't kind of align with the normal content I do on the channel. Like, if they were, like, to be like, hey, would you do a sponsored stream? And be like, alright, yeah, sure, that makes sense. But I doubt it. Alright. So good news here is it does seem like we didn't sell enough yet. Lardine saying, Stalker's one of those games that you're really interested in the concept but never got into playing. Yeah, no, I saw it and it was one of those things I'm like, huh, that's interesting. But it was just always, there was other games that came out that if I had to choose between that and Stalker, the other thing won. And it wasn't that like Stalker wasn't interesting or anything like that. There was just the other thing grabbed my attention more. As Bentley said, even the original Stalker games, a lot of play now. You doubt they even need sponsors to anyone play it. Yeah, well, even big name games will still sponsor, because it is one of those things that a lot of times that can take from people just being curious about it to people buying the games. Because even really, really well-known games, you know, not everyone keeps up with game releases and all that. Let's see. You're still debating if you want to grab Foxhole. You know you'll enjoy it, but you also have like 5 or 6 games that Hyperfocus is bouncing between right now. Yeah, off stream I've still been going pretty hard in Factorio. I'm working on achievement stuff. It's one of those things that I did talk about once this batch of games starts to settle down, circling back to do more Factorio, but seeing what people would like to see, like what people be interested in having me play, like doing it. Like, you know, go for achievements, that kind of thing. Mega factory it up, like take the current state we've got and just scale it up and scale it up and scale it up and see how far we can take it. The new run is the head scratcher, because I've already kind of established that I don't want to do a Death World. I've done that in the past, and as I've kind of stated previously, I do personally find Death Worlds are very fun in the early to mid game, and then late game is just really not an enjoyable time. It's just very tedious. Because at that stage, the biters and all that aren't really a big threat, but they are a thing you have to do lots of maintenance. Space Age PY is going to be brutal. I'm not sure what PY means. Let's see, Foxhole is great. If you're married to someone who will play for a week and then not touch it for months, because the only time you do the extended time of the game is when they have a group to run with. Yeah. Oh, Mega Mod Pack? Yeah, that... Like, before people suggest mod packs, that's probably a thing I'm not going to do there. Let's see, there was a post today by Factorio Dev that Death World isn't even balanced around because no one played it. So that setting only affects Nubis. Ah, so literally Death World Nubis is just going to be Death World Nubis. That's honestly kind of a bummer, but also it is one of those things that we had talked about previously, like what do we think Death World on the different planets would be. And my entire thought was, Death World for Volcanus, I'm like, the only thing I'd think of is they have like a much closer density of those, which would just be obnoxious as all get out. And then Grebber, whatever it is, I was like, man, I don't even want to deal with, like, I haven't started dealing with it, and I just don't want to. That's how much it's just, you look at it at the door and go, nah, man. Nah, that is not what I want. Alright, so let's move our equipment. Death World Aquilio? Well, that's the thing. Death World Aquilio and Death World Fulgora? It's like, okay, does it just make the lightning more intense? Maybe? And then Aquilio, like, there's literally nothing that makes sense for it. Unless, like, you gradually take damage while standing in the cold area, so if you don't have heat, you slowly die. Which would just be obnoxious. Alright, so we're just moving our equipment for the moment, just trying to get it out of the way the best we can. Okay. Now the nice thing is this trailer, I believe we can reconfigure it. Yetis attack you? It's like, oh man, what was the name of that game where you're skiing down a mountain and you have, I think it's technically an abominable snowman, but it's like, you know, something between abominable snowman and Yeti. Ski Free, that's the one. It's just Ski Free, but Factorio. That's not actually what I wanted to do. Alright, so construction. We are going for the greenhouses. We want the big tarp greenhouse, so that can grow all of the crops that are required for the dare drop. So I've got that selected. And I do want to make sure it's oriented... Where are your outputs? Where's the turn button? Toggle free mode, toggle snapping. Oh yeah, please snapping. There we go. Overlaps another object. What other object? Area restricted. Could it be that border? Demolition mode. That's a blast that passed? Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what the issue here is. If I try and build this here, it's complaining about overlapping another object. We're clearly far enough away from the other one for that to be a problem. We could like scooch it in, and now it says area is restricted. And that's fine. And that sits there and says that. Yeah, and that's land is not owned by you. It's weird that says area is restricted versus owned by you being different things. Yeah, so that's the next field over. Yeah, it's the overlapping another object. I'm assuming it's that border. Can I get that small enough so we can see? That's honestly a smidge frustrating. So we can build it over here. So I can technically build it there. That is going to make it very, very snug on our rice field, though. But I can't go any farther one way or the other. I got like this couple of pixels here, we could put it there. Very clearly I can't build it over there. It doesn't even fit puzzle piece-wise. That's not my land. This just seems to complain no matter what I do in this spot. Which is one of the reasons I actually like the No Man's Land mobs. As you can move the old one? No, I have to delete it and build it again, which means I lose most of the money. I think that's what we're doing is right there. We're gonna want to terraform a little bit here in a minute. Okay. Yeah, because we got this little... Actually, it's not as bad as I thought. It's still a little bit of a ridge more than we probably want to deal with. Let's drop off some water. And meanwhile, we can go to the buildings. So we own the 2 different greenhouses. Oh. That is a whole thing. Oh, I didn't realize we have Napa cabbage. That's a new one as well. So the reason I'm going, is the water storage on that building is 40,000 liters. The water storage on my little trailer here is, I want to say, 2,000 liters. How much would it cost me to get something that has water right next to me? Silos, silo extension, constructibles, container. Okay, so the water tank is 3,000. Have to worry about that here in a minute. Alright. And you're getting real close to being done. But regardless, so what we're going to need to do is, I think our next purchase is going to be a bigger water tank for me to go and get water with. We're gonna probably get one that can, at a minimum, be able to do other stuff like fertilizer and all of that, just for simplicity's sake. Is there a water well? So there's a water, that water silo thing I had, looking at the one for 3,000. That's your water source. So you can pull up to it, get water out of it, and then move on, like, to the next spot. I think you have to pay for that water, though. And so it does add up. So with where we're looking at very little money. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere closer I can get water. Not really, it's just down there. Yeah, so for 3,000, if we go here real fast and go to construction. So this thing, that I can have as a water source. Yeah, and the good news, it does look like I'll be able to put it over here if we wanted to. So I could go and put the water source just over here somewhere to fill up the greenhouses. But it is a question of, if I have to pay for the water, how much does it cost? Because I vaguely remember it being not cheap. You'll still turn a profit doing the greenhouse stuff and all that. But in the meantime, that does mean I need to run over here. It's not really a water source, isn't it? It's a tank, not a well. So in the game, this thing here, the water tank, does give me water. It is like a thing that gives water out. As opposed to like these ones you can store water in. Or not those ones. But like that, you just pull up and it just gives you water. Let's double check to make sure there isn't something. Vehicle workshop, large weighing station, small weighing station, charging station. Farmhouses, I don't care about that. Sheds won't be relevant. Silos won't be relevant to this. Silo extensions won't be relevant. Constructibles. Those all seem like houses and garages. Old windmill, let's see, old windmill with a water tank. Okay. That I don't remember being a thing. We could try getting one of those. You actually want to know how much it costs? You saw a different stream that used the water, mill water. Yeah, no, it'd be nice to know how much the water costs. because I've played this before, and I know I've had those before. I just remembered it adds up to be a lot, but that's one of those things they could have adjusted between versions of the game. Because driving back and forth this whole distance will get pretty tiresome. It won't be so bad if I have a really big tank, though, but we don't. But I want at least enough in there that we are producing our goods. Because I also don't know how much we're going to produce, or how much water we're going to use a day. If the water we use a day is a manageable amount. Cool, so the AI worker finished their job. So I can turn in those 2 contracts here in a minute. Yeah, because the windmill is like 1,500. So that's not bad. The question is the cost of the water. It was around $600 per tank trailer you have. He did play different economies, so I'm not sure if that affects a lot. Yeah, that's pretty rough, but it is what it is. Now, the alternative is to get a really big tanker, and then we do this. I think it might make more sense for me to get the bigger water tank and go fill up down there. It's a little bit... Does that dirt road go where I want it? No. Like, it's a little bit of a trek, but if I get one that's like 8,000 liters or something like that, as opposed to just the 2, instead of being, you know, 20 trips or something, we're not doing 20 trips, by the way. Instead of being 20 trips to like fully top it off, it ends up becoming like 4 or 5. The windmill thing is logic. Do you still have to pay for the water from the windmill thing? Because I thought that's literally what we just said there, was that the windmill was $600 for 2,000, which does mean to fill up 40,000. That would be 20 times that, so it would be about 3,200. No, that's not right at all. It'd be about 12,000? Is that right? Needless to say, a lot. Why did you pay for a windmill? Tax? Unspecified. Water rights. But yeah, so if we get a much bigger tank, though, I get my water for absolutely free by going to what's clearly the ocean and drawing it out there. But it's okay. Apparently the rice does not care. It's just there's no concept of salt water in the game. Okay, so we are now going down here to the town again. And this will drop off, we'll get our thing. Maintenance, maybe? Well, no, that's the thing. It's not maintenance. You actually do have a maintenance cost as well as a separate mechanic, which that'll be dirt cheap. That'll be like every day 20 bucks or something like that. Or every in-game month, like 20 bucks. But it's the filling up the water with those that costs a bunch. That was one of the things a lot of people liked about the No Man's Land map, is they had this old wood-style water tower that gave you free water. Which, I don't think the water should necessarily be free. But that's a pretty hefty price to pay. And granted, it is probably fair and realistic if I am going to be getting 40,000 liters of water. I probably am going to be spending a pretty good chunk of change on that water. That's a expletive amount of water. But still. Yeah, I'm gonna zip along here. Oh, and let's put the game back to at least real time. We cut it way back when we started doing the P's, just to make sure I could get the P's done and not get penalized. Like, I don't regret getting the greenhouse, we're just figuring out the most efficient way to get ourselves water. My hope is we can turn in these contracts and just get a much larger water tank from the money from the contracts and just be good with that. If we're close to an even bigger one, we might knock out a couple of small contracts just to get us over the line. And then the hope would be I just dip that into the water, and then suddenly I'm getting 6,000 to 8,000 per trip, cutting down the number of trips I need to make by 4. And to make sure to get all that P money, absolutely. P money is good money. With all these jokes, we'll never know P's. When we first saw the size of the water tank, we knew 2,000 liters was pretty small. Oh yeah, no, we knew that, but that's the thing that's surprising, is that that really large greenhouse for the rice takes very little water. I think the whole thing, it can only hold 2,000. Let's see, all sources of water are free and offer an unlimited amount of material to take. In-game, I assume? Versus the windmill thing? That would be counter to the way the game has worked every single iteration before this one. Like, you could back up a trailer into water in Farming Simulator 22, and it would give you that. Like, that would be free. But, like, the windmill and all that did not work that way. That was a whole different thing. You had to pay for it. It wasn't cheap. Okay, so we have 14,000. Pretty sure that means a windmill thing? Well, I mean, we literally had someone who just seconds ago said it cost about 600 for the person they were watching doing that. So I would definitely believe, so it's like, yeah, I watched someone pay for it. That aligns perfectly with my past experiences in the game. I would just go on the assumption that that is correct information, unless proven otherwise, versus that. Okay, so I do want... Man, you're 25,000? So the one we bought was 5,000, about 6,000. So we can get an extra, like, 5,000 bucks. That gets me this one, which is 8,000, and you're way bigger, but you're not going to be in my budget for a while. Do we have any really good fast contracts so we can make that happen? The spraying and all that, not really. We had the transfer one, but that's not good. So let's not buy the bigger one right now. How much water do you use a day is the real question. Because if I can sneak by with one water tank for the first day, cycles per month is 528, and you use 12 water. I don't have a clue on how much water you consume per day. I'm going to just make probably a mistake and just assume it's perfectly fine, and we'll advance our day. We'll be proven wrong, but that's okay. Yeah, because even then, I don't want to sit there and do, like, literally 20 laps. Even with the windmill. So let's go ahead and advance the day. And see if we're out of water. Because it's also those things... Yeah, I didn't check the actual amount, but we had a little bit over 2,000. We had like 2,600, 2,800 because I had a partial tank and then one full tank. Actually, I'll need to do this. So with that, it did run it down to 44 liters, so it was just barely enough. Obviously that's a problem that we'll have to deal with here in a minute. We do have more contracts available. Not a whole lot of good ones. That's okay, we can make this work. Oh no, actually that cultivating one's not bad. Alright, but first, let's run down here, and we'll at least get enough water so it doesn't turn off. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We get another load of water so at least it doesn't turn off right now. Do you want to be cheeky if you could do? It'd be really cheeky if you could flood your rice field and then refill from your rice field. I'm assuming that doesn't work, but there was no cost for us flooding our rice field. I'm down to find out. Because if that works, we're gonna abuse the crap out of it. Because I was thinking, it has all the water physics involved. So I'm assuming whatever code they've got that determines this is and this isn't water, it may work. It depends on if it's a thing where they draw the zoning to begin with, or what. Oh, that's amazing. In case you're wondering, it worked perfectly fine. Jackknife a little, it's fine. Now the question is, can I get it close enough? No, the answer's no. I was gonna say, can I get it close enough where I can refill and empty at the same time? Because I used to do that with the water source thing, like that we were gonna build for the 3000. I used to sit where I could just sit right along it. You weren't gonna spoil it, but that's what he ended up exactly what I did too. Well, it's like, okay, so it's clearly a water source. But it was just a matter of whether or not it'd count for refilling. It'd take a little bit of a hot minute to do this. I still certainly don't want to depend on doing this like all the time. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say is I definitely don't want to make it a 20 trip thing in the future. But at least for this, it's 20 really short trips. Versus when it was 20 trips of the idea of going all the way down to that beach and back, that was like, okay, hang on. Well, you had to be that way, didn't you, water tank? I'm just shoving you in there anyways. That's pretty funny. How to harvest green beans? With a green bean harvester. There is under the place where you buy harvesters, there is one specifically for green beans. You have to use the one specifically made for green beans. It'll be in like specialty crops. It'll be in that section. But once you have that, you just go to a field that you either have a contract or you own that's got green beans in it, and you just take the harvester. You lower the front and you activate it and you do it. There's something about the idea that I can buy a water tank or a windmill, and I gotta fork out like $600 for 2,000 liters, or like just with the rice field, it costs me nothing to flood a rice field, and then I can, you know, refill from the rice field for nothing to fill up my other stuff. This feels like the kind of thing that happens in real life due to like different subsidies or whatever, that you get like a subsidy that says, oh no, for rice fields, we're down for you to do that, so like we will spot you the water for free, but anything else we don't cover. And so just finding that loophole that's like, well, I put the water in my rice field, but I am using my rice field to irrigate other things. So technically in compliance to the law, but also definitely not following the spirit of the law in any definition. How are we doing? Oh, that turned off. Okay, oh right, because I'm used to playing this on the old settings for like the hard economy. So the hard economy settings or whatever. No, it wasn't the hard economy. The start from scratch used to keep your engine running when you jumped out, which can be a desirable thing. But with that, when I pulled up there, I started kicking the water out. It would keep doing that up until the point that I got back in and ran out of water or whatever. No, it's still draining. Weird. Alright, so we're halfway there. But the good news is, for every month, I only have to do this once, if I take the time to do this now. That also works out because I do need to sell the stuff at the marketplace, which means I need some kind of forklift. I can buy a attachment for the front for about 10,000 on this that operates as a forklift. So what I could do with that, though, is for the dare drop, I could go ahead and kick the stuff out here real fast, do the dare drop real quick, and then switch it to just sell immediately kind of thing. I should actually check to see how wildly the prices change on some of these. Because remember, there were certain goods that, you know, season to season, the price basically remains within like a tiny bit of itself, and there's stuff that goes all over. So let's go ahead and take a look at, let's say like the peppers, whichever one I find first. So yeah, so strawberries change about $100 from the minimum to the maximum. The maximum actually being last month, but we're pretty close. Tomatoes, it's about $100 difference per unit. The spring onions, about $100, actually about 90. I'm not seeing the hot peppers. I think they're in here as chili. There we go. Those are about $90 different. About $90 different. Then we had lettuce. Yeah, so that one's almost 200. And that's per unit. So that is not nothing. So we're talking, a lot of them, we're talking 10-20% price difference, which is not nothing to shake a stick at. But if I sell it automatically, it'll make my life easier. Like later on, if I have like a pallet truck or something where I could load a bunch of them up onto the pallet truck and take them all as one big go, then I think it would make a lot more sense to stockpile them until they're in the best time to sell. Right now, because I would only be able to pick up 1 or 2 pallets with the forklift and run it down there at a time, it'd probably be easier time-wise to just put it on automatically selling once we finish the dare drop, which should just be the first time it kicks out any of the pallets for the new crops. I do think also long-term we're going to want... I mean, long-term we're definitely going to want a larger one, because this one only does water, and we'll want to be able to do, like, milk and all that as well. But, for the moment, we don't need it. This is cheating. Is it, though? it's not like it's actually saving us any money we wouldn't be already saving anyways. I can literally spend the time to drive all the way down to the river, grab it back, and we could spend 3-4 real-life hours doing that if that's really what you want. Like, that's the thing. If it was something that was definitely circumventing the rules to give myself free water I should not be able to get, sure. I would probably be like, no, we gotta pay for the water. But we can already go down to rivers and lakes and get water for free. So that's definitely a difference in stance I'd have there. This is a more convenient way of doing something we can already do. The good news is we should be getting pretty close to done. And also, I am actually costing gas driving back and forth doing this and maintenance on this tractor. So it's not free, but it's pretty cheap. I'm genuinely surprised they didn't charge us money to fill up, like, the rice area with water. Like, don't make it expensive, but, you know, like a non-zero amount. I don't think they actually need to change that. It's just, considering you have to pay for water otherwise, it's just weird that this specific one is free. Cool. That's it. It's full. Alright. So with that, we now have all that sorted out. And you've got your thing going on. Alright, so more than likely it'll be our next in-game day that we can actually sell one of those. Because those will go until they get 1 full pallet's worth. I don't know how much a pallet of these things are. But for the dare drop, I need to sell it's either, not and, the chili peppers, the garlic, or the spring onions. We have to sell one of those. Meanwhile, this is just doing its thing, making its rice saplings. It's fine. I was watching the art greenhouse. It's good because it only accepts 2,000. So that one accepts only 2,000. That one accepts 40,000. So they're just not even in the same ballpark requirements-wise. Meanwhile, we can get ourselves a little bit of extra money. Doing a couple of contracts. We're going to just do the easy ones. We're not going to go all in on it. Because with that, we will be able to get the first, second, and third one of the dare drops done when I go to harvest the rice. So we get 8 and 25. So we'll get those 3 done. And so the next contracts would be to build the temple and get $1 million. $1 million is going to be a lot of work. That's one that may or may not happen even if we go hard on this. It'll just take a while because we're on these settings. But we'll see. We'll go for it. The other one, though, is I'll probably focus on trying to build the temple next. Because if we do ultimately switch over to doing the full-on Survivor Man challenge, then we can worry about that there. But for right now, I can do it. What are we doing? We're playing some heckin' farm sim. Right now, we're going to be cultivating some fields for some extra money to try and get stuff going on. We're doing dare drops right now. So we did just get the greenhouse all set up for the spring onions, garlic, and chili. The rice is just basically waiting till it's time for me to deal with the rice. I hope those were field crops, to be honest. Oh, we're gonna have a while before we can do field crops. Oh, the other ones? Yeah, no, they're greenhouse stuff. You read Shakespeare and stuff. First step of any farmer. Yeah, we backed up our water trailer into our rice paddy, which we flooded just to test this. because it's not time to flood it. So it's free to flood it, and then we were able to use it as a water source like it was a lake. I wonder if these little grooves here, if I park a trailer on that, if you could get water from those. Yeah, so we flooded our rice paddy, which is something you just do. And I kind of made the comment where I was like, well, I don't want to drive all the way down to the river, like the water field, because I have to like go zigzag these roads the whole way down. It's a long drive. It's like, well, I don't want to go this whole long drive to do 2,000 liters of water at a go. So it's like, oh yeah, the rice paddy. You know, it's got water physics on it. There's a pretty good chance of the water physics that maybe it'll count as a water source. And then we did it, and it did. Which is interesting, because that means if you need water for animals or something like that, even if you have zero intention of growing rice at all, it's more cost effective for you to get water, to put down a rice paddy, just whatever size, and then use it as your source of water, because if you use like the actual water source you build on your ground, you have to pay for it. What's stopping you from doing a 1x1 field and just keeping it flooded? You doing the effort to put it there? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, there's nothing actually holding you from doing that. Like, I imagine it's got to be there's probably a minimum size you can fit the trailer in or build. So it'll be whatever that minimum size is. And I have no idea because I haven't tried to build a really tiny field. So yeah, so we're breaking rules. Laws are being broken. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, Ramen Ren, how's it going? This game came in with pre-built, easy-to-find cheeses. To be fair, there's always been cheeses in Farm Sim. That's absolutely always been a thing. We're not breaking the law, just circumventing it. Yeah, we were joking about the idea that maybe where we're at, there's some subsidy, which is why when it comes to rice, water is free to flood the fields, and that we were just being clever in that we flood the fields, but then of course, you know, it's flooded, there's water right there, so we just, you know, get in buckets of water. Just really big buckets that are the size of trailers. Yeah, so we're gonna continue knocking out contracts to expand our operation. We will need to get the forklift thing to be able to sell the produce at the farmer's market for the dare drop. And my plan is to get that forklift thing and probably just leave it on the property, because that'll be one, as we start doing production lines, I will most likely... you know what, I might just buy it, do the thing, and then sell it. I was like, yeah, long term, I probably won't deal with it. That's those things that, very genuinely, it is a thing that I don't like in the game, that when you start getting to mid to late game, it does become forklift simulator if you don't have like an auto loader kind of thing. Which those are the mods I imagine a lot of people are gonna be waiting on, is like the super strength mod, the auto loader, those kind of things. How to upset the government, an important lesson after all. Like the time the English put a bounty on cobras to lower the population in Raj. Also, people started breeding farms. Oh, that's terrible. If they said X dollars per cobra body, and they're like, all right, I can get you a bunch of cobra bodies. Okay. I am curious when we're gonna start seeing the custom maps get in, because like yeah, that's I believe you that basically what happened, but like before stream we had seen something like a dozen or so mods had already shown up in the mod thing. A bunch of them were vehicles that were missing in this version, that their Giant Software took vehicles that had been in Farming Sim 22 but weren't in Farming Sim 25. And they did make them mods for free that you can grab on their mod store or whatever. I keep calling it a store. Mod page. You don't pay for them. It's not a store. So, like, for people who wanted, like, the really big green John Deere seeder that, like, folds out like a big T, it's there. You just gotta go get it. They tried to get the population to about a third when they stopped the program. It doubled. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. And we got Ram and Ren on a 7 stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 7 streaks without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. All right. So yeah, so the next thing we would be considering is that I don't remember what you're under. Yeah, it's WIFO. Yeah, so that's the thing we would need for the pallet. We're talking 10,000. Like I said, I'm only doing that for the dare drop, so I'll probably buy it. Do the dare drop real fast by just driving over and dropping off, you know, whatever pallets we need to. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So just drop off whatever pallets we need to satisfy the dare drop. I'll immediately sell it again, which does mean we'll lose like $2,000-$3,000 on it. But we'll get the dare drop, and then we'll switch the greenhouse over to just selling direct for the time being. Because I don't think the price difference from selling at peak versus selling just whenever is significant enough for me to bother to hoard it until I have it all in season or whatever. That's lovely. Don't look at it too closely. But, like, holding out till it's, like, at its best price, I think doesn't make sense for us. Because all of the items are about $100 difference from their very top to their very bottom. So, most of the time we sell, it'll be within, like, 50 of either. So I'm not super worried about it. Especially considering we're only going to get, like, 1 or 2 boxes or pellets of each type per in-game day. So sure, we're going to lose out on a little bit of money. But losing out like $300, $400, $500 a day, yeah, that's not nothing. But the investment I'll need to do to get the equipment to be able to load up a trailer, to then take that trailer over to sell, to get the maximum price, and then having to not have that money for all that time, for right now where we're at the game, I think it just makes sense to not invest the $20,000, $30,000 I'm going to need or more to get the better rate for the moment, and instead spend that money by trying to get that other rice field that's just south of us, so that we can continue to expand that, because we've already spent a ton of money on that equipment. And unless we expand our rice fields, it's going to take us literally 100 years to pay off that equipment. Like, not figuratively, literally 100 years. Because they're making about 2,400 from one harvest on that tiny microscopic field. And we are in at about 2,500,000 for equipment and land and all that for that. So if I buy the additional piece of land, it should roughly triple, if not a little bit better, the amount of harvest I will get out of my rice, just because of that much more. Is it just you, or does the speed button look like the YouTube logo? I mean, the speed button. The speed button? I mean, the YouTube logo is literally a play button. Top right. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a play button. That's literally what the YouTube logo is based off of, is the play button on your VCR. So yeah, no, it makes sense they look the same. They're basically referencing the exact same thing. Oh yeah, so a VCR is this thing you put... Nah, I'm teasing. But yeah, no, it's your VCR usually that have like the solid bar with a little arrow in it to show play. Sometimes they were chamfered, which is where you get that. And that became things you'd put on like media players and all that as well. Betamax or VHS? Look, man, even Betamax doesn't talk about Betamax anymore. I mean, they don't because they don't exist anymore, but you get the idea. For people not knowing older technology, I still think my favorite one was, I don't remember who it was, but it was one of the younger people in my extended family. They had a phone at the house that was at like my grandparents' house, and it was just like a regular like phone that you'd have on the wall. And I'm gonna say it's niece, but I know that's not the right one. Like I think it was like my cousin's daughter or whatever. But she was like, "Why does your phone have a tail?" And everyone simultaneously in the room like taking critical age damage. Why did your 3D printer have a save icon? Your 3D print have a save icon? Oh man, it still blows my mind that even to this day, we use the floppy disk, or like when I say the floppy disk, the 3.5 or 3 1/4, I can always forget the size. That we still use the 3 1/4 inch disc as our save icon. And you think, you know what? Those haven't been relevant in almost 30 years now. Like, those went out of relevancy when I was a wee little lad. And here we are 30 years after you probably could even find those things other than, you know, someone going, "Oh yeah, we have these in the attic." Or like tucked behind this area. And just that. No, I played them on the, yeah, 3.5 and it was 5 1/4. That's right. Yeah, the floppy disk, the save icon. Yeah, no, I definitely remember having... I couldn't tell you what the computer was. I remember having a computer as a family computer, with a 5 1/4 disc, or 5 1/4 disc drive. Didn't have the 3.5 yet. That was new fandangled technology. And I remember going in there and you put it in there, you feel like you have to shove it in too hard for its own good, and then you like snap the little gate down. So, you know, I don't know why, but it was just you lock the gate and all that. And I remember, I couldn't even tell you what games were playing on that thing. They're all DOS-based games. You still have Warcraft on a floppy disk? It's a relic I will keep forever. Yeah. I used to keep all of those things floating around. You remember the big 5 1/4 ones, if memory serves? You're about your age? Yep. No, I definitely remember using 5 1/4. With what was it? Was it 500? Was it? Oh man, what was the size? It was something like 514 kilobytes or something, like was the storage capacity of those. Unless it was like the double-sided high capacity ones, you know, which were like 700 and something kilobytes. And then you get like the really, like, you know, you get your 3.5, and I think the 3.5, if I remember, you get more than 1.28 megabytes, or I think you could get one that were like 3.14 megabytes or something like that. Bubble Bobble. I had Bubble Bobble on, I don't remember what device, but it was a console. Yeah, you have it right. Yeah. You can't remember those 3.5 were like 1 megabyte or a little more. Yeah. 1.2 meg or 1.22 megabytes for the 5 1/4, 1.4 megabyte for 3.5. But that was the was that the double-sided high compression ones for the 5.25? Because I remember like the regular ones being less. You had on DOS? I didn't know it came out on DOS as well. Because I remember with the 5.25, there's a bunch of different standards that they had out there. And I remember half of them didn't work well. You remember loading Windows 95 off of floppy disk, stacking 25 of them? One of the major repairs I did for someone was there was a gentleman who was this very nice guy who used to come by the computer lab when I worked at the local college. Yeah, there were single, double, high, and low compression. Yeah, sounds like the 1.22 I would guess is a high compression, maybe double-sided. But so the guy came by and he had this laptop, and it had I think Windows XP installed on it, but it didn't have an optical drive or anything like that. It had the 3.5-inch drive. And he was like, is there anything you could do? Like, this is the, like, it wasn't like the specs on the laptop other than the input device weren't even that bad, if I remember correctly. Like, it was a Pentium 2 or something like that, which, at the time was relevant, which is saying a lot. But I remember him having a problem that the OS got hosed. And I don't remember how, but like the hard drive corruption kind of thing. And he couldn't afford to buy a new computer because money was tight and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, can you look at it? I'm like, you know what? I think I can get this back. Because it's like more of an interesting project than like I actually cared about making money or whatever. Because I was doing it as the tech at the college for a student. So I wasn't being paid more than my daily rate. And it was kind of in the downtime. I was like, you know what? Leave it with me, and I'll see what I can do. Like, I don't have a lot going on. I'll see what I can do for you. And I was able to pull an image of Windows XP. And I can't remember what utility I did, and span it across. Oh my god, it was like 50 or 60 3.5 floppies. And by that I mean I was using the same floppy. Like, I think I used like 1 or 2 floppies where I had one that was saving onto laptop while I was loading the next section of the image on that, and just trading them out. And I was able to get the entire image on that computer and then boot up the image and, get them back to working. And that must have taken like 4 days. Because those things were not fast. And I remember doing that, and it just so happened at the same time that he had this Taurus, which is a car. He had this Taurus, so he's like, you know what? I can't drive anymore, and I was going to make this project car that I was going to work on and try and sell it. And I've come to accept that ain't happening. Because it needs a transmission thing. So, because you put all this time into this, and I need to get rid of this thing, and I know I'm not getting any money for it anyways. Like, we'll do like $20 so I can give you the title, because for those who don't know, if he just gifted it to me, I would then have to pay taxes on the full value of the car, which wouldn't have been that much. Versus if he paid, he gave it to me for $20, if it was the point I had to hit taxes or whatever, it would be $20. So, he was just trying to make me not have to pay for it in any way. So I got that car, and that car ended up being a piece of junk. Like, we worked on it a number of times to try and get that transmission working. It was going to be this whole big thing. We're going to have to tear the whole car apart and, replace the transmission. So, much to my dad's chagrin, because he wanted to work on it and get it working nice, and sell it. I'm like, Dad, this car's a beat-up piece of junk. It's not even a nice car. It's a Taurus, which is not a bad car for the time, but it's an old beaten-up Taurus. I could put several $1,000s into getting this thing fixed up and running to sell it for a couple $100 more than that, or I could just get that couple $100 more than that by just salvaging it. And he was pretty upset that I salvaged it. In the long run, he came around to the fact, after all the pain we went through trying to get work, because I was ready to just salvage it after our first like foray into it. I'm like, this car is not worth the effort. And he ended up putting, you know, like probably 50, 60, 70 hours into trying to fix it up and getting absolutely nowhere. And then finally I was like, you know what, it's your car, salvage if you want it. But luckily didn't spend a whole lot of money, but I was like, no, I'm done. I'm salvaging this. If you want to work on it as your project car, that's a you choice. If you get it running, I will gladly give you all the difference. Like, but I'm ready to just cut my losses on this car and just sell it and get a, you know, come ahead a couple $100 of being done with it. And so we just salvaged it out. It was like, that poor thing had been, whoever had it before this other guy had not been kind to that car. And there's a certain point where fixing it just ain't worth it. Like, it'd be different if it was like, you know, oh, you've got some, like, you know, late 60s Charger or something where you're like, yeah, no, this is a collector's car. You know, we fix this thing up, we could sell it or use it for that matter. Like, it's a car that you'd be like, yeah. But this is like dragging a Honda Civic out of the swamp and going, yeah, I'm going to drop $20,000 fixing this car by replacing every single part in it. No, it's not worth that. The car wasn't worth $20,000 when it drove off the lot. Like, the moment you turn the keys in the ignition, its value dropped down below 20. You probably paid 25 to get it to start with. I don't miss working on cars. My first car was a Honda Civic hatchback from the 80s that the previous owner before me had rear-ended a school bus with it. So when I bought it for like $200, they giving you the idea of what kind of shape this car was in. You know, broke student, $200 car. The hood, the trim on the front, and the part on the front below that, like around the grill. That was 3 different colors. It had like spray paint gold hood. It had like a sky blue trim, and it was that ugly bronze that was really popular in the 80s for the entire rest of the car. It had the word for a female dog keyed in above the driver's side door because people didn't like the previous owner. He drove it like a complete jerk, so the transmission, the clutch, and the master cylinder for the clutch were all barely functional. And I got more than 100,000 miles out of that after it already had over 100,000 miles out of it. I did a lot of work on that car over the years. And it got to the point, it was something dumb too. It was like, was it the water pump for the coolant or something had broken? It's like, no problem, that'll be like 2-4 bolts. Who cares? But for whatever reason, that particular model, you had to open the block of the engine. Because, like, it wasn't, you couldn't get at it from the outside. Like, it stuck out of the outside, but it's like in the block bolted in there. Some ridiculous nonsense. And my dad's like, yeah, that part's only like $70. We can replace it. I'm like, I'm not opening the block of the car in there. I've been in there 3 times. This piece of junk car, I have money now. I'm buying a new car. I'm tired of this. It's got 240,000 miles on it. It's time to let it die. What, did we already finish both of these, or where were we at with this? No, I need to do field 25, which is down there. Like, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, I mean, I don't know about now. It's been too long since I properly worked at a car outside, like changing oil or something minor like that. Spark plugs, oil, that garbage. But yeah, no, I definitely did so much car work back then, and people are like, weren't you proud of that? I'm like, yeah, I mean, I felt good that I actually did that. Do I want to ever do it ever again? No. No, I don't. No, I'm good. I can live a very long, happy life, never opening up another transmission, never opening up another block of the engine, never doing any type of major repair. You know, changing oil, whatever. It's just a bolt, you drain it, you swap out the filters, you put your bolt back in, and you're fine. That kind of stuff, sure. That's just knock it out 30 to an hour, depending on the nature of the specific car going on there. But do I want to go and replace, replace valves or any of that again? No. No, I don't. I don't want to break out the timing light. And I wanted you to follow that line, which I thought you had. You're currently in the process of restoring a 1969 Opel GT. Neat. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what an Opel GT is other than it's a car. But it sounds impressive. I mean, restoring the car is impressive. I just don't know the model. So, like, I'm assuming from the 60s, you're probably talking a muscle car. Or a classic. It's like a mini Corvette. Yeah, I almost bought a, I think it was a 69. I almost bought, was it a Stingray? I looked really long and hard at that. And then I talked to a few people like, hey, you know what the best part about that car is? You drive it for a week, and then you take it to your driveway, and then you tune your engine. And then you drive it for a week, and then you know what you do? You tune your engine. That's the type of car this is. And like, no. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nope. Mm-mm. I was like, can I do it? Yes. Do I want to do it? No. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. I am definitely not a gearhead. That is not my idea of a good time. For those who that is a very fun and, fun activity that you enjoy, I'm impressed, but also definitely got all of my desire to work on cars out of my system working on that Honda. And then I did more car work after that. Like I had a Miata for a while. I like cars smaller. Like I like my little cars. I like watching the people go to like the local grocery store parking lot and then trying desperately to park in those tiny little spaces in their Ford F-150s and doing like a 38-point turn to just try and barely nudge themselves in and then figure out how they're going to get out the window of their truck. While I just go, whoop, and I'm right in there. And no judgment for them owning those trucks. I'm just saying, I do take a certain amount of perhaps unreasonable amusement in watching people struggle to get into a parking space and I just zip right in. These days I have a medium car. I don't have something quite that small. I had to be a little bit more practical and became a homeowner. You always park at the back of a parking lot. Plenty of room for a Ford F-250. You hate having cars near you. To be fair, I have always driven small, and then like I said, my current car being like more of a medium-ish. It's not a small car, but it's not a big car. And I still also park way in the back, mostly because I get tired of like walking out to my car and seeing distinctly where someone has clearly slammed their door against the side of my car because they couldn't be bothered to open it carefully. And getting very upset about that. Like, it was one thing when I was driving that piece of junk Honda. Like, and it was a piece of junk not because it was a Honda. It was a piece of junk because it was a piece of junk that happened to be a Honda. And just having all those dings already in it from when I bought it. I was like, yeah, you'd put another ding there, whatever. But when I got my first, it wasn't quite new car. It was the person drove it off the lot, played with it a little while, and went, okay, but I want something new. And then I bought it. So it was still in basically new shape. Real upset the first time I came out and I saw a very distinct dent in it from where someone properly slammed it with the door. Does he used to work at a PC repair, including building them? Nowadays, sure, I could build a PC if I want to, but I don't want to be the jerk on the hook when something goes sideways. So you pay a little extra to get something with a warranty. Your time and peace of mind is worth way more than saving comparatively. So it's interesting that I'm kind of the reverse on computers. Like if I'm doing it for someone else, I'm buying whatever pre-built thing so you get your warranty, so it's not my problem. You know, when something goes wrong, it's like, cool, call Dell, cool, call Hewlett-Packard, cool, whomever. I don't even know who, like Lenovo. I don't even know, like, who I would do that if someone asked me to recommend one now. I'd have to do research. But it's just easier to be like, that isn't my problem. I'll help you pick it, But like after that, that's you. But for my personal computer, I have built every personal computer with the exception of one since my first computer. My very, very first computer, I bought prefab. But I was like a teenager. I couldn't even tell you what it was. I want to say it was a Dell... Not the... Because they had, what was it, like Optiplex, and then there was like the next one down for like your office style. And I bought the second one down. This is before the day of video cards. So like you only cared about like your RAM and your CPU. And the CPU was relatively fine. It was budget. The RAM was honestly pretty sad. But it was mine. I saved up for it and I bought it myself. It was mine. It wasn't the family computer. Get the hell off it. Which is the entire reason I bought it, is I got tired of sharing a computer with my brothers because we all wanted to use it. And while it was fair, the way we split up the time and everything, like, I didn't have a brother who was bullying me off it. I didn't want to get off of it. So I bought my own with my first job. But after that, I built every single computer other than a laptop. Oh, I'll actually take that back. Laptops I use for traveling, I obviously didn't build. But for my main computer, I only had one computer that wasn't pre-built by, or wasn't built by me after that, and that was a laptop. I don't know why. I think it was I had some money that I had gotten. And I can't remember what the circumstances were. Like, I'd always worked, but I found myself with a little extra spending money, not just money in general. And I hadn't had like any meaningful amount of money in a long time because college will do that to you. And so I had between going for my associates and my bachelor's degree, I had was it like I had a family member pass away or something? I don't remember. But like I ended up with a little extra money that I was like, you know what? I have been living on a shoestring budget for like the last 3 years where, you know, going out for a hamburger was considered frivolous spending for me. Like the money was so tight. And I was with working multiple jobs at the same time and yada, yada, yada. And so I was like, you know what? I have some extra money. My computer's an old piece of junk. I'm going to get myself something nice. Hey, I'm going to be going to university. I probably should get myself a laptop. But I still want a game. So I'm going to go spend the money for a gaming laptop. And I got a Dell XPS, I think was what it was. Calling it a laptop is being generous. That thing weighed like 15, 20 pounds or some nonsense. So I jokingly referred to as a portable desktop because you're not putting it on your lap. I don't regret spending that money. I wouldn't buy it again. But ever since then, cause like it definitely was like the laptop was not the way to move for gaming. Like it ran stuff fine. It was one of the first computers that came with a physics card as a standalone thing in it. But yeah. I still have that here floating around here. It does it, like it runs but not well. This graphics card was starting to give out. And I just didn't want to throw it away. All right, so we're at 25,000. And so we need the 10,000 for the forks to pick stuff up. Let's take a quick peek back here and see if we have had any of the, so no pallets out yet. They are going. The pallets are probably 1,000 liters. So I'm going to guess it'll probably be tomorrow in game day that we get our first pallets out. So I won't buy the pallet fork yet. So let's take a look. I think the next move after the greenhouse we're going to do is we're going to get this plot of land down here. That one right there. So that's 80,000. That's more than I thought it was, but I still think that is our next move because you can look at the field size that this is going to be around triple the amount of rice field we get. And then plus I'm going to get more room to work it down here. That very genuinely what I might even do. What operating system did you have on the laptop? That one was probably still XP. I'm willing to bet it came with XP and then I upgraded to Windows 7, I think. Because at the time I was working IT side, and I was part of what was referred to as the Maps Pack, which is the Microsoft something action pack. It was a thing to help you sell Microsoft products to other people. And it was, for me, it was a thing where I could drop like as a couple $100 and then get like $30,000, $40,000 worth of software licenses, as long as I didn't use them for commercial purposes. And so I was subscribed to that until they went, wait a second, people are just getting out of spending $30,000 on licenses they need. We're gonna end this. And so then I didn't get to have that fun toy anymore. Yeah, so I'm thinking what we do. You remember Windows 95? I remember Windows 3.1. Yeah, so what I think we'll actually do is we'll buy this land when we have the money, and I'm going to extend these rice fields. I'll probably make... Oh, wait, there's a ridge between there, isn't there? Let's run over here. Let's double check before I say what I'm going to do and then realize I can't even do it. Because remember there's a ridge between the fields on the east and the west, but I don't know about the north and the south. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, so we can't take these to the east and west and combine those. That's fine. The downside is I was about to say I'm going to combine these to the north and the south, like cut across here, but I obviously can't do that as well. What I might be able to do is we can see if it makes sense. I might be able to fit like one more rice paddy down there. It won't be a big one. Another thing, you have strong memories of music from MechWarrior 2 on MS-DOS. I had MechWarrior 2, and MechWarrior Mercenaries, and MechWarrior the original. I remember the Space Quest and Police Quest series. King's Quest. I didn't get into King's Quest. I didn't take as far as Space Quest in those. That one I never think I fully finished. All right. So in the meantime, let's check our contracts. Because we need to keep bringing the money. We can't do stone picking. We can do rock removal. What was the cost? What is the cheapest cost for a for the one? Actually, slight change of plan if we're going after the temple. What can I find a section of land with a lot of trees on it that isn't outrageously expensive? There's 70,000. There's 90,000. Man, some of these are up there at 500,000. That one doesn't have any trees on it. Yeah, so I think the best one is we got a 70,000 one there with a bunch of trees. And then down here we had a 70,000 one. So that's a small plot of land. Let's take a look at what that is. Make sure it's even worth us doing. Let's see, you had PC DOS on an 880. Or an 8088. With a green and black monitor, 20 megabyte hard drive. Get off my lawn. I couldn't tell you the hard drive on my first one. Yeah, so this is the spot of land we're looking at. So it does look like it actually does have a decent amount of trees. There is a rock ledge down the middle bisecting it, which kind of sucks for its long-term use. But for doing the temple objective, I could see cutting down these trees and figuring out loading them and trying to get those over there. You tell me how much you're worth? You don't. You just tell me your meters. But we could check out what we got to do with that, because we should be able to get, there is the new cheaper sawmill for $36,000. I still probably need to buy the land to the south, because let's actually see. Can I get away with shoving a sawmill on this property? Or is that at that point where it's like, nah man, seriously, you don't have the space. So we can go down here till we hit 36,000. So there's the carpenter. So it's 36,000. It does appear like I would be able to do this. I don't know where the stuff comes out. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so stuff comes out on that side, goes in on this side. So, it is opposite sides. Yeah, so I very genuinely could make a really small sawmill here and use that to start getting our lumber for the temple. The big question is, are there any more of the ones for the cement? Because that's the issue we're going to have next. And I think, unfortunately, I think there is only one cement place here. Yeah, so cement factory is 370,000. And we will need that to make the temple unless I can buy the cement outright. Yeah. Let's see if the cement is even something listed that I can buy. We can go here, choose cement on here. See if it's for only for sale or for buy and sale. I don't see it listed here. Was it concrete instead? No. Where are you hiding? There's the stones, which there's no sell point here. Oh, there's not going to be cement, and the reason there's not going to be cement is we don't actually have a point that produces. So cement brick. Oh, I take that back. So we can sell cement brick, and we can buy it. It is expensive, so there is a good chance if we want to do the temple, we'll probably just buy the cement brick, which will not be great. But yeah, so okay, I think we've got our plan. So we're gonna save up money. We're gonna try and get the piece of property over there, and we're gonna try and get. Well, actually, we'll figure it out. I'm still waffling about whether we're buying that other piece of property or we're or what we're doing. So rock removal contract, we could do that. And this is what made me think of it was the stone picking. I was like, oh right, we should do that. So you can go ahead and we can borrow the items. You're gonna be a nice cheap one. Wait, how much does it say you're gonna? Oh, it's for 8,000. Yeah, it's fine. No, it's not. I'm looking at the wrong one. It's fine. So we're trying to make money. When do I need to plant our stuff, right? So we plant our rice in April. And you are over... You're basically in town. All right. Is it a pre-built factory? Yeah, no, when we get the one for 300 and something... Oh, pre-built factory? No, I haven't seen a cement place on the map. As far as the stuff here, we could buy the warehouse and that, but that doesn't do us any good for this. You feel like the 4th challenge isn't happening anytime soon? No, I already said that. This thing is slow? Yes. Yeah, no, I already made mention that realistically, going for the $1 million, I need to save up for that to happen $500,000, because then what I can do is I can get $500,000, take the biggest loan possible, which is I think $500,000, and then that'll give us, you know, credit for it, and then we just pay the loan off to, you know, still honor our challenge by just taking the loan to get the dare drop and getting that out of the way. We thought the harvester was slow? Mm-hmm. It's fine. Yeah, so most likely dare drop wise, let's see, the temple an objective, or do you set it up? It's so these objectives over here on the side, that is for dare drops, which is basically a website where they say, hey, if you do this, we'll give you that. And so the idea is, and they also can compensate creators based on a point system. That's a whole extra thing. They don't compensate great, but I'm getting paid so it's not getting paid like a sponsorship in the sense that I'm not getting paid like, hey, if you play 2 hours, you'll get X dollars. But it is a thing that as I stream the game, if I am doing dare drops, it'll take my peak viewership and I get compensated a number of points that can be converted into money. It's a little bit. It'll basically buy me a meal or something, like, or two or whatever, all depending on a bunch of things. But what Dare Drops does is it has all these different challenges you signed up for, and you go, okay, if you harvest rice, we will give you a CD key, or we'll give you a key to the game to give to your viewers. And so what happens is I harvest the rice, I clip it, I send it to them, and a day or two later, they get back and go, cool, here's your key, and then I can give that key to all of you. So every one of these objectives up there, I did choose, because those all will result in me getting keys for the game with the with that one tractor DLC or whatever it was, the extra vehicle, the what is it, McDon or whatever, DLC. So that's potentially 5 keys I can give out once we get to that point. So the keys will not be today. Right now we haven't technically earned any of them yet, but we are. If we look at that spinach, peas, green beans, I can get that done today. As soon as we harvest rice, the very first one we'll also have when I harvest rice, and that selling the spring onions and chili, that's the reason we built the greenhouse. So as soon as it produces a pallet and I take that to the marketplace to sell it, then that one's done, and that'll be 3 CD keys we got locked in that we could probably get done today. The $1 million, it's a maybe if that even happens. I'm going to work on it, but there is a good chance that what I might end up doing is if we get ourselves... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If we do get to the point that they come out with a map that I like the idea for a Survivor Man challenge, we'll probably start over to do a Survivor Man challenge, which is basically a more extreme version of what I am doing now, where what we'll do is we will be loading up on a map that literally doesn't have anything on it except for a buy and a sell point for buying your equipment and then selling the goods. It'll have like the gas station and all that, but it'll be usually like one building or a couple little buildings, and then the rest of the map will be just, you know, whether it's trees or hills or whatever, it'll be, you know, no farmland or anything. So you make all of your own farmland and you do it all. Starting from literally nothing, you build up a city and farms and everything. And it's a lot of fun. It is very slow. It is very, very slow. You will see me struggle with the absolute smallest plow in the game because it'll be all I can afford. And it's a lot of fun. We did that with Farming Sim 22. It was a very popular thing on the channel and everything. Even though we farmed a lot, and I mean a lot of wheat and sorghum, because I got just enough that I got lucky, and I should be checking this, that we had a sale for the harvester for doing those. And it was a good sale, and I had the money, so I snagged a harvester like half price. And once I did that, like, we were kind of locked in on that crop, because pivoting to another crop requires all the equipment, and when you have no money on the hardest economy settings, you deal with what you got. And so we slowly worked our way up to getting the bigger seeder, to getting the bigger plow, to getting a big cultivator, you know, getting a much better fertilizer spreader and all those kind of things, just going one step up for the next thing and the next thing. And then once we kind of had, like, not the best, but pretty close to the best for, like, one type of crop, we would buy, like, another chunk of land and work on the next crop, and we'd do all the production lines. So it took a long time to get going. But at the end, we had, like, sheep and cows and pigs and canola and wheat and sorghum. We had multiple greenhouses going. I know I had more production line stuff. We had the oil place going for the canola. We had sunflowers, I believe. We were also making stuff for that. Did we have sunflowers? I'm not sure about the sunflowers. But, like, at the end, we had all that stuff going. Which you might hear all that and go, that wasn't really that many crops. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, literally at the beginning, I was sitting there, I think I think we cut down the handful of trees that were on the property we started on. And I think that got me just enough that we were able to build like a greenhouse and have the minimum to drag stuff to and from it. I wasn't using the autoloader mod until pretty far into the run. So I was loading up the stuff from the greenhouse using the stuff. And eventually, like I said, I got the autoloader mod so I could just pull up and just shove it all in the back. I basically did it manually until we reached the point that's like, this is just becoming a big delay in everything. At which point, then we got autoloader. Like, right now, autoloader's not an option because it doesn't exist. But yeah. Good times. But yeah, we were harvesting the same field every stream. But it is one of those runs that, like, for every additional field we got, like, at the very beginning, we would have a year would go through, and the amount of money we'd make would be, like, $10,000, $14,000. Because we just had, like, one little field of wheat or whatever. And I would just have to sell it as wheat. Or, like, whatever, I don't even remember what. I think, did we do soybean toward, like, I think I did barley for, like, I did barley, and then it finished, and I did wheat because you could do both of those in the same year. If I remember correctly. After which point you can't do it the other way around. Wheat overlaps the barley. And I think we switched to soy because it paid better. And I had to do that for like a couple in-game years before I could afford a little bit more land to just basically do more of it. Does this actually remove stone from this lot? It does until I complete the contract, and then it reappears. That way it can be repeated. When you're not doing contracts, it does stay away forever. If I buy the land that this is on and I destroy those rocks, then they're gone forever. But for the contract, they'll keep respawning. And that's because otherwise, a lot of those missions, you'd do them once, and then they'd be gone forever. Okay, so we've got... Yeah, so it's just the root crops. I don't want to deal with those. That's not a bad one. It's a shame the stone picking doesn't work. I'm also surprised you're still there. You need to get out of here. I don't want to deal with that fertilizer. Yeah, so it's looking like this is probably the only one I'm going to worry about right now. We're getting towards the end of the year, so our options for, contracts are going to start to thin down. And they'll keep spawning more and more where it's like cut trees, cut trees, cut trees. Haul the lumber, haul the lumber, haul the lumber. Okay, and what field did you want me to do? No, seriously. Oh, it's 32. It's way down by home. Yeah, so what I'll most likely do for the Survivor Man challenge, if we can find a map like that soon, when the mods start to catch up, is I'll get a map that we can do that. And just for practicality's sake, what I'll end up doing is I will start it. You give yourself a section of land because it doesn't function without it. You give yourself a chainsaw because, again, it doesn't function without it. I will put a spot where I can fast forward time. So we'll just find like what looks like the saddest little house we can, like the saddest little trailer or tent or whatever it is. And that's just because the alternative is I just hit the button to like make the game fast forward more and more and more. And so that's those ones I don't feel guilty about. The last time we did give ourselves like the minimum little trailer we could. I may or may not do that. But usually if I give myself something like that, I make it a rule that I may not just sell it for money. Because we gave ourselves the 1984 truck last time, and just that was one of the stipulations was I wasn't allowed to sell the truck. And the reason for that is just simply that kind of bypasses the money challenge of it, just injecting your money with like 14,000 by selling the truck instantly. And we never did sell a truck because I kept it as a hard rule that we just couldn't get rid of it. And then the other rules we have is no loans or leases, and you start with $0. The way I do this, I get all that set up, and I edit the save file and just delete the money. So like I actually go in and edit the file's code and just sit there and say, hey, you have $0. So it takes a little bit of setup, but that's not a big deal. But we basically give ourselves the absolute minimum for the challenge to function, because if you don't have land or the chainsaw or a mod that lets you cut all the land, which usually actually makes it easier because then any tree is acceptable, if you don't have those things, then literally you have no means of making money, so you just sit there and you stare at the game and go, well, this is going great. I'm going to take a minute to use the restroom real fast because I need to around an ad break anyway, so I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. We can do it. We can do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Still, I'm glad you moved here, Farmer Rual. That is too incredibly freaking adorable. I'm gonna need you to tone down the weaponized levels of adorableness. You never played Stardew Valley? Do you think you'd like it? I have no. That's convenient. I got back just in time for it to break. Cool. That's fine. We only had 20 seconds left of the ad break anyways. So let's switch you back to the guided steering assist thing. Okay. Try that again with the tool down. I've only messed that up every single time just about today. Yeah, so trying to make a decent amount of money real quick to get things going. One of the things that will be nice is as we get more and more property of our own, the less and less contracts we will do. Because as we get our own money, we can get better payouts for the same amount of effort. Like if I take the time to set up and do my own field. Thank you for the follow. Okay, actually, I take that back. If you sit there and you do every step of the contract along the way, there is a good chance you actually will make better money doing the contracts the whole way. But, you know, you gotta depend on the contracts and all that and yada yada. And there's definitely something to be said about working your own farm, both the fun and all that. You remember, was it a $5 meal deal? Oh, Subway $6.99 meal deal? That's random. Well, no, it wasn't a $5 meal deal. It was a $5 foot long. And then you had to spend the extra whatever it cost to get a drink. Actually, you know what? They may have done... Did they do a half sub? I remember it was a $5 foot long, and it may have been the meal deal was $5 for half of a sub. And it came with a meal. Did it come as a meal? I used to go to Subway all the time. Yeah, half sub. Gotcha. That's right. Okay, that makes sense. Because I remember I used to get like the $5 foot long back in the day. You know, and then I had to spend like the extra $1.28 or whatever it was for a soda. And it'd always be like, do you want chips? And it's like, no. I have this giant sub. I do not need your chips. Yeah, that's what I came to realize. Like, oh, wait a second. I think you were right that they had like the half sub for like $5. I always got the foot long. Because it was what, half? It was half a sub, a bag of chips, and a soda, if I remember correctly, was the meal deal. But it was just like their classic and not their premium subs or whatever it was. So it was like BMT, spicy Italian, those ones. Yeah, cookies or chips. Yeah, that's right. There was a good while that almost every day from work I would go, not every day, quite frequently I would walk the subway. It's just like at time I was trying to stay very active and all that, it was convenient. So I'd go to my office and I'd walk a couple of blocks, get subway, you know, walk back. Sometimes it'd stop because it was along the river, so I'd just chill over by the river at one of the parks, enjoy the weather if the weather was nice. I remember doing that for a long time. Did similar at university. I'd go to one of the lakes, like, near the student union, because I worked at the university as well. So I would, I'd go to one of the lakes by the student union and sit by the lake, see all the turtles doing their turtle things in the water, see all the squirrels endlessly harassing all the other students, making off with so much food for people not paying close attention. Let's see, your first job in high school was working at the local Subway. To this day, you cannot go into those stores. Not because the food was bad or anything. I think just agitation, but the smell. The darn smell of bread poofing sunk into every piece of clothing. That was where I was going with this, was after university, one of the jobs I had was in this really old hotel building in Orlando. And it was a software dev job that like they basically converted into an office building. But the bottom floor was Subway. So every single day I was walking in and out with the smell of you know, the smell of the bread there. And you're not wrong that after a certain point in time, it stopped smelling like bread. And I couldn't eat Subway for a good long while. I'm back to being able to eat it now, but I usually don't go for them. There's just better options these days. Wonder if Subway is more popular as a show or public transportation? I mean, I would assume more people ride on subways than eat Subway. Because people who need the Subway ride on it literally every single day, like it or not. Well, every working day. And many subways have Subway in them. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that there's some of those things that that smells good in the short term, but once you've been around it long enough, you're like, oh my god, I cannot stand that smell anymore. So we actually don't have any more contracts worth doing right now. I'm not at a time crunch, money-wise, for anything at the moment. We're basically waiting for this to kick out some pallets. Can I go in there to look at those, by the way? I can. Yeah, so we got our spring onions. That's probably hot peppers. That'll be our strawberries. That's clearly our tomatoes. That's our lettuce or the cabbage. Where's the cabbage? Yeah, that's distinctly the cabbage there. That might be the lettuce. Or that might be the lettuce and that's the cabbage. It's interesting that just design-wise, they show them all at like different stages of growth. Pepper plants wish they looked like that. Pepper plants are nowhere near like that perfectly symmetrical and everything. You know, straight up stem. They all have like a little slant and then split off and all that. Yeah, no, it's definitely like Subway smells good until you're around it a lot. And there is definitely a point that you start... It does start, you know... The bread stops smelling like bread. Not that there's anything like necessarily wrong with it. But just... There is a point that it just kind of doesn't stick around. I didn't work at it. Like I said, it was the bottom of the building, but even that was enough just going up and down there every single day. Like, you get to the point you walk through there and your stomach would just kind of unsettle for a moment. You're like, all right, hang on, we're out of here. That was... I miss working downtown Orlando. I miss that so much. The food options were just amazing. You want a good ramen or a pho? You can make it happen. You want good Mexican? You can make it happen. You want Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean? You can make it happen. You want a pita? You want Greek food? You want Italian food? You can make it happen. You want pizza? There's like 10 different varieties in range. Heck, you want a good salad? You can make it happen, which good luck finding a good salad place that's what they specialize in. Alright, so let's check our sales. You get used to work at a fish and chip shop? Oh, I like fish and chips, and you don't even need to take that any farther. I can already imagine. Like, even as someone who enjoys fish and chips, just in general, like, I can already picture that smell getting super obnoxious super fast. Okay, so no pallets quite yet. But we're probably gonna get pallets today. It looks like the garlic is gonna get done first. Alright, so we can probably knock out a contract or two, and then we'll ooh! What? Why are you gonna pay me $17,000 to cultivate? I mean, I'm not gonna complain. It's a big field. But $17,000 to cultivate? Yes. The answer is yes. Like, don't get me wrong, cultivating's not the fastest process, but it's not a particularly slow one either. How much can I get away with wiggling this? Pretty far. Pretty far if anyone's not taking notes. Okay, so we've got 3 fields to cultivate. It looks like one is just down the road on the right, the other on the left. I'm gonna go ahead and lower this and just cut across this perfectly good field. There's your volumetric fog coming in there. Does anyone call for a forest fire? But yeah, so if you compare this fog with the fog in... I'm using the wrong thing. You compare this fog with the fog that we had in Farming Sim 22. The fog in Farming Sim 22 wasn't volumetric. And so the difference with that is, if I turn my camera like this, you notice how the fog has like a height it goes to, and then it kind of thins out. That's what like real fog does most of the time. Like, it might not be quite this pronounced very often, but, you know, it is hanging near the ground where the humidity's really high and all that. And so we get this as opposed to it just being kind of like someone just, you know, put a smear of fog on your screen covering the whole thing. So this is way nicer. And also, it's not like this uniform consistency, so it's more realistic. So we got like this swoop up to the side over there. Where like we got a little patch here that's a little denser and a little patch there that's not quite as dense. So that looks way, way better than our fog used to. So we're going to be cultivating for a hot minute. I'm going to try and finish my food in the meantime. That's the thing. For me in jobs that smells were a thing, would be the smell of gasoline. When I worked in selling tools in lawn and garden, the smells of oil and gasoline were pretty common. What's for dinner? Frozen pizza. Truly the finest of dining. Not complaining at all. Frozen pizza's perfectly fine. I do enjoy a good frozen pizza. Oh, are you curved such... Oh, you know what that makes me wonder? Nah, it wouldn't work the whole way around. I was gonna say, it's like, I was like, wait, could you design a field such that you could consistently turn the tractor and never have to like double back on yourself. Like, you know, you'd have to do like one ring, then the next ring, like their headlands, but I'm like, oh wait, never mind. Hope you cooked it first? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, frozen pizza's gonna be good. I think in my entire life I've only had one like legitimately like this was a bad frozen pizza. That it was like I regret eating this kind of thing. So good morning, it's like you got to play this yesterday. Do you know if there's a bug using the X52 flight stick? It identifies the input in the main menu. You can take the keybinds, but nothing. Xbox controller seems to work fine. Sadly, I don't know. I haven't heard anyone mention that, you know, so far. And I don't have one to test or whatever. So, like, unfortunately, as much as I'd love to answer your question, I just don't know. Is the X52 Logitech? Am I remembering the brand right? Because Logitech is pretty notorious about you need to keep their latest whatever garbage software. And I say this as someone who has Logitech devices. I do love their devices, but also Logitech, if we're being honest here, Logitech hardware, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Logitech software, hot smoldering bag of manure. It is some of the most upsetting software to deal with. There goes our chance of ever having a sponsorship by them. Yeah, it's like I download the software just enough to program the buttons on my device, and then I immediately unload the software. You so hate that software? If you don't upgrade your headphones, they stop working. Like, why? My whole thing is you have the software, and I forget the name of it right off the top of my head, but you have the software, and so I've got one of these mice that's got like 12 buttons on the side. So you need the software to program what those buttons do. Fair enough. Makes sense. Checks out. And yet, yeah, G-Hub. G-Hub's the software. And yet, I just want to program what the 12 buttons do. I don't want to do anything fancy. I'm not trying to do a whole big complicated thing. Just set the buttons. And it'll come out with an update. And every single time that software updates, my mouse's buttons on the side will stop working. And then its update will fail. And I'll have to uninstall G-Hub from scratch, reinstall it again, and then it'll work fine again. And it's every single time they update it. And it's like, dude, do you know what you do? You make it so I can tell you what these 12 buttons do. How is this something you fail at so badly? Like, this is the one and only thing this software should do well. And really, the only ever time this should need updates is when there's a major update to the operating system that you have to account for. Otherwise, you should have that set. Or, you know, someone finds some weird vulnerability or something. But you do have the new computer that you installed 2 or 3 weeks ago. You know, I'd be held that software updated to the point where it shouldn't work for Farming Sim. Yeah. You never know. Like, that's the thing. That's the reason why there's like the whole thing with like Logitech being like, we want to make your mouses to be a subscription service that you pay a monthly fee and you have your mouse so you don't have to think about it. I'm like, here's the deal. If you want to have that conversation, we can have that conversation at some point in time. Until you get your software sorted, this is an embarrassment of an idea. Because like hell am I paying you a monthly fee for something that doesn't work? Because that's what you're going to be paying that monthly fee for, is their software. Their software that is straight up terrible. Yeah, exactly. Burn and fire. You don't know what they do. Their release manager and product owners should be fired. I don't know what internal politics or whatever they got going on. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, I'm willing to give people a lot of slack on things, but it's like, this software shouldn't do hardly anything. It should have, it's like one function it does well. Anything that is in addition to that function. Why are your lines narrow? Hold up. Wait a second. Excuse me? Let's try that again. What is the width on this tool? What are you? So this is a cultivator. Because it's worth me taking a minute to figure out the width of this thing if it's going to try and set me off. I'm wondering if I set it, like, with it folded up, and so it saw me as trying to determine the width of it folded up. Is it you? No, because it's at least 9. Huh. That's very clearly wider than that. Hey, Lego, how's it going? Alright, I think we can go just... I am so confused right now. Because I noticed those stripes weren't the right width. Does it working with... It does. And that's what seems to be the weirdness, is it seems like maybe it didn't set it right. I think it set it to its undeployed width. You're gonna use steering assist so much? Oh yeah, no, we've been using. This is the first time we've had something weird. So I think happened, as I think I might have set it while it was folded. We go around here and try this. It could be just maybe this one tool, its width didn't detect correctly or something. Because the tool says it's only 9 meters, but then when we're looking at that path, it's like, that's way, way too narrow for 9 meters. Or for whatever this is. I guess it's just that one edge of the road, it was, for whatever reason, doubling it up. Alright, we can set you back to auto. Yeah, that was just weird. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just that end row for some reason. Like, just the way things line up. But then there's like, wait a second, this thing has my blue lines, and it's hanging over both sides. Like, and not like there was just a tiny smidge because we're turning, but it was like distinctly like a meter on either side off, and it's like, what? I'm just guessing the end headspace, whatever it is, header, whatever, that it was just like, maybe just because the angle had like a weird thing, because like the field has kind of a weird shape, so maybe it just calculated that one spot as being a little bit odd. That's probably exactly what it was. It was probably on one end, it was like the wider where we started, and as we worked our way over, it just kept narrowing where it expected us to actually care about covering, because it was not square. And maybe that's just the first time it's really been that painfully obvious. Hey, Simplex, how's it going? Yeah, no, what more than likely be for the vulnerabilities there, Border, is more than likely be stuff like there could be a vulnerability that someone could get a keylogger if you plug your mouse into the wrong thing, it loads a keylogger onto the mouse, or that it could be, you know, someone figures out with the way the executable run that switches the device options or whatever, that there is a vulnerability not in the mouse itself, but the software that programs the mouse that you can hook into, again, load stuff you don't want in its memory. The likelihood of that is probably very low, though. And usually that kind of stuff also requires physical access. And usually the time when you get to, like, any type of security vulnerability that requires physical access, you're just like, okay, well, you're just hosed. The moment someone physically has your computer in their hands, any security measures you have are only so good. With enough time and motivation, they will be in your computer. And unfortunately, that time and motivation is not long. Not as long as you'd like to think it is. And you'll have people be like, oh, but don't worry, I've encrypted everything. It's like, yeah, that really depends on what encryption you're using. And even then, someone motivated enough can still probably get through that. It's just a matter of if what you have and how well you secured it with encryption, if it's worth their time and effort. And don't get me wrong, you can get to the point where it'll take long enough that they're not going to bother. Like, if you use strong enough encryption, then yeah, you know, you're talking months of cracking away at it. Yeah, they're just going to not even worry about it and just take your device for the hardware. But still. Yeah, these weird angles are going to be a whole thing. But yeah, no, I do kind of agree. It should be one of those things that when it comes to, like, your mouse and keyboard and stuff software, unless they're adding some, like, particularly useful feature, which I can't think of what they'd add retroactively to those, but unless they're adding some, like, amazing new feature, realistically, those should probably only have to update maybe once or twice a year at the absolute most. Just again, when, you know, Microsoft or OS X or Linux turns around and says, hey, we figured out there was some exploit that people could do that opens up a security vulnerability, so we're patching this, which changes our input device drivers. So now you need to adapt your device drivers to use our newer input device drivers to, you know, make this vulnerability not a thing. But those are probably something that happens once in a very long while. Or someone else makes a device that has, you know, too similar of information for it. So if you have one device, then the other device of the same computer, they don't work because of similarities in the way they're set up in their, like, you know, driver might have the same name or some nonsense. I don't know. That's not a good example. But something that, you know, creates confusion on the computer side that has to be addressed. I don't think that's a thing you really run into anymore, though. That sounds like the stuff we ran into back in the day of IRQ conflicts and all that garbage. Where your sound card and your joystick would be on the, your sound card and your game port would be on the same IRQ, and so they just wouldn't work. Or sound card and modem. I always forget the ones that had that problem. I used to know it. I want to say, was it IRQs 7, 11, and 13 were the ones that conflicted all the time? That you have devices fighting over them? IRQ not less than or equal blue screens. Yep. And when you had them, sometimes there was, like, not a whole lot you could do. Sometimes you go in and configure and say, okay, this device goes to this IRQ. This device goes to that IRQ. but sometimes just the way the nature of the devices would, they'd rehook somewhere in there. And I don't remember the specifics, it's just been too long. And it would like reset its IRQ and suddenly your computer would blue screen. You go, alright, well, let me go back in and manually change those again. I remember even installing a driver back in the day being a colossal pain. Like, it was something that bring you fear that you're like, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and update my video card's, you know, driver, and then the driver wouldn't load right. And then you couldn't get your screen up. You had to do a whole bunch of chores to try and revert it back. You know, if you're lucky, you could get into Windows Safe mode. You'd have, like, resolution of potato. And then uninstall the driver and start from scratch with it and try again. Back in the day of Voodoo graphics cards. Beep codes without internet to look them up. Yeah, you'd have the multiple tones. You'd be like, I don't know what that means. And you might have the manual and it'd have like, okay, long, short, short. And you'd be like, was it long, short, short? Or... And different manufacturers had different ones. So that helped it so it wasn't standardized. At least not that time. There were a lot less drivers installed. This is also true. This is also true. I remember your sound cards often had them because you had like Sound Blaster 16 and 32 and Pro and all those would have drivers. You would have your video cards, like Voodoo and all that would have drivers. If you had like a scanner or something like that, you'd typically have drivers for that. And if you had to have like the SCSI card to plug your scanner into, that would need a driver. Those SCSI cards are always an exercise in frustration. Welcome back, Lego. But yeah, no, that was... Man. Good old SCSI. I remember the nightmares of trying to teach SCSI when I had my PC Repairers Advanced PC Repair class. Where, like, let me go ahead and cover SCSI. You know, and you'd be like, alright, this is what a serial port is. A 9-pin serial port. Cool. Here's what, you know, what is it? A 25-pin parallel port. Cool. You know, here's a USB port. Cool. You know, actually, was HDMI even a thing back then? I don't think it was. Here's like a DVI and a VGA port, which were just other types of serial ports. And then it'd be like SCSI. It's like, alright, I need you to sit down a minute, because there's like 10 different versions of these things. All with different pin numbers, and they all have different use cases, and all these. Some of them you have to terminate, some of them you don't have to terminate. Some of these have to be looped, some of these don't have to be looped. Buckle your seats, friends, because this is its whole thing. You know, let's see, and a failed video card driver happened to me like 10 years ago, Linux, and you had to go to terminal to boot and reinstall it. Yeah. Oh man, if you're going back to like Linux in like 2002 and all that, that was rough times. I used Linux as my main driver during that time frame, and those were rough times, man. You had to be real careful when you're buying hardware to be like, okay, does this have a Linux driver? And then secondly, is the driver any good? And the answer was no, you just accepted you probably weren't using that device. The number of printers and all that, that's like, well, I guess I just can't use that printer. That's fine, I guess. I didn't want to print this anyways. That was in the netbook days. Like 2005, 2008, when netbooks were real big. I think they lasted like 2012 and then fell off the face of the earth. Whenever it was that Windows Vista was around, that was the same days that netbooks were around. They both mutually made the other look terrible. you know, had the computing power of a warm potato with wires stuck in it. But man, I remember messing with like Fedora, Ubuntu, I think Debian. I didn't try to run Red Hat on it. I had worked with Red Hat. I used to have a certification for it. I doubt that's valid anymore. But with a netbook, I didn't even try to put that. I didn't even try to put Red Hat on a netbook. I was like, nah, it's not going to run at all. Tried Knoppix. And that was also the point we started getting micro versions of the Linux distros. So you got like micro Ubuntu and all that. Hey, Linux. Yeah, Linux. My brain was putting multiple things together. But yeah, no, definitely we're doing all of that. And that's how I got that, because that was like, it was a little netbook for class. I wouldn't have to drag that monstrosity of a computer with me so far as like the portable desktop anymore. So I brought the netbooks to school, and I used that like all the time. And I think I ultimately got a micro version of Knoppix was what I used. But it was definitely one of those things I did for like just a semester or two. And I was like, I can't do this. Like, I'm going back to paper. This is terrible. Like, even what was it? Evernote? Was that the application for keeping notes? I think literally it was Knoppix stripped down to almost nothing and had Evernote on it. And that thing would still chug. That it was just too much for it to handle. Netbooks were garbage back then. I mean, they still are, but like at least we got modern tech that could get down to a form factor similar to what they were trying to do. Yeah, no, I haven't used Evernote in like 10, 15 years. But that was the only thing I could get to run on it. Like OneNote was just not going to happen. That was, ooh. I didn't have those type of system resources in that netbook. Are you kidding? Solitaire was pushing it. I didn't have Solitaire on it. It couldn't run it. Yeah, that was a short-lived fad, was the netbook fad. For those who missed that, netbooks were these laptops that they came out with in like the mid 2000s, like 2005 or so. And the idea was it was supposed to be like the cheapest possible computer you could get. So these things were like $200. And they had no computational power whatsoever. This is at a time when a computer, like an okay computer, like we're talking like for email only, was like $500. And to get this laptop that'd be like this big for like $300, it would have processors that had less power than we had seen in like nearly a decade. And half of them were coming with like Windows Vista and like Lindows, for people who remember that, the knockoff Windows. They would run it, and like it couldn't hardly boot because they like you were super well below spec of like the minimum spec of what Windows required. So you end up getting these things with all sorts of like hack job, not Windows things on them. And some would have Linux on it. But even then, it was like running a Pentium 1 or a Pentium 2, which was a processor that, again, was like 10 plus years old. Like an equivalent to it. Windows? Oh yeah. Or it looked like Windows and then you went, wait a second. What is this?
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. You take it easy, Luxray. Thank you for tuning in. You remember a teacher in high school who was known for being totally into research and should become a researcher instead of a teacher? Wanting to install Linux on a machine in the school just out of interest, gathering students around, it was an adventure. Oh yeah, no, like, the early days of Linux were not a smooth ride. You shared the stream with your community tab on my channel? Well, thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, no, it was definitely one of those things that, like, the early days of Linux were really, really rough. It was something you did out of interest / hobbyist versus any form of practicality. Which still, like, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, nowadays it's usable. I still would encourage, if you're not a power user, to not mess with it. If you're a power user, you make your own decisions. Like, you have at least enough know-how to get your fingers on it and get your hands dirty. you will want to expect to be doing a certain amount of maintenance on it. As last says, you're not looking forward to having to re-image the surface you have. It's going to be interesting, especially since I think you're going to attempt to get rid of some of the Windows bloatware. So that surprises me that there was bloatware on a Surface. I mean, I haven't gotten any of the newer models, but that used to be one of the main primary marketing points that you had with the Surface. Is there was the what is it called? Microsoft Preferred. There's a Microsoft Preferred version of the operating system, which basically meant it didn't come with. Oh, you're referring to the OS itself? Okay. All right. Are you going to install Linux on it? I have no idea how that works. That's one of the places you ran into trouble a lot of times is when you're talking like a proprietary like if you're looking like at a MacBook or a Surface Book where it's like Microsoft making the Microsoft hardware and Apple making the Apple hardware. That was usually the place where you ran into real nasty stuff trying to run other operating systems on it. Sometimes you could. Because it's not like they were making cross-platform versions of their drivers. The Mac especially. You had to be a little wary. Now, I don't have any clue about the driver situation for Linux nowadays. I've heard it's much better. But that would be the area I'd expect the most grief. Is like proprietary tech, so not like a video card that could be in any computer or thing. You have no idea what Linux would actually function with a touchscreen? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, man, that is a Microsoft driver for Microsoft hardware that there is zero chance that Microsoft made a Linux version of that driver. That'll be hobbyists having to reverse engineer that and figure it out. Can you an image to the image on a Surface similar device? You found it hard enough to image the phone with a free OS? Yeah. Yeah, when it's like operating systems built into the hardware circuitry and all that, where you can hit the button, just revert the operating system back to its base thing, that the image is just on a chip on the motherboard. Like, you know, like its starting image, you can just reboot to that instantly, relatively speaking. I can't imagine trying to get that to run anything that wasn't the built-on thing. Like, it's certainly going to be doable, but that definitely feels in the I'm doing it because I'm curious versus I'm doing it because it makes sense. Versus, you know, if you get a laptop that's like a Dell laptop and it's running Windows on it, by all means, nuke the operating system. It's going to be built with NVIDIA hardware or Intel hardware or whatever. That could be put in a whole bunch of stuff. And it might be it's Dell's exclusive version of it, but it's still going to be the same chipset and everything under the hood at the end of the day. So you'll likely be able to find drivers for more than just Windows. So you should spend some money on the mushroom greenhouse. Only input is water, and they sell at a nice passive income. Yeah, that's true of all the greenhouses. We actually do have the regular greenhouse and the rice greenhouse, the rice sapling greenhouse. It wouldn't surprise me if the mushrooms were lucrative. The greenhouses have always been pretty good in the game. Water is cheap to free to put in there, and then you almost always come out pretty well ahead. Let's see, Overture. Your main problem is that the OS is taking up enough space to leave you 3 gigs out of 120 gig storage? Eek. That's definitely an underspec hard drive for any operating system nowadays. Like, don't get me wrong, you can get a micro distro of Linux that'll definitely fit in there with plenty of room to breathe, but like the fact that it came with a 120 gig hard drive is like, wait a second, why? Because you need to remember to get a hold of your dad's Windows 11 laptops. Haven't removed recall from them yet. Yeah. I do feel like, for one, I don't like the idea of the feature recall. I do feel like also at the same time, a lot of people are panicking over stuff that is likely not to be. There are certain concerns you should have with recall, and there are certain concerns with recall that are people, you know, screaming and throwing their hands in the air without considering the ramifications of if Microsoft actually did those things that it would completely end Microsoft's business regardless of anything else. And it would run them afoul of so much international law anyways that the whole thing. That said, I do think having it where it is constantly backing stuff up and all that, that's just going to murder your hard drive space and a whole bunch of other stuff. So, like I said, I don't like the feature, and I don't think it is like a whole thing with all that. But well, that's the thing. The data collection part is the part that's not exactly true. So what Recall is meant to be as a feature is that you can basically revert your computer back to like any state, if I'm remembering, and it'll be able to use machine learning against that data to do all sorts of predictive stuff on your local machine. And it's that predictive stuff on your local machine that's the thing that people are upset about, understandably. But people are worried that what Microsoft is going to do is going to scrape all that data, consume that into itself, and then use that for predictive stuff broader and all that. Like the incredible invasion of privacy. But Recall is only storing its information locally on your machine with how it works, because if it doesn't do that, then Microsoft is about to get lawyered into the dirt by dang near half the legislations of the world. Pretty much every European legislation would be able to bury them in so much legal violations that they wouldn't be able to breathe. And even here in the US, they would run afoul of a lot of state laws. So that second concern is not really a real concern. Like maybe if suddenly they manage to lobby every country in the world to backing off their privacy laws. But it still is one of those things. It is a large collection of data on your computer that is all put together, that concerns of someone getting a hold of it and being effectively a payload of data on you, that's a valid concern. You know, it's encrypted, but as we mentioned, having access to it, it's only a matter of time before someone would figure the way to defeat the encryption, like broadly speaking on it. Because you've uploaded 3 episodes of your Farming Simulator 22 series that you started? Nice. Yeah, I think I'm going to revive my YouTube series of, like, doing something. I haven't decided what I want to start, like, let's say Survivor Man Challenge doesn't hold up on the Twitch side. I could see spinning that up on the YouTube side and seeing how it does. Because I feel like that's the kind of thing that may do better on the YouTube side, because I can edit and cut down time and all that. But that's also a difficult one, because an episode of that can be a lot of input hours, like 9-10 recording hours, to edit it down to like 30 minutes. Which is tough. You're wondering if you should attempt file tree on the thing? Let's see, but you're also worried about the potential of deleting something. You probably shouldn't. But yeah, so that's the thing, like, people being concerned about Recall, fair enough. There is a security concern to have there, and then I can only assume that thing, like whatever sizes the files get, is gotta get super bloated when it comes to file size. Yeah, from what you read, it snapshots everything, most notably the screen. The AI uses machine learning to extract the features from it that you can then search for later. Your dad simply has no use for that. No, I agree. Like, uninstalling all that absolutely makes sense. Like, not judging at all for that. My comment was more like when they first announced it, that absolutely everyone was like, oh my god, they're going to steal all our data. They're going to, like, violate our personal lives. They're going to do all this stuff. And to be fair, those concerns are valid for a lot of things, because those things do happen on a lot of platforms. Looking at you, Google, looking at my email. Just saying. And all that kind of stuff. And even that's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's still pretty bad. Like, and also like Facebook scraping every bit of your data and all that. So the fear is understandable and honestly like warranted in the broader, hey, they're collecting data, where's it going? But in this particular case, they are collecting it locally and not sharing it out and not using it for our stuff. And you'll have people say, that we know of for now, and all these other ones, but like, right, you gotta understand there are actual laws that are protecting you in this particular scenario. Now, they could make changes that would be very public to make it so they wouldn't run afoul of those laws, and that's when you start screaming up in the air. But it's the kind of things they can't just switch on you, that you have to legally opt into that specific thing. You know, in writing, like written on your screen, but all that. But yeah, but it does take snapshots of everything. It does record like so much and all that, and it does use AI and machine learning on your local PC to do like predictive stuff for search and a whole bunch of other nonsense and all that. And genuinely, I'm in the same book saying I don't want or care for that feature. I don't like, even if there was not the privacy or data concern on it at all, that's still a lot of computation that I'm like, but why are you stealing my resources? Stop it. Stop eating my computation time. Like, even if I'm, you know, quote unquote idle, like stop wearing out my hardware to basically index all of my information to give me stuff that I'm not too worried about. I'll wait the extra 5 seconds, 10 seconds for search to find what I'm looking for. It's fine. I've never been the kind of person who gets upset when it's like, oh man, that search is taking a minute. No, I get it. I'm searching my entire hard drive. It's going to take a minute. Well, that's what I'm saying, Pretty Big Goof. It's not teaching a broader AI. It is locally on your own computer running for you. That's the nuance here. It's not like generative AI scraping the internet and stealing art. It is locally just you for your own stuff, where it'll be like, hey, you're trying to finish this. Let me help you finish it in your tone or whatever. I don't know what all features it's going to have. But it is all running locally for you. It's not being extrapolated up to a higher server to then being consumed by some generative AI or overlord AI or whatever. Like, it's one of the reasons I hate that they use the word AI for it, because it's not really AI, it is machine learning. But they present it as AI because the line between AI and machine learning and various things are fuzzy enough that you can get away, unless you're talking about specific technologies within there where you're saying, hey, I am running this type of AI. It's fuzzy enough that it's like, yeah, it's valid. AI is a buzzword? Correct. Yep, it is a buzzword. It'll go until we see a bunch of stuff crash and stop and, you know, burn, and then it'll be, you know, it'll be like blockchain was back in the day, where everyone was doing everything in blockchain. Now, Prego says, well, they're not using it for training, then that's good to know at least. Well, that's the thing. If they're going to use it for training in that matter, where it's a product you are purchasing and all of that, they would be required to disclose that, especially since the government and big companies and doctor's office and everyone else will be using those operating systems. It would be one of those things that they collected, say, at a doctor's office on the doctor's main computer and sent that up to the server to train a machine learning AI. They're going to be in violation of so many laws. Yeah, this tech type needs to cool. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We've had, like, the same kind of groups pushing the same thing that first... I mean, and it doesn't start with blockchain. It goes way, way, way back far than that. But it's, like, the same kind of collection of investors that have been pushing blockchain and crypto, then NFTs, then Web3, and now they're on to AI. And it is one of those things that it's kind of a thing where it comes out, it's a bunch of buzzwords, they get a bunch of investors who have no idea what this technology is, all excited, and that they need to be on board or they're going to miss out. And so you get a whole bunch of people bought in and all that kind of stuff. And it's just kind of one of those things that it's just, you know, it's just kind of too late and all that. And a bunch of people invest money and they get in there at the beginning, they get their money, and they get back out, and they make a whole lot of money. Those are the ones primarily driving this. And you've got a whole lot of people who don't know better getting in kind of later in the game, and they're the ones left that when those companies all implode because they were based on nothing of substance, they go under. And you will have a whole bunch of companies that are relatively honest companies who, because that's the latest tech, that every single meeting they go into, the potential customer goes, do you do blockchain? It would be really good for your educational software to do blockchain. I've heard blockchain's really good. And then you go, the customers are all asking for blockchain. And so you kind of, you kind of add it like in its own little corner where you know you're going to rip it out later. But that way you know you can tick the box on the customer sheet and say, yeah, we actually do blockchain. What do you do with it? Oh, we help with education. Oh, that's good. What does it do? Nothing. It sits in the corner. And we're going to delete it the moment it stops being relevant. But you have a pressure as like an honest company to do that, just to tick that marketing buzzword, because people will literally not buy your product because they heard this thing's good. And you don't have it and your competitor does, so clearly your competitor has the better product. Even though both you and your competitor look at that thing and go, you know what that is? Completely and utterly useless in this use case. Let's see, you haven't been following the tech stuff, but are you guys saying it's anonymized data that gets stored and used to train models isn't subject to the same kind of privacy law? So it depends. It depends on the data and your jurisdiction. So I can collect data, so you can, like right now I could be playing this game, and I'm not saying that they do this. We'll just say, right now you could be playing a game, and it could be collecting heuristic data on you. Where did you click? Where did, like, you know, try to detect where you looked. Like, very thing, like, how long did it take you to find the button to do this? Like, all sorts of stuff like that. And they could have some arbitrary user assignment that says, this is user number 37. You know, they've submitted all this stuff, and then it gets dumped into the rest of the data with that scrubbed out. So it now just has, like, this % of users push that button, and that button, and that button. And you're good. Almost every jurisdiction you're good. Some you will be required to say, hey, are you willing to opt in to the collection of this data? And that is a requirement. And some jurisdictions you don't. That one, most don't. Then we can take that a step farther and go, okay, well now you're Google. And now you're going at email, and I am scraping your email. Actually, there's a layer between here. There's a layer before we get up to the Google one. Now there's the ones where they're going and they say, okay, well, we're pulling all of this data from web searches at large, which include yours, and are putting into this big repository to trying to figure out who is doing searches for what and all that, to do like auto-completes and that kind of stuff. That is also anonymized, where they don't collect your data, but they use that to do a larger information that is then technically exposed in the external, because now when I go and I type in, I've got autocomplete, and it's a little smarter because it's scraped that data broadly, and so people like me search for that kind of stuff. Then we go a step farther, where now it's scraping my personal email looking for keywords for advertising purposes for targeted ads. Now that data does have an association with me individually. And this is where the rules start to get a lot stricter. Because now the argument is I am using that data in support of the product for there, and they do require me to, they require to be able to have an option to say, no, don't collect that data. And then 2, there is an opt-in at the time I sign up where they have to be like, hey, just so you know, we collect this data. Now, they'll bury it in your terms of service like 50 pages deep, so it's near impossible to find. Hey, Lego, how's it going? But you know, they'll bury it. And then you go like even one farther, which is where now you're doing it and you're collecting personally identifiable information that is protected. And that's where things get way different. And by protected, it's stuff like your medical records, your voter information. Like you can have like what party you're associated with is public knowledge, so that's fine that they can go and do what they want with it. But like you're a bunch of stuff. I'm doing pretty good. But yeah, so I have like all of that you know, that is in its protected status. That is information that they've gone out of their way to say there are specific stricter rules around this data. And a lot of that comes around what's known as personally identifiable information, PII, or again stuff like medical records. That's the stuff, unless you go through a lot of certifications to make sure your stuff is very carefully protected, you can get yourself in some massive legal hot water that I as an individual in some cases cannot even give you permission to use some of that data. Some I can, some I can't. And that means broadly. Like you're allowed to use that information, or like That's the one where you say, I want to let you use my medical records, for example. I have to give you specific permission. So it's not just, I give permission to Dr. whatever, 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 and associates permission to do stuff. It's no, I give permission for Dr. whatever, whatever, and this other 2 or 3 people for use of this data in this very specific use case. Yeah, no, that can be electronic, but usually there is a paper trail. And there are exemptions, just to be clear. With all that stuff I just said, there are exemptions at some time for certain research purposes. Some of that data can be anonymized and then used in that use case, but those are very specific exemptions. But if, for example, a data broker were to collect your medical records and try and resell that information, that is how you go to jail. That is not how you get fined. That is how you go to jail. And fined while we're at it. Like, those are things, and it depends again on your country, your jurisdiction, yada yada. There are places with stricter and looser laws around that. But yeah, so that's what's talking about. Microsoft isn't going to send all that stuff up to an AI, because if you're having yourself a conversation with your doctor and they're sneaking in on that and sending it to their AI, they're now in violation of a good 3 or 4 pretty major laws, all of which are going to make, they're going to be 7-8 figure, fines against Microsoft that are going to continue to be reoccurring until they resolve it. Not to mention you'll likely have private suits against them as well and everything. So they're not going to do that. Now, granted, if the laws totally change, yeah. Facebook already got busted for that. Yep. And that was one of the few times they actually got a proper fine versus the here's your 10,000 or whatever. Is this PC or console? I am on PC. This is currently the Steam version of the game. Yeah, and that was one of the few times I recall that Facebook actually got slapped with a proper fine. Versus again, they'll be like, oh, you violated this. Well, here's your $14,000, multiple billion-dollar company. Oh, okay. The HIPAA fines are no joke. Fines for every instance, which can be hundreds and hundreds of instances for a single major data breach. Yup, per person. And let's see, and the next day, Facebook bought out a speech-to-text company to get around the federal wiring tap laws. Yeah. You got a PS5, waiting for delivery today. Gotcha. Cool, cool. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I know I missed a comment a minute ago. Let me swing back and see what the thing... Yeah, don't even start with the medical records. Well, that's the thing when it comes to personal data that's so scary. Like, and especially as someone who is, like, obviously I'm not a big name content creator or anything, but like being publicly visible and all that, like how little information it takes for someone to, cause you all sorts of grief, commit identity theft, yada yada yada. And you'll have people that's like, oh, I have nothing to steal, so let them at it. It's like, you don't understand the damage someone can do to you, like, with that information. They can, like, you think your credit's bad now, wait until someone's rocked your credit using identity theft, and you may prove that your identity was stolen later, but you're going to spend the next 10 years undoing that damage, because every company is going to make you fight tooth and claw to, go in and clean that record out. Let's see, that makes sense. And laws protecting consumers' personal information have come a long way, yeah, especially in Europe. You just know that the laws are usually at least a year or 2 behind the latest tech, and if there's one thing big tech bugs more, it's feeding my data to the AI and abusing loopholes of consumer privacy laws. Correct on all accounts. It's just, fortunately, even though it's a year or 2 behind, the stuff that's being stolen data-wise for like AI right now is impacting more creative people than anything. It's stuff like your voice. It's stuff like your image. It's stuff like your art. It's stuff like your writing. That's the place where the hotness is happening for stealing data right now. And I do call it stealing data. And I know they're like, yeah, but you can Google it. It's just like your human brain. As someone who's worked on actual AI, you read the Medium blog version of it. It doesn't work the same way the human brain works. Music too, yes, music as well. Absolutely. And sound effects and everything else. Like, if you try to boil it down to, like, its most generalized version, then sure, loosely, it kind of, sort of does, maybe-ish, if you really blur the edges and all that. But the moment you get into any depth, it's the whole thing. AI degeneracy thing, I find it funny. It's like, oh yeah, my favorite is that, like, they're running into problems. So there's two major problems that are starting to hold back generative AI, which is making me giggle. The first issue is they're discovering there's a diminishing returns on the consumption of information. That you throw information at the AI and it goes from terrible to a little better to a little better, but eventually you hit a point where throwing more data at it doesn't actually meaningfully improve it. So, like, you keep throwing more and more data to try and get nuanced improvements, and the amount of improvement you get for the data you're throwing at it just keeps getting lower and lower and lower so far as what benefit you get from it. So you eventually get to the point that to even get the slightest bit better, there isn't enough data you can reasonably get your hands on. That you just need such an absurd amount to get an incremental improvement that's so minor it's barely noticeable. So that has a cost to it and everything. That they're just hitting this diminishing return that they just can't really improve it that much. And then the second thing is the G-generation side of it, is because of how much more like generative AI garbage is getting out there now. The generative AI can't help but consume stuff from generative AI, which means you have a facsimile of something that's consuming a facsimile of something that's consuming a facsimile of something, and it's kind of that same issue of when you take something and you put in your copying machine and you copy it, and then you take the copy and you put in the copying machine and you copy it, and every iteration it just gets a little worse and a little farther off. And so they're running into that problem that effectively, by trying to sneak generative AI past more and more stuff, they're effectively poisoning their own data sets. And it's fantastic. You like to call it AI slop? It is. That's, I've had a number of sponsorships that have come around, unfortunately, that have been NFT and AI nonsense, which the NFT one, I actually had an NFT offer for a sponsorship like just a week and a half ago. It'd been a good number of months since I'd had another one. And, you know, usually my response is like, you know, thank you for the consideration, but I have a hard no on NFT. Like, this is a non, like, you know, I say a hard no. Obviously, if they were like, hey, man, if you do a 2-hour stream for $1 million, that no is going to become a yes, because we can make fun of an NFT game for 2 hours for $1 million. I can be bought. Very clearly, I am willing to take my pride, and I am willing to take my integrity and just sit it aside for a minute for that amount of money that I don't have to do that again for a decade. Now, I won't misrepresent it or anything like that, but, you know, if they want me to play that bad, and they're willing to drop $100,000, $1 million, all that, 1 hour for $1 million crypto bro NFT bucks? If you mean crypto bucks, then no. But yeah, like, literally taking money from something I don't like, non-fungible role, that was, oh man, there was, I'm not going to say the name of the platform because, one, I don't want to get it wrong and accuse someone else of something. There was a, one of these platforms that as a content creator we sign up for that, you know, then other games will be like, hey, we'd like, you know, we want to promote a game, and you'd go in there and say, hey, that looks like a sponsorship I want to do. Yeah, I'll do that. We agree on the price and yada yada. You get the idea. It's a middleman for helping, you know, creators and, you know, potential sponsors meet up. And those are like a totally fine, legitimate thing that they do all the legwork to find people that do want to sponsor games, then get everyone attached. You know, make sure both ends of the equation do have protections. So, you know, put money in escrow when a sponsorship happens. That way, if you do the work and the sponsor suddenly goes, and I guess I just won't pay, it doesn't matter. It's an escrow. I still get paid. Or if the same thing, like, we have an agreement and I don't follow through with it, they're protected as well. Because otherwise, one side of the art has to hold the money if it's non-escrow. But there was one that are like, oh yeah, we'll do this, and you'll get these whatever coins. And I'm like, all right, what is this? And it was its own crypto for that platform that it wanted to pay people with. And I'm like, dude, literally if I go out to the grocery store and I buy a game of Monopoly and I take the Monopoly money out of the game of Monopoly, that has a higher intrinsic value than what you're doing. Because if I'm cold, I can at least burn it. Versus you can't even demonstrate that your stuff is worth a penny because literally there's not a single place that's going to exchange your coin. Plus, I don't want to be paid in crypto. Like, that's just payment with extra steps, and I've got to wonder what unethical thing you're doing that you're operating exclusively in crypto. Like, why are you operating in crypto? What is the reason? What are you hiding? And I understand people can use crypto for ethical reasons, but it is one of those things that you're like, you're a legitimate company who operates in a country where you have an obligation to pay taxes and all that. Either you're using crypto to like tax dodge, or you're using crypto because you got some other thing going on the side. There's something going on here that I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure I don't want to be part of it. Didn't the service scan the retinas from OpenAI founder? Also pay people either their own cryptocurrency? I have no idea on that one. Let's see, it can work, but the thing is, I trust you to be good on the money more than I trust the government to be good on the money. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. I have yet to find any type of crypto thing in the long term that has had enough integrity that I would trust them over, like, you know, a local branch of a bank or something, which says something because I don't actually have the greatest faith in banks, beyond they have a legal obligation to get even with me if they lose my money within a certain volume. Like, the federal guarantee is as far as my trust in the bank goes. I expect them to try and nickel and dime me in absolutely every possible way they can, and it's a matter of being ahead of it and not letting them do that, i.e. avoiding ATMs, not hooking a bunch of software and all that to it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But, like, most crypto, it'll start off arguably, well, I shouldn't say most, because there's a lot that start off bad, but there is crypto that starts off well-intentioned, yada yada, doing all that stuff, and then they start getting that smell of that money, and that integrity starts to really fade real fast when they realize there's a whole lot of money to make on this thing. Alright, you have a good one, Lanix. Like, so many of them, and some of them it's the organization that starts it is fine, and then it gets co-opted, and then now the majority of the money is controlled by something you want nothing to do with. And if you just, like, if you have some way of, like, nullifying the coins, well, no one's going to trust your thing because now you can do that. You avoid ATMs? Should you be concerned? I don't know if it's a thing in our places, but here in the US, a lot of ATMs will not only charge you the fee at the ATM, but a bank will charge you a fee for using an ATM that doesn't belong to that bank. But that might be a US thing versus anywhere else. So it's basically you get double dipped on fees. But usually the fee from your bank is a monthly fee, not a per transaction fee. And it's, depending on your bank, it'll be like 5, 10, 15 bucks. I haven't used one in a super long time. There are also private ATMs that charge you for using it. Well, that's what I was going to say, is the ATM, most ATMs will disclose you for charging what you're going to be charged right there. So you go to the ATM and says, hi, I charge $2.50 to take money out of me. That's fine. Like, the game, like, it has disclosed that. You have explicitly agreed on it right there in front of you. But then on top of that, a lot of banks will charge you an additional fee for using, like, an outside their bank ATM on your, it's not bill, it's your statement. But you'll just see, like, a fee on there, like, once a month. And again, it's not a huge amount, but it's like 5, 10, 15, whatever. But it is one of those things that just, you'll run into lots of those kind of fees. Like, you'll get hit with an ATM fee. If you hook up money tracking software, so like Microsoft Money back in the day, there's a couple of them I'm blanking on because I haven't used them forever because of this. Also depends on where in the US and what bank. You have a localish bank, and they partner with other banks that have free ATMs. Yeah, so that's the same thing I have, is I use a local bank, and it's a whole bunch of the credit unions. All of them are all partnered, and I get, get no fees with those banks. But if then I turn around and I go to like Bank of America or something, I will get the fee there. You find it weird as except for one bank here, all of them have agreements between them that consider clients one client's thing. Yeah, no, we've got that with certain groups of banks. So like I said, almost all of the federal credit unions and local credit unions all have, agreements between them. Some of the big banks have agreements between them, but when you kind of cross those wires, then you're looking at it. And so it makes it very difficult at times if you don't go out of your way to go like, well, I have a credit union, I'm going to go to credit union, or I'm at this bank, I'm going to go to that bank. Like, unless you keep that in mind. I don't use ATMs enough for any of that matter, because no one accepts cash here anymore. But as well as things. They said, oh yeah, they charge you for that in Germany too, though your bank does it only per transaction, and they have a banking union that can use ATMs. Yeah, so it's gone better. But there's also, like I said, there's a fee for if you use like different types of software websites for helping you budget or monitor your money that aren't your bank. A lot of times there'll be an access fee you'll get for that, and that's a monthly fee as well. And I don't know if like my credit union has it. I know the bank I was using, it was like $12-15 a month, and once I realized that, I was like, the heck with this. Because way back in the day, I used to use Microsoft Money, and to this day, I am still salty they killed that product. And I did use, there was an open source equivalent for a good while I could not tell you what the name of it was. Like Mint.com is another one of those ones that does that. So yeah, so if you have like a Bank of America account or something and you hook it up to Mint.com, there's a very good chance you'll get charged. I have no idea. They charge like $10-15. That information's way out of date on the monthly for using that. And so you're trying to be better about your money, so you're tracking this, and you're trying to be good about budgeting, and suddenly your own bank is charging you for trying to be more careful about your money. And it's just one of those things that you just get kicked over with all of these all the time. What was it? Was it Wachovia Bank that wanted to do something about if you wrote checks in a month or something, it'd charge you a fee, and then people threw an absolute fit over it with good reason, and they backed out? There's something like 10 years ago that Wachovia was going to add like some new major fee, and it lasted for all of about 30 seconds. So it was like a borderline revolt that people started pulling all their money out of the bank, like out of Wachovia specifically, and they were like, wait, never mind, we canceled it. But by then, like, half the people well, not half, a bunch of people had already bailed. Because your bank doesn't like Revolt? I don't know what that is. It charges like €12 per transaction with their accounts. That being said, you don't like Revolt. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's like some third-party software. Let's say you used GNU Cache, but you have no idea how or what information it can pull from your accounts, but also not in Europe mostly. Was it GNU Cache? That sounds super familiar. I at least tried GNU Cache. Man, because I remember they canceled Microsoft Money, and I was super upset about that. And I looked for another. I'm going to look it up if it's still around. Yeah, that's the one. I recognize that logo. Yeah, that's the one I used. I didn't think it was going to still be around. Yeah, no, after Microsoft Money, that's what I used. And I used to track that, and then my bank started charging me like $15 or whatever the crap it was a month just to connect my data to it. Like, I could still use it if I manually entered every transaction, but like, hell am I doing that? That's like the worst kind of balancing your checkbook. Like, I don't miss balancing my checkbook either back when I had to write checks. But like, that was only having to balance checks. Whereas when you came to like your bank, like every transaction from like I went and got a sandwich. But yeah, no, they did that. But that's the thing that happened with a lot of the major banks is just you'd get hit with each and every one of those. And so it kind of punished you for trying to be responsible with your money. And I just got really upset about that. Can you not export and import the data? I don't know if you can do that now. You couldn't used to be able to. But like I haven't used it in 15 years or something like that. Whenever like I used it for a couple of years after Microsoft Money went away, and that's when they started, and I think they had introduced the fee around that time. But that's where I made the comment about not trusting them beyond like nickel and diming you on everything. It's like, look, you just got to be very particular that you're just money goes in, money goes out, no special. Like no edge cases. The moment you add an edge case, like you're pulling it from this account to that account, that's always wildly where they start trying to sneak in fees on you everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. I would assume that should be available because that would be how, like, I know your accountants and everything still work with a lot of that kind of stuff. Like, if you have, like, a formal accountant at your bank, they don't just have you log into that. They have some type of... You know what? That's probably why they started charging it. That'd be about the time that, you know, a lot of that stuff started getting a lot stronger on the electronic side. I'm willing to bet it was like all the accountants were doing taxes and all that automatically connecting to the banks. They're like, hey, we can make money doing this. And if you're a multi-million-dollar company getting hit with $10, $15 a month, that's a business lunch. Yeah, but I could absolutely see that, because that'd also be a thing that if you're a small-time accountant or a small-time business, you know, like mom-and-pop shop, exporting your data, that would be reasonable, and you'd be the one who'd probably make a fuss about 10, 15 bucks a month getting slapped for that. So I could say it's a workaround. Yeah, like I said, as far as the bank, and I'm not going to say what bank I was with at the time, but as far as the bank, I'll simply say it was a major chain. At the time, did not give me that option. And I never looked at my current one. Because I definitely fell in the camp of the bank I had been using, the major change, tried to like nail me with some brand new fees, and I was just like, nope, never mind. I'm out. I'm done with this. Get me out of here. I'll go to the local credit union kind of thing. Let's see, it says most small shopping is cashier, so you have to manually enter it anyways. Gotcha. We used to have that for a while here, but because the area I'm in is such a major tourist location, I think they just finally gave up on trying to be cash only for a lot of stuff, because 90% of the people traveling either didn't have cash or wouldn't have, like, reasonable bills for doing, you know, you have someone show up and want to buy a sandwich and drop $100 bill on the counter, and you're like, yeah, I can't give you change for that. Like, I'm sorry, the last 3 of you came in here with 100, that was fine, but we're on number 4, and this till is just straight up out of 20s. So that could be where I'm at, being an outlier in that one. Because I remember it used to be if you went to like the flea market, or if you went to the farmer's market or anything like that, you dealt in cash. Like, you might have that one thing, like the one food truck that took card, but everything else would be cash. But even nowadays, like, it's been a long time since I've been to a flea market. But, like, the last time I went to a flea market, the vast majority of it, they had like the Visa and Master and all that logo, and they didn't want to deal in cash either. Which surprises me, because 90% of the stuff you buy there is like $2, $3 garbage. But actually, I guess that's not even fair either. I think flea markets have even changed that you don't end up with nearly as much just kind of junk that most people would never buy. But there's like, you know, that one right person who'd spend $3, $4 on it cash. Nowadays, it feels like a lot more, you know, old tools and stuff like that. That, you know, they're still not expensive or anything, but you're probably talking closer to like $5, $10 per transaction. Let's see, guess who farmed the heck out of a short grain rice yesterday for hours on end? You love how you don't have to cultivate short grain rice? I didn't know you don't have to cultivate it. Have I been plowing it for no reason, chat? The answer is probably yes. Well, that's interesting. Well, that'll make my life easier because then I don't need to plow it again. There's so many free money apps now that any basic smartphone can use. Yeah. You have to be careful with some of those because everyone's making money somehow. And you always got to look at those. So if it is one of those, you know, free money apps, and you go, how are you making money? And it can be advertising, that's straightforward enough. It can be selling your data or doing shady stuff with your data. That's another possibility. Some of them will have fees, like freemium kind of things, like it's free, but if you tie it to this and you gotta spend $5 a month, or, you know, you sit here and you do this, but then if you go to, you know, do the direct, because they'll have some of those that it's you can do direct, you know, person to person. So like I can use this money app to give money to that person. So they have like a transaction fee on that. It's just to be very, very being aware of what their monetization strategy is. Because if something is ever truly free, then you are missing where they're making their money, and most likely it's at your expense. Whether that's your privacy or something. Like that's one of the things that's kind of a hard thing for people who are trying to come up with software development products that they're looking to make a business out of. That's always one of the hardest conversations to have with people who aren't knowledgeable in the industry and they're trying to break in. And they go like, I have this great idea for an app or a website or whatever. And it's, you know, sitting there, it's like, what's your monetization strategy? And they look at you and they go, and you're like, well, how are you making money? You got this thing, fair enough. You're gonna make this product, fair enough. How do you make money? Where's the part that pays you? GNU Cache is open source. Well, yeah, that's a little different. The open source is a little different. I want to say GNU Cache. I don't know about nowadays because it was an advertisement. I want to say there was like a freemium thing that you could do, if I remember correctly. That you had all your features and all that, but there was some like an extra level of support kind of thing, or something like that. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was like a file size thing, but it was one of those things that like 99.9% of people didn't have to worry about it. So it was effectively free. But yeah, the open source thing gets a little weird on that sometimes. Like some open source is good. You get food for free. Yeah. But it's one of those things you sit down with them and you're like, okay, well, what is your monetization strategy? And, you know, they'll be like, well, I guess you could do ads. And this is even going 10 years ago. It's like, okay, you're going to do ads. Well, you're going to go out of business. Like, what do you mean? It's like, because that was already, ads were starting to get devalued at that point in time. It's like, ads don't make you money unless you have like literally millions of people accessing your stuff. If we're not talking 6, 7, 8 digits number of users or more on a regular cadence, ads, you're not going to even pay for your servers. Like, ads pay you fractions of a penny for impressions. And it's not that can't be lucrative, but if you're coming up with an idea and you're in that very early phase, unless you got a lot of investor cash behind you that you can burn and not make a penny for a good while you build up market share, you don't have a chance. Like, it's not a shot in the dark thing. You don't have a chance. You're dead on arrival. You're like, it's like, okay, well, hang on. So you got this thing, you can go freemium where you have your base package and yada yada. Everyone can access it. It's fine, it's enjoyable, it's a good experience. These features that you really want to include, that you'd love to make those free, those got to be behind a paywall. You know, you don't want to put them behind a paywall, but the reality is, if you can't run your servers, you don't get to have servers. And then you're going to need a staff, and you can't have a staff with this, and all that kind of stuff. It's a whole mess. And then sometimes you do have people who come in there, it's like, yo, well, my monetization is I'm going to have this, this, and this, but we're going to only available this quality setting if you pay this amount. You're like, seems like a viable business. You're going to still have an uphill battle because you're going against some established players, but at least you got a business plan here. At least there's something there. Now, you're going to have to somehow convince people to switch their products and all that, and that's the mountain to climb. But at least if you can get them to climb it, there's something on the other side. Versus you run for 2-3 years, your bank account's in the red, and, you know, you've got your significant other ready to kick down the door and why their checks are bouncing and all that as you've completely exhausted your entire retirement, and you shut off your servers and you got nothing to show for it. It's tough. It's tough breaking into a lot of stuff. Usually the stuff that you can just pop in and find success is when you've got a genuinely new novel idea, and those are rare. Those are really rare. There's also no money in ideas. There's money in execution. Ideas are worthless. Everyone's got $1 million idea. Very few have $1 million execution. I mean, heck, look at some of the ideas that have come across like major products, whether it's, you know, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, whatever. They were like, that is a great idea. That's going to be amazing. And all you got to do is deliver. And it just doesn't happen. And those are companies with billions of dollars to throw at their problems. Ideas without money are worth all the money you put into them. Pretty much. And it's not to say that as like a lone person you can't like make a game and be a lone developer and find success and yada yada yada. That's not, I'm not trying to say, hey, you don't have a chance like ever. The odds of you succeeding there are, I'm gonna be real with you, are horrendously low. Go to the lottery, buy a lottery ticket, your odds are better. It's grim. It's real grim. And so the point is, don't try. It's not don't try. It's if you're going to try, make sure that you are very careful. You know, Dwarf Fortress did that. It took them 20 years to get polished enough for Steam. But also keep in mind, that was the market 20 years ago. You're not living in the market 20 years ago. This year alone, on Steam, we will have over 17,000 games released on Steam this year. And that's not major updates or DLCs, that's released. 17,000 on Steam exclusively. And that's not counting any of the console systems, that's not counting Epic, that's not counting released on itch.io, that's not counting releasing on their own standalone. Just on there, 17,000 will be released. Sorry, more than 17. And that's the ones that got past the approval process and actually got finished, where most games die before they even get, you know, a final executable. Yeah, no, and marketing is huge in Steam release. Like, it sucks for this to be a truth, and this is not just a game thing. This is honestly for any product. The unfortunate reality with products is your sales are more dependent on marketing than the product itself. Your product has to stand up and be good enough that when the person buys the product, that they don't refund it if they're eligible for it, or that they can, you know, get other people so you can get that word of mouth momentum and yada yada. But if no one's heard of your game, everyone who's heard of your game is going to buy it, which is no one. And so very genuinely, it doesn't mean marketing has to be expensive. You know, marketing doesn't have to be expensive at all. You can grassroots market, but you're probably going to have to pay someone to do that. Spend more marketing on the game itself. That's not even EA's strategy. Even in the indie scene, I would argue in a lot of cases that is the correct strategy. I hate that that's the truth. But very genuinely, your sales are more dependent on your marketing than your product quality. Your product quality has to be good enough to back up that marketing, but the reality is, the marketing is what gets you sales. It's what gets people to click on your game's page to then find out if your game's good. And if you never got them to your game's page, anything else is irrelevant. Like, for your business, it's irrelevant past that. And you can be like, but word of mouth. word of mouth takes a lot to get done, and you'll have the outliers like the Among Us where it got huge because of creators and all that. That basic accidental marketing occurred, but those are even farther and few in between than successful games in general. So like very genuinely, if you're someone looking into game dev, do not skip on marketing. Tomb have a sleep. Uh-huh. But yeah, that's the thing. You do that 17,000 games released in a year. You do the math on how many games it is released today on average. And just go, okay. On a page where all those new games are all being collectively buried together, how do people find yours? And the answer is marketing. Whether that's connecting with influencers and trying to get them to promote your game, you know, buying ad space, being active on Reddit and social media and all those stuff, and like not plugging your game but having it have high visibility, normal, like again. As is me, I'd do it cheaply as possible. YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, free keys, sponsors. Ad companies are expensive. Yeah, no, generally speaking, like, and I'm not a marketing expert, so this is me and as an observer, you know, someone who is involved in the industry and has been on both the software developer and publishing side, but not games, but also me on the, you know, the side of the person who you sponsor to do stuff, side of thing. My general recommendation, more than anything else, is you got to be active somewhere, whether that's Twitch or YouTube or Twitter or Blue Sky or Reddit, and probably all of the above. And that's going to be a marketing thing, and that's going to be someone's full-time job. Whether it's you on top of your dev time, but that's going to be someone's full-time job. Which means you're already in it a decent amount of money, whether that's actual cash or your time kind of cash. And you need to get that out there. Because if you start with me as the content creator, you already messed up. Because I can play your game, but no one's going to find me playing your game because no one's going to check my content for your game. They're going to see me, and they might like my stuff, and maybe that'll get you some sales. But honestly, at the point you want to start bringing content creators, influencers, those in, that's after you have like the beginnings of your marketing already established, and you treat us as like an intensifier. That you've got some momentum going, and we just kind of give it an extra big jump. Because you've got enough to get some people's interests here, and we are able to build up that momentum for you. But you got to have that ball started before it gets to us. Otherwise, what ends up happening just from practice, from what I've seen from my own experience, from people who have sponsored on the channel, and then, you know, some have done extremely well and some not so much. The ones that didn't do well, they didn't do any marketing, and at the last moment before release, they, you know, went with a whole bunch of creators. And it's just kind of one of those things that it actually would hurt my viewership because no one knew what the heck your game was. And so my viewership would go down, and you got some of, you get some sales from who actually showed up for it, but already you've kind of lost the ball. Versus we've had games that, you know, they had a little bit of marketing to it. Like the games like I Am Future out there, they had some marketing to it, that they were doing pretty good social campaigns. They weren't like buying a bunch of ad space or anything quite like that, but they had some good social media game going, and then they would drop in stuff on content creators. Did they sponsor me? I don't think they did. It doesn't matter. But then, you know, they get into the hands of creators, and suddenly that would go from this is this thing that people are rumbling around in the background to just snowball into more. Not that I Am Future was a huge name or anything, but it was significantly improved by that. Actually, for one that actually did do that, oh, what was the name of that game? Little Guardsman. Little Guardsman did that, where they had a pretty good social media campaign going that, you know, you had some people had heard about it, but it hadn't quite picked up a whole lot of momentum. Then they sponsored some creators around the time that Next Fest was happening, so it grabbed all that attention during Next Fest, and it ended up being a very successful release. But like I said, we're just a piece in that. I honestly don't think traditional marketing like radio and TV ads, or even if I'm being honest, the ads on Twitch, are particularly effective compared to a lot of the other stuff. That's your shotgun method of just throwing everything against the wall and seeing if it, you'll get little crumbs in here. Versus the conversion rate you have with stuff like podcasts and content creators and all that. You have a very high conversion rate compared to other things. And honestly, a lot of times it's cheaper. Like a TV commercial is outrageously expensive. Maybe an exception for local stuff, like pizza places, whatever. But I wouldn't know about that one. I could see there being value on your local radio station advertising that. But like games and software, not really. But there's a lot of times that I get reached out to. And it's also those things with getting on like the budget side of thing. You're a lone developer, you're creating your own game, you've got your social media thing going, it's going relatively well. And you're at that next step, but you really don't have money to sponsor a content creator or whatever to play your game. Then you just throw your key over the fence and say, hey, play it if you want. Here's what it's about, play it if you want. Absolutely valid. A high conversion rate? With what? Sorry, you didn't hear that. Basically sales from the people who see the marketing for your game to actually pushing buy. That it's stuff like internet ads, TV ads, radio ads have a very low conversion rate. Whereas if you have like a content creator put that in their in their game, or sorry, in their stream or their video or whatever, it has a much better conversion rate. Very, very much, and this is me patting myself on the back. Medium and small size streams have the highest conversion rate of a lot of stuff. And then I have a relatively good conversion rate of the ones I've been able to track that I usually end up a little bit above average. Which isn't me being like, hey, look, man, I managed to get my people to buy stuff. It's one, I'm picky about who I let sponsor me, because I know if I have a bunch of garbage sponsor me, then people get upset about it. Not that we've never had a miss. For the record, we have had one or two that I'm like, this is fine. But relatively, they've gone well. Oh, good, we do have a palette. What is it? Garlic. I was about to be like, man, we're getting towards the end here, and I'm not going to get any of the dare drops done. Like, officially done. But, with that garlic there... No, wait, we still won't have it done, because we won't have harvested the rice. It's fine, like, I get to do this more than one day, for the record. So drop that off. Okay, so you take 2 seconds. I'm going to go over here real fast. We're going to buy the forklift thing. And I got to go grab that. Let's see, the Scottish Lord title was a good sponsor. Just King is post-game. I have no idea what that is. Oh man, the number of mobile games that are like, again, mobile or NFT or crypto or generative AI, like, we get so much that. That's part of the thing, is like, the number of sponsors that reach out to creators once you start getting to like 100 CCV and all that, you do actually get a pretty good number who reach out to you. And you have a pile of them who the rates they offer are completely and utterly insulting. And they're also usually the scummiest of the scummy when it comes to their product as well, where it'll be like NFT, microtransaction-laden mobile game kind of garbage. But then you also get a whole bunch of things like, it's an NFT marketplace arena-style game. And you're like, no, man. No. The answer is no. Let's see, a lot of YouTubers are sponsoring the scam that you could buy a foot of land in Scotland to become a lord. Interesting. That doesn't surprise me. Not the YouTuber specifically doing it, but that is a scam. Alright, so we're going to grab our forklift. We're going to grab our pallet of garlic. No, actually, that will finish. So we will finish a dare drop. That's right. It was the rice's last one. So with what we've got done today so far as our dare drops, when I sell this garlic, we'll need to do a we'll need to do a clip at that point. And I'll get the name of what I want to put in that clip just so I can find it again really easily. Is it scam when it's completely open about it? Oh, was FG ranting about the scam? I was just trying to like, FG was ranting about what now? I can see that. Alright. I might just hold on to this. I was gonna buy it and sell. Let's see, if I were to sell this, I'm not gonna sell right now. If I were to sell this right now, like, okay. As soon as I remember where the heck I even do that. Yeah, so it would recoup all but 1,500 bucks of it if we sell it immediately. Ooh. I mean, getting almost all of it back, because eventually I'll want a forklift, but I probably won't want this. I'll probably want, like, something more substantial, because the big problem with this, if you've never used this forklift before, is even with the weight on the back of your tractor, it just really, you have a tendency to roll it. Like roll it forward if you grab more than, like, one or two things. Because so many of the things are just so heavy that you're lifting like 2-3 tons on the front of your tractor that the whole thing just lifts and pivots over. I think what I ended up doing with the other one was I put a thing as like cultivator on the back of it. It was some piece of equipment that gotcha. You think a lot got sucked in by the money offered to bar look? Well, one of the things that does happen is you'll have someone who they'll try to do their homework and they get duped, and it happens. Like, that's the whole thing. Scams are trying to get one past you, and you get one person that gets duped, but like there's someone who is credible, and so you know someone else will ask about. It's like, oh yeah, no, I looked into that. It looked legit. And so what ends up happening then is you go, oh yeah, no, that looks legit. Oh yeah. Carl said it looks legit, and Carl's an upstanding guy, so clearly that's fine. I'm already noticing immediately that I'm going to regret that being there. Hopefully, as we expand, I can buy land. I don't have to go this long ways. Oh no, actually, that might be okay. If I smooth out that hill, it'll probably be fine. But right now, this one's going to be a little dicey. But also, until we have a production line, I'm getting stuck on that hill. Until we have a production line, this is just going to be the way it is. Okay, so we need to lower it. Oh, this one doesn't tip back. Okay, that's good to know. Alright. So what I have to do for the dare drop is we must take the garlic and I must sell it here. They also getting message on WhatsApp about earning 500 euros a day. Oh yeah, you get tons of those. A lot of days YouTubers know it's a scam or even scam their audience. I mean, there's certainly the ones out there who do that. Like, I'm not gonna say that's not a thing. But there's also a lot of ones that have like some real integrity and all that. So the only reason I'm pushing back is yes, you do have the people who they know they're shilling, they know they're scamming, they know they're doing that. I would argue most likely the majority of people are genuinely trying to do what they think is right and all that. And again, they get suckered just like anyone else. But yeah, usually the same ones doing the scams that are the ones who are doing pretty morally repugnant stuff to begin with, because it's just a sign they have no integrity. You know, so the ones who try and, you know, cause all sorts of drama and then do videos about that drama and then try and do follow-up videos all about the drama, that drama and drama. Or, you know, the ones who, like, you know, the ones like the ones who showed outside TwitchCon that were kick streamers, for example, and you know, just basically trying to do what was effectively interviews and harassing and trying to start fights with, you know, content creators on Twitch. It's those kinds that are the ones that are like, oh yeah, we'll totally do a scam, because you can tell they just don't give a crap. That they're there for that. Anyways, I'm gonna drop that topic, so when the clip happens, we're not discussing that. So with this, what's going to end up happening is I need to sell this, and hopefully this works, because it'd be really upsetting if this dare drop didn't work here. So once I do this, we just need to clip it. So hopefully we can sell this here. And it might be I have to put it down. Hey, and it's sold for 500 bucks. So if someone can do me a favor, and if you can quickly clip that, and the title I'm looking for on that clip is "Hard Work Literally Pays Off." That if someone could please clip that, that would be very fantastic. And I don't mind if I get 3 or 4 clips for it, as long as I get a clip for it. Because that is the first dare drop we have completed, and that is the big one, because we did just sell garlic to the farmer's market in town, with all that. And if someone could let me know, otherwise I'll just have to go in. Hard work literally pays, Hard work literally pays off. As long as it's close that I can identify it, that's good. Because it will try to auto-detect, and if it auto-detects, it saves me a bunch of work. But hard work literally pays off. And the only important thing is that it includes the part where the garlic got sold. I'm going to sell this. Because I'm assuming I can still get most of the money back. Yeah, so we'll only lose about not quite 1,500. Because I'm not going to use that for a very long time, and I'll probably use something other than that. So basically, we wasted 1,500 bucks on that, but it's letting me get a CD key for all of you on another day for this game. So I see wasting 1,500 in-game dollars to get you something that costs 50 real-life dollars as a pretty good exchange rate from in-game currency to real-life cash. I don't know when I'll have that, by the way. It'll be sometime in the future. Gotcha. I appreciate that. I get that you linked it. I'm just gonna assume it's good. Unfortunately, it did get gagged by the auto mod. That's fine. Like even if the clip is a little off, that's fine. Just having the timestamp there will be enough for me. If I have to reclip it, I'll know exactly where it is versus having to like backtrack the VOD like 30 minutes and find the spot that it happened or whatever. So the good news is I can go ahead and go on here and we'll go to our objectives right here, because that's not the right thing. Because we go to our objectives, objective number 2 there, done. Gone. Outie. That's 1 key that we're going to be locked in. So whenever that goes through, I'll have 1 CD key for Farm Sim 25. I do not know if it is the one for Steam or if it's the one that you just download directly from Giant Software. Either way, it's the game. You just double click it. It doesn't have a launch or any garbage. So I don't know which one it is, but that'll be 1 key for the game plus the, what is it, MacDon tractor or whatever. That we'll have locked in once that goes through. Once we harvest the rice, that'll be 2 more, because that'll be the first and second objective done. And then we're on to getting $1 million in our account and building the temple. So the plan of what you expected, I'm gonna nick it, but you have the info. Yep, now we're good. But yeah, so what'll end up happening with that is the temple is what we're gonna be. So basically what we're going to do is over the next couple of streams, we're going to work on building up our money and all that. And we're also going to be mixing in a little bit of, as I mentioned before, I Am Future, I believe, comes out tomorrow. Which we played on the channel. That's a survival crafter, and I use survival with, like, the lightest definition of survival. It is not a sweaty, you're barely going to make it through the night type survival. It is just a game that has some light survival mechanics. But it is not a puzzle game. But it is those crafter games where you work on making your thing to find like the new piece of equipment, to get the materials, to get the new thing, to work on getting your way to the next one. that you live in a very, very beautiful and positive and optimistic dystopian future where everything is like over and all that. Did they fix the POV thingy? You didn't really have simulation sickness, but it's really dizzy. Oh, for I Am Future? I cannot answer that question because I do not know. But yeah, so it is going into full release tomorrow. And so we'll be checking that out. My thought is going to be play half the stream of that and half the stream of Farm Sim is what I think we're going to do. And let me quickly try and snooze these ads so I can I can save you one round of ads is what I'm going to try and do. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, so we'll do a split stream between those two. We'll work on our dare drops so I can get these other 4, at least get 2 of these other ones knocked out, if not all 4. That way I can get 5 copies of the games out to the 5 copies of Farming Simulator 25 out to the community. Like I said, that won't be immediately. It'll be 2-3 days after each one I finish that we will get that key, and I'll give it out when. Should be a fun stream tomorrow? Yeah, no, that's the thing. As long as it's fully released tomorrow, I don't know what time zone it is, but basically I Am Future, when that's available, we'll play that. Then we'll do Farm Sim some more. And realistically, I Am Future will probably take me 2 to 3 streams to get through. After that, I'll probably check out the Astroneer DLC that's dropping, I think, the day after tomorrow. I don't know exactly when that one's on. I'm going to try and get a hold of a key. I'm just going to email their support since I haven't been able to find our way. Can Farm Sim be the second part? Usually that's the part you're awake for. I understand. We'll see, because it depends on what time of day I Am Future is releasing. I know they had the map and I looked at it. I just don't remember what it was. So we'll see. That'll probably determine if I do it first or second half. If it's available, probably do I Am Future first and then wrap with Farm Sim, because Farm Sim is just a great wind down, relaxed game. But then we'll do the Astroneer DLC. And as a reminder, at the end of the month, the last week of this month, we are doing the RimWorld Hot Potato, which is a charity event for Doctors Without Borders, that is held by the stream team I'm part of, Halcyon Frequency. And for those who don't know what that is, there's a game called RimWorld. It's a colony builder. It's pretty brutal and cutthroat in what you do. But we do a charity stream of that, where basically one person starts with a save file with an objective, and they have 3-4 hours to play. And then they save that colony and they pass it on to the next person, who then puts in 3-4 hours, and then they repeat that, save it, pass it on. And it's going through, I can't remember if it's 42 or 48 different creators over the course of a full week just about. And at the end, we will see where we get. But it ends up being all sorts of silly shenanigans where you have so many different people who build bases differently and approach things differently. You don't have enough time to tear down what the other person did and rebuild it. You just kind of got to roll with it and adapt and grow. So you get a colony like you've never seen before, and all that, and it's for a good cause of Doctors Without Borders. My segment on that one is basically the night of, the very last night of November overlapping with December 1st. It is over that night. I believe it's midnight EST? I'll have to look it up. But yeah, so that'll be a whole thing. Let's see. Oh, we find Mr. Yeah, that'll be Mr. B would be Mr. Beast. I don't have a strong opinion on him one way or the other. I tend not to comment on other people that I don't know, because I don't know what's really going on with that. But anyways, with all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because apparently there is a rating thing over there. I don't know how to do it. I need to look into that. That is on me. But I will be back here at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow for, again, it'll either be starting with Farm Sim and then I Am Future, or vice versa, depending on release times and yada, yada, yada. But with all that, I do hope you'll subscribe and hang out and all that stuff. And for those over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow on the channel.